Chapter 10:20. Where did you get these things? Guizhu asked again. Yang Kai answered honestly. The two pitch-black round stones had been obtained from different places by chance, while the blood essence stone had been snatched from someone else. Back in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had already obtained it. Yang Kai only understood the role and purpose of the blood essence stone and had used it many times, but he didn't know what these two pitch-black round stones were. Senior, do you recognize these two strange stones? Yang Kai observed Guizhu's expression and asked tentatively. Guizhu's eyes flashed with a strange light as he stared deeply at the two pitch-black round stones, observing the complex patterns on them and listening carefully to their internal movements. After a while, he nodded and said, "It seems you don't know what these things are. Please enlighten me, Senior." Yang Kai looked at him seriously. Guizhu grinned and threw the blood essence stone and the two pitch-black round stones back into the demon mystic tome before tossing it to Yang Kai and saying mysteriously, "Take good care of them, one day you'll understand. And these things require a lot of mineral essence. If you don't have any minerals, you can also use an artifact." Leaving behind these seemingly inexplicable words, Guizhu disappeared. Yang Kai was left standing alone in the sky, completely confused by what had just happened. Guizhu was obviously unwilling to tell Yang Kai what he knew, which made him very depressed. However, Guizhu's words were intriguing. He actually wanted Yang Kai to take good care of these two pitch-black round stones. What was so good about taking care of these two stones? They weren't living things. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't bother to think about it and simply ordered the divine tree to continue monitoring the situation of the pitch-black round stones before putting the demon mystic tome back into his body. Returning to the flat area on the mountainside, as soon as he appeared, Yang Kai noticed a pair of ferocious eyes glaring towards him. This gaze belonged to Wuxia. Her strength had long since been restored, so Guizhu had no intention of imprisoning her. Over the past few days, she had remained in this flat area on the mountainside in a daze, no longer possessing the dignified and noble image of a beautiful woman. Seeing her at this moment, this woman's hair was disheveled and her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with a deep hatred as she glared at Yang Kai. It was as if she couldn't wait to swallow him whole. Although she had learned everything from He Zhao and He Miao, learning that Yang Kai hadn't done anything to them and had simply left them in the stone room to punish her for her previous rudeness, she still find it somewhat unacceptable. She felt that Yang Kai was too arrogant, too sinister. She regarded everything that had happened before as a great humiliation, and she secretly bore a grudge in her heart. Now that she was under the eaves and had no choice but to lower her head, she didn't dare take any excessive actions and could only vent the dissatisfaction and anger in her heart with a hateful glare. Yang Kai didn't seem to see her at all and walked straight into the mountain, his figure disappearing. Yushi closed her beautiful eyes and took a deep breath to calm her mood. That little brat thinks he can be safe with Guizhu's protection, but he doesn't know that he's already dead. Lu Guiqin suddenly appeared beside Yushi and sneered, "Once Guizhu is able to leave here, he will definitely not let him off. When that time comes, he will die." "Why are you telling me this?" Yushi opened her eyes and glanced over at Lu Guiqin coldly. "Don't you hate him? He killed one of your disciples and brought your two female disciples into the cave. I think you know better than me what will happen to them. He also humiliated you. Don't you hate him? Don't you want to kill him with your own hands? That's my business, it has nothing to do with you." Yushi snorted. Lu Guiqin smiled, "Of course it has something to do with me, I also want his life." "Really? Then why did you wag your tail around him a few days ago?" Lu Guiqin's expression became awkward as he pinched his nose and said, "The situation forced me to. Do you think I like showing weakness to someone like him? If it weren't for Guizhu's protection, I could have killed him at will." "Lu Guiqin, I want to ask you something, answer honestly." Yushi suddenly looked at him seriously. "What? My disciple Wei Wu, did he join your Purple Star long ago? What benefits did you promise him that he would not hesitate to betray me in Sword Union?" Yushi shouted. Lu Guiqin's eyes flashed as he chuckled, "What do you mean? I don't understand." "You know in your heart. I'll settle this account with you sooner or later. In addition, if you want to take that junior's life, go kill him yourself. Don't try to provoke me and use me to do it, I'm not stupid enough to do that," Yushi said, turning around and walking away, a look of shame on her face as she spoke. Staring at her back, Lu Guiqin's face became gloomy. He hadn't expected Yushi to be able to endure this anger. According to common sense, her two female disciples had been taken into the cave by Yang Kai and humiliated, so she would have rushed in without hesitation. Lu Guiqin didn't understand why Yushi hadn't taken action yet. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai sat next to the spirit stream, watching it flow slowly, lost in thought. Guizu's words today had cleared a layer of fog for him, allowing him to see a new world he had never seen before. Could the two forces in his body really be merged together? Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art, so the energy in his body was true Yang Saint Qi, while the energy in his unyielding golden skeleton was filled with evil power. Every time Yang Kai used it, he could only use one of these forces while temporarily giving up on the other. He had always thought that the true Yang Saint Qi in his body existed to suppress the evil power in his unyielding golden skeleton, but now that he thought about it carefully, this wasn't the case. Because even if he used his demon god transformation when his body was filled with evil energy, he wouldn't lose his reason and humanity, nor would he become like an evil demon who didn't recognize anyone. He really hadn't thought about mixing these two diametrically opposed forces together before, so it was difficult for him to imagine what kind of scene it would be. So now he was at a loss. However, since Guizu said so, he must have his reasons, so in this case Yang Kai chose to believe him. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't understand. Cheering himself up, Yang Kai prepared to try. Calming his qi, Yang Kai controlled the true Yang Saint Qi in his physique and meridians to return to his dantian. After a while, the strength in his physique disappeared, making him feel a little empty and uncomfortable. This feeling of strength suddenly disappearing was something he had experienced several times before, all of which were due to excessive consumption, but today was the first time he had voluntarily dissipated his strength. Yang Kai then carefully guided the true Yang Saint Qi in his dantian into his own meridians. Next, he stimulated his unyielding golden skeleton, drawing out the same portion of evil energy into the same position. When the diametrically opposed energies collided, in an instant, Yang Kai's body shook and a look of pain appeared on his face. He felt that there seemed to be some kind of violent conflict between these two forces, as if two cultivator teams with a blood feud had encountered each other and were fighting to the death. This conflict caused his physique to ache and his meridians to swell. If he listened carefully, he could even hear a burst of crackling sounds coming from there. His true Yang Saint Qi and evil energy were colliding and melting. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his expression became ugly. In just a short time, the two energies had completely melted away, leaving nothing behind. His first attempt ended in failure. Yang Kai frowned. This was the first time he had allowed these two forces to exist in his meridians at the same time. He didn't expect it to bring him such uncomfortable memories. The reason why the evil energy and true Yang Saint Qi could coexist in his body was because they were stored in different places and had never intersected. It was really difficult to forcibly merge them together. Yang Kai, are you okay? Suddenly, Hizeo's voice came from outside. It seemed that she had been alarmed by the movement just now. I'm fine. Yang Kai looked up and saw the two sisters Hizeo and Himiao standing outside looking towards him. Both of them looked like they wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Are you looking for me? We want to go out and accompany Master. It's been more than half a month, she must be very worried about our situation, and you should have calmed down by now, right?" Hizeo pursed her red lips and said with some embarrassment, "Didn't you already send her a message?" Yang Kai chuckled, "What is she worried about?" "You know?" Hizeo was stunned. "Do you think I don't know?" Yang Kai looked at them with amusement and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Go, tell your master my attitude. If she dares to hold a grudge against me and wait for an opportunity to retaliate, I will not let her go." Hizeo nodded and frowned. "I will persuade her, but don't be so unforgiving, after all my master is older than you." Yang Kai closed his eyes. Hizeo and Himiao glanced at each other before helplessly shaking their heads and turning to leave. After they left, Baya leisurely appeared and looked at their backs, snorting lightly before turning to look at Yang Kai. "Come in." Yang Kai beckoned to her. Baya suddenly walked over, her beautiful figure gracefully standing in front of Yang Kai, her tender body exuding an invisible ripple that made her look radiant and dazzling. "What orders does Master have for me? Let me ask you something, have you ever seen someone who was able to perfectly fuse two completely different forces together?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "Two completely different forces?" Baya was surprised. "For example, water and fire, life and death, light and darkness. How is that possible? Every type of energy is extremely complicated. Even if those powerful experts spend their entire lives, they might not necessarily be able to understand the true essence of a type of energy. It's too unrealistic to want to fuse the energy of water and fire together. They are natural opposites to each other." Baya smiled tenderly, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly asked such a strange question. However, if someone could really master both the water attribute and fire attribute at the same time, perhaps they would be able to accomplish this. In any case, this servant has never seen such an extraordinary person in her life. Chapter 1021. The True Essence of Strength? Yang Kai frowned. Only by studying the mysteries of strength to the extreme and gaining insight into its true essence can one display its full potential. Baya explained with a smile. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Guizu's words made him feel extremely excited, secretly feeling that a new world had opened up in front of him, Yang Kai knew that Guizu was just speaking casually. Yang Kai couldn't point out a clear path, nor could he give Yang Kai any advice. Although this servant has never seen such a strange person before, I have seen two people who cultivate two different attributes fighting side by side. These two attributes should have been mutually exclusive, but in the end they were able to enhance each other's strength. Baya added, there are many such people, I believe Master should have seen them as well. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at Baya with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Baya forced a smile and asked shyly, why is Master looking at this servant like that? Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead felt as if a storm was brewing in his heart. Baya's unintentional words had reminded Yang Kai of some key points in his thoughts. Indeed, it was extremely difficult or even impossible for two diametrically opposed forces to fuse. However, when two people who cultivated two completely different attributes fought side by side, they could complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. This was a common occurrence. Yang Kai and Su Yan were like this. Su Yan's ice-cold and his fire attribute could not coexist, but once they fought side by side, their strength would greatly increase. This was because of the existence of the yin-yang joyous unification art. This was even more so when the two of them were dual cultivating. The two attributes coexisted in each other's bodies, transferring from one person to the other and back again. In this process, Su Yan's ice-cold attribute and his true yang attribute were both baptized and sublimated, allowing their strengths to become purer and more condensed. The yin-yang joyous unification art? Yang Kai's expression changed as he fell into a deeper level of contemplation. Recalling the scene of him and Su Yan dual cultivating, Yang Kai savored the bone-chilling sensation, as if Su Yan was right in front of him, their divine senses connected, their hearts and minds connected, and they cultivated together, unable to extricate themselves. Hong. Faintly, Yang Kai felt like he had torn apart a barrier that blocked his vision, allowing him to see a more wonderful world and a higher realm. Yang Kai's body shook violently as his eyes flashed brilliantly. At that moment he thought of a possibility. Ice and fire could fuse because they were in a cycle, an endless cycle. In this cycle, they complemented each other and were not restrained by each other. Instead, they strengthened each other's power. If ice and fire, Yang Kai's true strength, Yang Kai's Yang Kai, then. Strictly speaking, the evil chi inside the unyielding golden skeleton was also a kind of cold yin chi, but it was different from Su Yan's ice-cold chi. The unyielding golden skeleton's ice-cold chi was able to make people feel as if they had fallen into the depths of hell, causing them to tremble from their flesh to their soul. An invisible wave of chi suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body, and in an instant Baya felt both hot and cold, causing her tender body to shiver as if she had been plunged into an ice cellar. She called out tenderly, suddenly realizing that something was wrong with Yang Kai's situation and suddenly feeling frightened. During this time, she had been trying her best to please Yang Kai in order to gain his sympathy so that she could obtain his protection and safety. If something happened to Yang Kai, then all her efforts during this time would have been in vain. Baya was naturally nervous. Go away. Guizu's shout came from the void and Baya was immediately grabbed by an invisible force and thrown out of the stone room. Feeling a breeze beside her, Baya turned her head and was shocked to find that Guizu was already standing beside her, his pair of gloomy eyes flashing a strange light as he stared at Yang Kai who was sitting in the stone room. Senior, what happened to him? Baya mustered up her courage and asked. I don't know, but he seems to have gained something. Guizu frowned. What did you talk to him about just now? Baya hurriedly explained what had happened just now. Hearing this, Guizu's expression changed and he let out a strange laugh. That little brat, just because this old master said something in jest, he was able to study to such an extent? I really don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Senior, is he in danger? Baya covered her mouth. He wants to fuse two different forces together, do you think that's not dangerous? Guizu grinned. If he makes a mistake he'll die on the spot. His courage is quite big. Senior, can't you stop him? Baya exclaimed, anxiously asking, don't you need his help to find a way out? If he dies. If he dies, that's good. I don't think that little brat really wants to help. Even if he finds a way out, I'm afraid he'll find a way to abandon this old master. If he dies, this old master can collect his soul and use my soul-searching technique to explore his memories. Guizhu didn't seem to care, instead choosing to just sit back and watch. Baya suddenly understood that begging him was useless. Little girl, you're not really worried about his safety, so why are you so nervous? Guizhu glanced at Baya disdainfully. Baya forced a smile and said, Senior must be joking. I really don't want him to die now. What happened? To the side, Shintu shouted as he quickly approached. When he reached the stone room, he couldn't help being dumbfounded and hurriedly asked, what happened to Brother Yang? Why does he look like he's about to die? As soon as his voice fell though, Guizhu's expression suddenly became solemn and he shouted, let's go. With that, he disappeared without a trace. Seeing Guizhu's serious look, how could Baya and Shintu dare to remain? Using their movement skills, the two of them quickly flew out. Just as they left the mountain and arrived at the flat ground outside, two diametrically opposed forces suddenly erupted from the mountain. One was as hot as fire, the other was as cold as ice. Both of these forces were so powerful that they swept through all the stone rooms and corridors inside the mountain, spreading all the way to the outside. Lu Guichin, who had been standing on the flat ground halfway up the mountain, suddenly turned his head and stared towards the sky with trembling eyes. Yushi, who was talking to Hizeo and He Miao, also turned her pretty face towards the same direction. The entire mountain peak was now in a bizarre state, as if it had been split in half. The left half of the mountain was shrouded by the scorching yang energy, which was golden in color. The right half of the mountain was covered by pitch-black evil energy, which contained a bloodthirsty, violent, and cruel aura. It was as if night had fallen, covering half of the mountain peak. These two opposite forces were violently colliding, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble and rocks to tumble down, as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Lu Guichin shouted as he quickly retreated. At the same time, everyone halfway up the mountain hurriedly retreated a dozen kilometers to the foot of the mountain. I can sense that Junior's aura. What is he doing? Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked Hizeo and He Miao. I don't know, when we came out he didn't seem to be doing anything. He Miao shook her head. Purple stars, Baya definitely knows. Hizeo turned her gaze to the side where Baya and Shintu were staring towards the mountain peak with worried expressions. Lu Guichin had already arrived beside them and was asking them questions. Listening to their conversation, Yushi quickly figured out what was going on. A strange look appeared on her pretty face for a moment before she actually smiled and nodded. That Junior is dead for sure this time. It seems I don't need to do anything myself. A trivial first-order saint actually daring to try such a thing. He must be tired of living. Master, is Yang Kai in danger? His life was hanging by a thread. Yushi said with a happy expression. Master, please save him. You're just angry he was disrespectful to you. You don't really want him to die, right? Hizeo pleaded. Naturally I want him to die. I can't wait to skin him alive. Yushi said bitterly, and this kind of thing can't be helped. Didn't you see Senior Guizhu stay out of it? Hizeo and He Miao looked up and saw Guizhu standing in the sky with a gloomy expression. If I try to stop him by force, he'll die. Yushi frowned and quickly said, he still has a glimmer of hope now. It all depends on how hard he tries. After speaking for a while, she suddenly found that Hizeo and He Miao were both looking at her strangely, causing Yushi to suddenly go silent, her pretty face twitching slightly. Hizeo smiled. Master really doesn't mean what she says. You don't hold a grudge against him. Ghost girl, don't judge your master. Yushi's expression became ugly. If he doesn't die this time, all of you stay far away from him in the future. Never approach within 10 meters of him again. Yes. Hizeo and He Miao both nodded. Senior, can't you think of a way? Shintu stood at the foot of the mountain and shouted to Guizhu. Guizhu grinned. This old master has no way. This time he will either die or soar to the heavens. It all depends on his own good fortune. Heh, no matter what the outcome is, this old master is looking forward to it, so even if there is a way, this old master won't stop him. Guizhu suddenly became very interested in Yang Kai. Although he had been surprised when he learned that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements these days, it wasn't until this moment that Guizhu realized that he had been underestimating Yang Kai all this time. With just a few words, Yang Kai was able to comprehend his own strength to such a degree in such a short period of time. Not just anyone could do this. Guizhu wanted to see if Yang Kai could succeed, and if he succeeded, what would happen after the fusion of his two strengths and how much of an improvement it would bring him. If he didn't die, Yang Kai would have an extremely bright future ahead of him, perhaps even becoming the brightest star in the star territory. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped to watching as the mountain peak was covered by the two forces and the two forces clashed. Some people hoped that Yang Kai would die early, some hoped he would survive, and some had an indifferent attitude, simply watching a good show. Everyone's mood and expression were all different. Chapter 10:22. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped to watch, each with different thoughts. Inside the belly of the mountain, Yang Kai felt his strength erupt and his expression became ugly. The maximum power a cultivator could possess was the limit of what their physical body could bear. The transcendent realm had its own limit, and the saint realm had its own limit. But this limit had no effect on Yang Kai because his secret art was special and his body was special. The true Yang secret art he cultivated allowed the Yang attribute energy in his body to become saturated, condensing it into Yang liquid and storing it inside his dantian, ready to be used when needed. The unyielding golden skeleton special ability allowed it to contain unimaginable power. These were Yang Kai's two great power warehouses, something no other cultivator could compare to. It could be said that there was no limit to the power he could store. And now Yang Kai had opened both of these warehouses. The unimaginable evil energy stored inside his unyielding golden skeleton erupted in an instant, and in order to alleviate the erosion of his will and body, Yang Kai simultaneously released drop after drop of Yang liquid. The evil energy and Yang Yuan energy violently collided with each other inside the two warehouses, like a dam bursting, wanting to swallow the entire mountain. This kind of power was so powerful that even Yang Kai felt his heart palpitate. This was far beyond the limit of what his body could bear, hundreds, if not thousands of times more. His flesh and blood spasmed and squirmed as his blood rapidly flowed under his skin. A huge amount of power burst out, causing Yang Kai's skin to crack inch by inch. Golden blood flowed out of his body, healing his wounds over and over again. Then the healed wounds split open again, repeating the process over and over again as if there was no end. Yang Kai's mood was very calm. He used his heart to feel the two forces in his body, understanding how they flowed, understanding their rules and prying into their true essence. Time slowly passed and more evil energy and Yang Yuan energy escaped, melting away as they collided. As they melted away, Yang Kai's understanding of these two forces became deeper and deeper. His divine sense spread out like a tide as he carefully sensed every movement. He had never thought that the two forces he possessed would undergo so many wonderful changes when they encountered each other. These bursts of energy seemed to have a life of their own as they whispered into Yang Kai's ear, trying to reveal their secrets. Yang Kai felt like he was witnessing flowers blooming and wilting, tides rising and falling, one cycle after another. Yang Kai's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his heart became more and more confident. He did not care about the collision and melting of his own powers. He continued to stay in the center of the two powers, attaching all of his consciousness to the dark energy and Yang essence. He was like an outsider, staying out of the matter and silently observing everything. After a long time he suddenly had a strange feeling. It was only now that he truly grasped the crux of his powers and understood their true essence. His expression shook as he began circulating the yin-yang joyous unification art, using the joyous unification art as a foundation to guide the Yang Yuan and dark energy that had escaped from his body back into his body. The hundreds of millions of pores on his body opened up, and his body became a bottomless pit in an instant, the two forces that had escaped from his body obediently returning to him. On the way back, they obeyed Yang Kai's orders and no longer viewed each other with hostility, instead beginning to fuse together, undergoing some delightful changes. Feeling these subtle changes, Yang Kai's expression became joyful and he worked even harder to guide them. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was discussing whether Yang Kai would live or die when he Miao suddenly called out in alarm, "There's a change." There was no need for her to remind them as everyone noticed the change in the atmosphere around them and couldn't help turning to look at the mountain. What they saw stunned everyone on the spot, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Before this, the entire mountain had been divided into two halves by two different forces, one side shrouded in a scorching hot golden light while the other side was shrouded in a boundless darkness by an evil force. But now, everyone could feel that these two forces were slowly moving closer to each other, as if they had some kind of attraction to each other. Even if they leaned against each other and fused together, there would not be any conflict. Did he really succeed? Guizu's expression became strange as he sent his divine sense into the mountain, a moment later curling his lips and snorting, "This little brat." Clearly he had found the correct method and understood the mystery of his own power. As long as he continued, he would definitely be able to do as he joked earlier and combine the two completely different powers. Guizu found that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's ability and couldn't help showing a look of admiration and envy. What he had said before was just unintentional. He felt that Kai Yang could work hard in this direction in the future and spend a few decades, 100 years or even a few hundred years to achieve this. The premise was that he could live that long. How could Guizu have imagined that Yang Kai would accomplish this in such a short time? This kind of thing was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Guizu was certain that Yang Kai's understanding of his own strength had reached a certain height even before this. Guizu believed that even if Yang Kai didn't do it now, as long as he had a little opportunity in the future, he would probably be able to accomplish what he did today. Realizing this, Guizu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had inadvertently helped Yang Kai. "Senior, is Yang Kai fine?" Shintu raised his head and asked. How would this old master know? Guizu's expression became disgruntled as he flicked his sleeve and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "That means he's fine," Shintu observed Guizu's expression and grinned meaningfully, his heart relaxing. In this short period of time, the scenery of the entire mountain changed again. The golden light and darkness fused together, making the entire mountain look like it was burning. However, the fire that burned was different from the rest. It was a pitch-black flame, a demonic flame. These strange flames seemed to be able to burn everything in the world, and no one could resist the power contained within them. Just looking at them made one feel uncomfortable, as if their souls had been thrown into these demonic flames, causing them to suffer the pain of being burned forever, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. These demonic flames not only contained the yang energy of true yang yuan qi, impervious to all evil, but also contained a bloodthirsty and brutal aura, causing one to involuntarily feel the evil thoughts hidden in their hearts. This kind of extreme contradiction was the most terrifying, making it impossible to resist. Everyone instinctively turned their eyes away, not daring to pry into the mysteries of this demonic flame. "It looks like he soared to the heavens." Baiya's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she secretly wondered if she should change her attitude towards Yang Kai and treat him with sincerity. The biggest reason she had stooped so low, not hesitating to serve Yang Kai as a slave, was because she was afraid he would come looking for trouble with her, so she had no choice but to swallow her pride and endure humiliation. She had never truly felt that Yang Kai was anything special. She believed that the reason Yang Kai could act so unscrupulously in this world was only because of Guizu's blessing. Without Guizu's protection, Yang Kai was nothing. This kind of fox exploiting the tiger's might was the most hateful. So, during this time, although she had done her best and granted all of Yang Kai's requests, she had never acted with sincerity, even somewhat looking down on Yang Kai. But now she didn't dare to think so. This young man really had his own uniqueness. Such a person with such great potential had always been the target of all the great forces in Star Territory. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to bloom with amazing brilliance. He would occupy an important position and become an overlord, so having a good relationship with him wouldn't be a bad thing. Baiya's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as her pretty face glowed brilliantly. Secretly glancing around, she found that Lu Guichen and Yushi both had extremely dignified expressions, no longer showing any contempt towards Yang Kai. She knew that these two had finally realized Yang Kai's abilities and were definitely scheming something in their hearts. Curling her lips disdainfully, Baiya couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of superiority. Because she was close to Yang Kai and because she could serve him, this feeling of superiority made her feel both ashamed and inexplicably excited. She couldn't help licking her ruby-red lips as her tender body began to heat up. After realizing that Yang Kai was fine, Shintu no longer paid attention to the movements on the mountain peak and instead focused on his own matters. Over on Sword Union's side, the remaining 4 or 5 cultivator gathered together. Yushi frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating for a moment before lightly coughing and saying, "Master takes back what she said just now. You two sisters should interact with him more in the future. And it would be best if you ask him if he is willing to join our Sword Union. If he is willing, that would be best, but if he isn't, then forget it." Hizeo and Himiao glanced at each other, their eyes shining brightly as they nodded. "Yes, master." Himiao said, "In fact, this person isn't bad, it's just that he always hangs out with that slut Baiya, it's really shameful." Yushi glared at her, "It's fine to interact with him, but keep enough distance, don't let him take advantage of you." Yes, master. He Miao nodded firmly. Inside the mountain, inside a stone room, Yang Kai continued to circulate his joyous unification art, guiding the fusion of two different forces. At first, the process wasn't very smooth and the forces he guided into his body would sometimes clash with each other, but it didn't matter much. As time passed, Yang Kai found that everything became extremely smooth, and there was no longer any sense of obstruction. The evil energy that poured out of the unyielding golden skeleton and the energy contained in the yang liquid that exploded inside the dantian, except for a small part that was consumed at the beginning, the rest was returned to him without any waste. Yang Kai clearly felt that he was rapidly becoming stronger. That flesh and blood contained power that he could not compare to in the past. It made him go wild with joy and he gladly endured it. Guizhu was right. After fusing these two forces together, Yang Kai's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. This change was obvious and could be clearly perceived. After tasting it, Yang Kai began circulating his joyous unification art more and more greedily. The entire mountain suddenly transformed into an invisible vortex, and as this invisible vortex rotated, the world's world energy began to gather towards it. The stream of spirit water in the stone room, under the guidance of this force, was transformed into the purest form of world energy and poured into Yang Kai's body, all of it being absorbed by him. Chapter 1023. The mountain peak where Guizhu originally lived was lush and beautiful, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. But at this moment, the entire mountain seemed to have been burned down, leaving only scorched earth and dead trees. No trace of its former beauty could be found. Even the spell formation that had been set up to gather spiritual chi seemed to have been destroyed. Inside the mountain, the spirit stream had completely dried up, and the water that originally flowed through it had long since disappeared. Inside a stone room, an invisible vortex was rotating, drawing in the surrounding world energy and then absorbing it. Guizhu's figure appeared leisurely and stood in front of Yang Kai, frowning as he stared at him motionlessly. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice this, and only after a long time did he take a deep breath and stop circulating his secret art. Silently inspecting himself, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. The yang liquid in his dantian and the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton had completely disappeared. Instead, they had fused together, forming a new type of energy that possessed the characteristics of both, but was far more powerful and lethal than either yang essence or evil energy. This new energy flowed through Yang Kai's meridians, nourishing every inch of his physique and storing it in the unyielding golden skeleton. Yang Kai felt like he had been reborn from the inside out, as if he had been reborn, his entire body filled with unparalleled explosive power. A single moment of enlightenment and a single moment of cultivation had caused him to undergo earth-shaking changes. He even felt like he could fight against a Saint King Realm Master. His cultivation had also improved slightly, reaching the second-order Saint Realm without any hindrance. Yang Kai didn't even know when he had broken through. He had been immersed in the process of fusing his two strengths all this time and hadn't noticed anything else, so this unexpected surprise made him even happier. With a thought, Yang Kai tried to display his demon god transformation. Invisible demon crests climbed up and merged into Yang Kai's physique. In an instant, his vitality rose madly, along with his vitality fluctuations. It seems that I can still display the demon god transformation, Yang Kai thought to himself. After all, after the fusion, his strength contained both the characteristics of his yang yuan qi and evil energy. Not bad, you're really good. Guizhu's voice suddenly came from in front of him, praising him sincerely. Yang Kai opened his eyes, dispelling the demon god transformation and cupping his fists respectfully. Senior, many thanks for Senior's guidance. Guizhu's expression became strange as he coldly snorted. This old master didn't teach you anything, there's no need to thank this old master. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Senior may have just said it casually, but if it weren't for your words, it would have taken this junior several years or even longer to reach this step. So, in any case, I still have to thank Senior for enlightening me. Think what you want. Guizhu waved his hand impatiently, seemingly unwilling to have anything to do with Yang Kai, quickly saying, You've been in retreat for more than a month now, and this old master has generously given you so much time to improve your strength. Now that you've succeeded, isn't it about time you did your part? He stared coldly at Yang Kai, seemingly unhappy that he had to wait for so long. Yang Kai nodded quickly. Junior will begin immediately. But before that, I want to take a look at the space array. Do as you wish as long as you can find a way out. It doesn't matter how you struggle, but remember, if you can't find a way out, this old master will extract your soul and torture you forever. If you disappoint this old master, you will not have a good end. Guizhu fiercely threatened before sending a jet of black energy into Yang Kai's body, disappearing in an instant. The jet black energy shuttled back and forth through Yang Kai's body and soon arrived at his arm, where a terrifying face mark appeared. This mark contained Guizhu's divine sense, allowing Guizhu to monitor Yang Kai's every move through it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head before walking out. A short time later, Yang Kai left the mountain and arrived at the flat ground where the space array was arranged. This space array had been left and used since the last time Guizhu used it. The countless Saint crystals inside the array were dim and the energy stored inside had almost been completely consumed. The space gate, which had been refined from the starship debris, was still standing in place with a thin layer of space spirit crystal covering its frame. Yang Kai had secretly observed this space array more than once in an attempt to gain some inspiration from it and enhance his understanding of space arrays. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai discovered that although Guizhu's attainments in the Tao of space were poor, after 1,000 years of research, Yang Kai did indeed have some insights. He had actually thought of using space spirit crystal as a key to opening a void corridor and as a medium to stabilize it. Unfortunately, the gate used to form this void corridor was refined from the Saint King grade starship debris, so its grade was still a bit low. The space spirit crystal covering the gate frame was also lacking, so the void corridor opened by Guizhu was so chaotic and unstable that it could collapse at any time. If Guizhu was provided with enough materials, he may be able to successfully arrange a stable space array. As for where this space array would teleport people, Guizhu probably didn't know. Yang Kai observed this space array, comprehending Guizhu's research into the Tao of space and turning it into his own understanding. A moment later, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and was surprised to find that all the people who were still alive on this continent had come over. They seemed to have seen Yang Kai come out of seclusion and had rushed over. Master. Baya didn't care about the contemptuous looks directed at her from all around and called out affectionately, smiling as she walked over to Yang Kai and sincerely said, "Congratulations, Master, for your great increase in strength and enlightenment." This time she sincerely wanted to pledge her allegiance to Yang Kai and follow him, no longer feigning civility and flattery like before, so her smile was incomparably bright. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Brother, it's good that you're fine, don't do such dangerous things again in the future." Shintu laughed, but a trace of doubt flashed across the depths of his eyes. He had never been clear about Yang Kai's true bottom line. Although Yang Kai had suddenly killed a third-order Saint Cultivator inside the Purple Star starship, that momentary burst of strength didn't mean anything. Shintu had also been trying to guess what Yang Kai's true strength was. Before Yang Kai entered retreat, he hadn't felt any pressure from Yang Kai, but every time he was with Yang Kai, there was a voice in his heart that screamed. If he really fought with Yang Kai, the one who would die would be him. This was Shintu's intuition as a cultivator, so he had always felt that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation and strength. But now, seeing him again, Shintu found that the feeling Yang Kai gave him was even less threatening than before, and his previous instincts didn't warn him this time. Shintu was puzzled, wondering what Yang Kai's retreat meant by causing such a big commotion. Had he succeeded or failed? However, the fact that his cultivation had risen by a minor realm was obvious to all. "I'll be careful in the future," Yang Kai chuckled. The He Zhao and He Miao sisters also smiled and nodded to Yang Kai, happy that he was safe. Yushi stood behind her two disciples somewhat unnaturally, her pretty face cold. To the side, Lu Guichen squeezed out a slightly reluctant smile and nodded to him. "Little brother, there is one thing we haven't quite understood. If it's convenient, could little brother tell us?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said lightly, "What is it?" Lu Guichen glanced around, calmed himself down and whispered, "You said before that Senior Guizhu had something to ask of you. What exactly is it?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone turned burning eyes towards Yang Kai, expecting him to give them an answer. They really didn't know what Yang Kai was capable of, a trivial Saint Realm cultivator actually reaching an agreement with a master like Guizhu. What did Guizhu see in him? You might as well ask Senior Guizhu about this. If he is willing to tell you, he will definitely tell you. Yang Kai smiled gently. Lu Guichen's expression became awkward as he suddenly fell silent. He didn't even have time to hide from Guizhu, so how could he ask him about this kind of thing? If he made him unhappy, Guizhu would probably kill him. "Little brat, if you waste any more time with them, this old master will teach you a lesson." Guizhu's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, clearly impatient. Yang Kai's expression changed as he cupped his fists and said, "My apologies, Senior is urging me, I won't waste any more time." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and transformed into a blue streak of light before disappearing. 10,000 kilometers away from the flat ground on the mountainside, Yang Kai came to a stop. Currently, only Guizhu knew how to tear space. It was one of Yang Kai's trump cards, so he wasn't willing to reveal it, at least not to someone like Lu Guichen. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai circulated his strength, condensed it at his fingertips, and tore. Suddenly, a crack appeared in space. The crack was dark, cold, and empty. Waves of strange and inexplicable fluctuations were emitted from it. Yang Kai didn't rush in and instead stared at this crack in a daze. When he tore space before, the place where he was torn was as smooth as a knife or sword. But now, at the edge of this tear, there was a cluster of black demonic flames burning. These demonic flames were sometimes hot and sometimes cold, constantly changing, making it impossible for anyone to grasp them. These flames seemed to be able to burn space itself, making it impossible for the torn space to heal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He hadn't expected that the new demonic flames born from the fusion of his two strengths would be so strange. It seemed it was necessary for him to re-examine himself. Without stopping, Yang Kai flashed into the crack, and with a single thought, the demonic flames were extinguished, allowing the torn space to close again. Inside the turbulent space, Yang Kai didn't panic, glancing at the human face mark left on his arm by Guizhu and chuckling. What Guizhu was planning, Yang Kai knew better than anyone else. The reason he didn't kill him and urged him to find a way to leave was because he wanted to monitor his movements, pry into how he tore space apart and observe the movements in the chaotic streams of space, and use this to strengthen his understanding of the mysteries of space. Guizhu wanted to steal this method. How could someone like Guizhu place all his hopes on Yang Kai? He had other plans. Chapter 1024. Guizhu's little scheme was something Yang Kai was well aware of, but he had never pointed it out. However, in this turbulent space, everything was cut off from the outside world. Guizhu couldn't even sense where he was, let alone spy on him, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that Guizhu would steal his methods. Although Guizhu's words had enlightened him and greatly improved his strength, something Yang Kai was very grateful to, he still needed to be vigilant. Yang Kai had never been able to relax around Guizhu. For an old monster like him, going back on his word was a common occurrence. Yang Kai now not only had to find a way to leave this place, but he also had to ensure that Guizhu wouldn't try to kill him after he left. This is difficult. Yang Kai's stomach was knotted up, but he couldn't think of a good solution for a while, so he could only take one step at a time. After staying in the turbulent space for a while, Yang Kai left. As soon as his figure appeared, Guizhu's voice sounded in his ear, "Boy, did you gain anything?" Guizhu had an impatient look on his face as if he was very anxious. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, "How could it be so easy? Senior, please don't worry, I was just confirming whether the space territory here had stabilized." "What was the result?" Guizhu continued to ask. "It stabilized and won't interfere with my judgment." "That's good. Senior, how far did I move just now?" 8,000 kilometers or so. Guizhu coldly snorted, "Your methods have improved a lot compared to last time, it seems that your strength has improved greatly." Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up as he became excited. Before, when he tore space, he could only move a few hundred kilometers at a time, but now, he could move 1,000 kilometers in an instant. It had to be said that this was a huge improvement. "Don't try to play any tricks with me, you and I both know that you can't escape from this old master's palm. Do your best for this old master, and as long as we can leave this place, this old master promises not to hurt you." "Junior understands," Yang Kai gently nodded. "If Senior has nothing else to say, Junior will continue. Go." Yang Kai once again tore space apart and placed himself in the turbulent flow of space, searching for an opportunity and direction within it. After his strength and experience improved, Yang Kai suddenly realized that his understanding of the Tao of space was still very shallow. Although his understanding of the Tao of space was deeper than Guizhu's, it was obviously not enough for him to leave this strange continent. So, just like many years ago, he came to this chaotic flow of space to comprehend the profundities of space and pry into its profundities from its surging and erupting. He didn't say anything to Guizhu because Guizhu was impatient and wanted Yang Kai to take him away from here immediately. Time passed day by day. Yang Kai had always been in the turbulent space, comprehending the profoundness of it to his heart's content. Every day, Yang Kai had to return to the continent to report his progress to Guizhou and appease his anxiety. Yang Kai's progress was remarkable. His harvest was huge. His understanding of space had become much smoother. One day he suddenly had a strange idea and escaped from the space turbulence. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai replaced his physical body with his divine sense to break through the barrier of space and achieve his goal of teleporting. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through the shackles of the seven-colored sky. Guizhou had said that the seven-colored sky was formed by the convergence of the various territory fields in the chaotic abyss, covering an area of at least several thousand kilometers. Even with Yang Kai's current means, he had to accurately tear space several dozen times in order to break through the barrier of this chaotic territory field. He didn't dare to use his physical body to test the waters because any mistake could cause him to be lost in this territory field. However, he could use his divine sense, so even if he lost his divine sense, it wouldn't be a big problem. At most, his soul would be damaged, but with the six-colored soul-warming lotus, he could quickly recover. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out in all directions like a tidal wave as he condensed his divine sense into invisible threads, attaching them to his own comprehension of the Tao of space and thrusting them into the void. These strands of consciousness contained the subtlety of space as they flew. Strands and strands of untraceable traces shuttled back and forth across the entire continent. They disappeared from one place and suddenly reappeared in another. They broke through the restraints of space and displayed a strange state of teleportation. The range of Yang Kai's divine sense grew wider and wider. Inside the mountain peak, Guizhou, who had been monitoring Yang Kai's movements, suddenly showed a look of surprise and couldn't help nodding to himself. Good, it seems he's making some progress. He couldn't help grinning. Yang Kai's progress meant that his chances of leaving this cage were greater, so he didn't disturb Yang Kai and let him experiment on his own. After an hour, Yang Kai showed a tired look. This was a sign that his divine sense was too vast and far beyond his current realm. At this moment, Yang Kai's divine sense had covered almost half of the continent, a level that a second-order Saint cultivator could not achieve. Even masters like Yu Shi and Lu Guichen would not be able to achieve this level. Because Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly jumping and breaking through the shackles of space, unlike ordinary people's divine sense. This was why he could detect half of the continent. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai wanted to restore himself. However, at that moment, one of the divine senses he had spread out suddenly noticed some unusual movements. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he took back the rest of his divine sense and focused his spiritual energy on a particular spot to continue exploring. A moment later, his expression shook as he made an astonishing discovery. At the center of this continent, 10,000 meters below ground, there was a terrifying surge of energy. This energy was extremely well hidden, as if it had always been there. If not for Yang Kai's divine sense passing through that spot, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. Furthermore, he also discovered that there was a layer of barrier around the energy. That barrier was incomparably sturdy and protected the energy, perfectly concealing it from others. Yang Kai's divine sense that had accidentally jumped into this barrier stayed there for a moment and was greatly nourished, the divine sense thread that had almost disappeared growing again. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately realized that this massive energy was somewhat unusual. Remaining calm, Yang Kai left his divine sense thread in place to determine its location while he sat down cross-legged and began to restore himself. He wanted to figure out what this massive energy was. Would Guizhou, who had lived here for 2,000 years, know about it? Soon Yang Kai faintly felt that Guizhou should not be aware of its existence. Because if he knew, he would not have let it go. Yang Kai believed that even Guizhou would not be able to ignore such a huge amount of energy. But why hadn't he discovered it? Guizhou was already an Origin King Realm Master, so with a single thought, he knew the situation of this continent like the back of his hand. Senior, Yang Kai called out with his divine sense. What's the matter? Guizhou replied immediately. This junior wants to ask, after living on this continent for so long, have you discovered anything special about it? Special? Guizhou coldly snorted as he roared angrily, what do you want to ask? In addition to the rich world energy and abundant materials, this place is basically a hateful prison. A prison that has trapped this old master for 2,000 years, this old master will leave this place sooner or later. Have you discovered something? Guizhou suddenly became vigilant. No, I just want to inquire about something so I can determine the direction to leave this place. Yang Kai replied casually. You'd better, if this old master finds out you're playing tricks, don't blame me for being impolite. Guizhou snorted. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Do you want to use your special divine sense to find the source of this damned place's stars?" Star source? What's that? Yang Kai was stunned. You don't understand? Guizhu was also stunned. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. This junior was born on a low-level continent. The people there have never even ventured deep into the star field, so I don't know much about the star territory. Barbarian. Guizhu snorted disdainfully. Star source is star source. Any cultivation star has one. It can be said that it is the essence of a cultivation star. For example, if a star is a cultivator, then star source is equivalent to the cultivator's dantian, equivalent to the cultivator's knowledge C. If a cultivator can carve their own soul brand on the star source of a cultivation star, then they will become the master of that cultivation star. They will be able to clearly understand everything about that cultivation star. If they want, they can cause a natural disaster to erupt anywhere on that cultivation star. With a single thought, they can turn the mountains of that cultivation star into a vast ocean or flatten an abyss into a flat land. Yang Kai couldn't help being shocked. Isn't that the same as controlling a cultivation star? Exactly. Within a cultivation star's territory, every star master controls the source of their cultivation star. They can absorb the energy of that cultivation star at will to supplement themselves. On this cultivation star, their strength will never be exhausted, it is inexhaustible. Boy, do you understand the power of a star master now? I understand. Yang Kai's face went pale. Then this place? I said you were a barbarian, but you really are a barbarian. This is just a strange continent, not a star, so where did this star source come from? This old master searched for it more than 1,500 years ago. If there really was one, how could you have come here to take advantage of it? Yang Kai smiled wryly. What Senior said is right, I was just asking casually, I wasn't looking for any star source, I've never even heard of it before. Good, if you know, then hurry up and find a way out. Don't think about such nonsense, it's too unrealistic and won't do you any good, Guizhu reprimanded before cutting off contact with Yang Kai, no longer paying any attention to him. Yang Kai continued to restore himself as he fell into contemplation. As Guizhu said, this place really didn't look like a star, but rather a strange continent. However, Yang Kai had seen stars shaped like ancient trees in the chaotic abyss. They were like huge towering trees with branches and leaves that grew in the chaotic abyss, exuding a rich wood attribute energy. From this perspective, it was not an exaggeration to call this continent a star. After all, its size was not small, far larger than a meteorite. Chapter 1025. This inadvertent discovery caused Yang Kai's mood to waver. Whether or not this mass of energy was star source, Yang Kai wasn't clear. Under Guizhu's strict surveillance, he didn't dare to investigate too deeply and could only leave things as they were. However, Yang Kai also had his own speculations. If this was really star source, it must have formed in the last 1500 years, or it could have deceived Guizhu's detection. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to remain unscathed and be ignored by Guizhu. Yang Kai didn't withdraw his wisp of divine sense and instead left it there, nourished and strengthened by this inexplicable energy. Yang Kai planned to wait until he had a chance to come back and take a look at the situation. The wisp of divine sense he left there could provide him with an accurate location. Yang Kai did this without leaving a trace, so it didn't attract too much attention from Guizhu. As time passed, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space became more and more profound. His divine sense was now able to easily cover half of the continent. His divine sense, which was infused with the Tao of space, was able to easily reach any location he wanted. Yang Kai explored the seven-colored sky many times, constantly experimenting, and after countless strands of his divine sense were lost in the chaotic territory, he finally had some confidence he could leave this place. Remaining calm and silent, Yang Kai continued to explore and experiment, striving to achieve perfection and not make any mistakes. Every day Yang Kai would report to Guizhu, but he didn't tell him the truth, so Guizhu didn't know anything. On this day Yang Kai returned from the seven-colored sky, and as soon as he arrived at a flat area halfway up the mountain, he smelled a bloody scent in the air. His expression changed slightly as he spread out his divine sense and soon discovered something was wrong. The people who were still alive on this continent were gathered together at this moment, and the atmosphere was heavy as if they were discussing something. What's wrong? Yang Kai walked over and asked. Someone died. Shen Tu's expression became ugly. Yang Kai was surprised and turned to look in front of him. Sure enough, he saw a cultivator lying on the ground, his vitality drained away. His body seemed to have been subjected to great pressure and burst open in an instant, making his corpse look horrible. Which side are they from? Yang Kai asked. Our people. Izao replied sadly. He Miao and Yu Shi both wore looks of grief and indignation, and even Lu Guichen couldn't help showing a trace of sadness. Back then their Purple Star and Sword Union had more than 100 cultivators who had fallen into this predicament, but after more than a year, only a dozen or so cultivators were still alive. They had lived in peace for several months, but now, another cultivator had died right under their noses. No one even knew how he died. Who killed him? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. No one dared to answer, all of them smiling bitterly. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Here, besides Guizhu, no one else had the courage to kill. That old monster seemed to be in a very bad mood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked a junior for no reason. Yang Kai, can you talk to Senior Guizhu? We don't have any intention of resisting him, so can you ask him not to kill again? Izao pursed her red lips and turned to Yang Kai. This time, one of Sword Union's cultivators had died, so if Guizhu wanted to kill again next time, who would suffer? Maybe it would be someone else, maybe it would be them. Besides Yang Kai, who could sit back and relax, everyone else was on edge. Once Guizhu killed everyone here and saw no hope of leaving, he likely wouldn't spare Yang Kai's life. He would use soul-searching to strip Yang Kai's memories, devour his understanding of the Tao of space, then cut off all means of retreat and figure out a way to leave on his own. That's right, Yang Kai, Shintu also spoke up. Shintu also spoke up. You're the only one here who can speak with Senior Guizhu. I don't want to die without knowing why. Everyone else looked at him eagerly, treating him as a life-saving straw. Yang Kai gently nodded. I'll talk to him, but whether he'll listen or not, I don't know. As long as he can talk to him, Shintu smiled helplessly. Hizao Himiao, come with me and bury him, Yushi whispered. Yes. The remaining 3 from Sword Union worked together to carry the dead cultivator's body away and find a place to bury him. Yang Kai turned around and walked into the mountainside, turning a few corners in the corridor before arriving at the stone room where Guizhu lived. Yang Kai had never been to this stone room before, only knowing that Guizhu lived here. This was his first time coming here. The entire stone room was very different from the rest. It seemed to be immersed in endless darkness without a trace of light. Inside this stone room, there were faint shadows shuttling back and forth as a serene soul, like energy, roamed about. As soon as he arrived here, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as a terrifying sound rang out in his ears, causing his mind to tremble. In an instant, a strange scene appeared in front of his eyes. In that scene, a ferocious-looking ghost rushed towards him, wanting to gnaw at his flesh and soul, dragging him into the 9 nether purgatory, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yang Kai's whole body went stiff and he couldn't move. A cluster of demonic flames suddenly emerged from his body, connecting together and making him look like he was burning. Yang Kai broke free from this illusion. Guizhu's strange laughter rang out in his ears as he shouted, "Boy, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai frowned, allowing the demonic flames to continue burning, dispelling the influence of the ghostly shadow on him, carefully choosing his words before asking, "Did Senior kill someone today?" Guizhu smiled and said, "What's so surprising about killing someone? You didn't come looking for this old master for such a trivial matter, did you?" They were very nervous, afraid that they would be next, Yang Kai quickly said. And that's right. Guizhu seemed to be very happy. This boring world, this old master is tired of living such a boring life. This old master just wants to have some fun. This old master likes to see people on tenterhooks, so let them be. Just because you were bored, you killed someone? So what? Guizhu coldly snorted, and the dark stone room suddenly lit up. The strange stones that had been decorating the stone walls began to glow as Guizhu sat in the center of the stone room, his pair of gloomy eyes staring towards Yang Kai as he sneered, "You came to intercede for them? You're not that kind of person, are you? Even if this old master kills them all, you won't show any mercy." Senior must be joking. Junior is also a human, and there are a few of Junior's friends among them. Naturally, I don't want you to continue killing them. Friends? Guizhu was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive this old master. And you do have some friendship with a few of those people, but it's far from enough for you to disobey me for them. To put it simply, if you have some benefits, you'll take them with you, but if you're facing a crisis, you won't sacrifice your life for them. You're not stupid, you know what the consequences of disobeying me are. Yang Kai fell silent, Guizhu seemed to have hit the nail on the head. You're afraid this old master will kill all of those people and then attack you? Guizhu shouted. Yang Kai nodded calmly. Yes, Senior's insight is as clear as day. Junior has such concerns. Guizhu gently nodded. If you really have such concerns, you might as well work harder and find a way to leave as soon as possible. Before this old master kills all of those people and attacks you, I believe in your ability and I believe you haven't done your best. Junior already has some ideas. Yang Kai frowned. Guizhu's body shook as his eyes flashed brilliantly, shouting, Good, as long as you have some ideas, good. And this news of yours has made this old master very happy. This old master's mood will probably be maintained for some time. Continue to work hard, don't let this old master down. Junior will take his leave. Yang Kai cupped his fists and quickly left. The moment he turned around, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. He suddenly understood that Guizhu didn't kill those people because he was in a bad mood, but rather to warn him and put pressure on him. Guizhu should have become vigilant about Yang Kai's concealment, otherwise he wouldn't have suddenly started killing people. It was just that Guizhu didn't know what Yang Kai was concealing and couldn't point it out, so he used this method. Guizhu wanted to tell Yang Kai that his patience was limited, and if Yang Kai couldn't satisfy him, he would end up like that dead man. Yang Kai understood this clearly, so he had no choice but to appease Guizhu in the end. However, this appeasement wouldn't last long. The next time Guizhu lost his patience, he might really kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He had been planning to leave secretly after finding a way out, ignoring Guizhu and letting him continue to be trapped here, allowing him to die of old age. However, the difference in strength between them was so great that Yang Kai was forced into a passive position. He realized that his idea was somewhat unrealistic. Even if he really managed to find a way out, he would likely be stopped by Guizhu before he could leave safely. Yang Kai pondered, wondering if he should believe Guizhu's oath and leave this place with him, then everyone would be happy. Doing so was undoubtedly very risky, and Yang Kai wasn't sure if Guizhu could really keep his promise. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind like lightning, his expression becoming more and more serious. Returning to his stone room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to restore his consumed strength while contemplating. From outside, the sound of light footsteps could be heard as Baya walked in uninvited, gently arriving behind Yang Kai, pressing her tender body against his as she gently rubbed Yang Kai's back with her plump hands while gently kneading Yang Kai's shoulders. Opening her red lips lightly, she asked, Master, when we can leave this place one day, can you take this servant with you? Naturally, Yang Kai said casually. Baya smiled bitterly, her hands still moving as she whispered, You don't need to patronize me, I know you never intended to take me with you. After all, I've been rude and disrespectful to you before, and I'm not a good person. She suddenly started to blame herself, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He didn't know what she was doing. Chapter 1026. Inside the stone room, Baya's expression was bleak and her voice was bitter. During this time she had been serving Yang Kai, and although she had been very docile and well-behaved, Yang Kai had always said 1 was 1, 2 was 2, and she hadn't dared to resist in the slightest. But she wasn't stupid, on the contrary, this woman was very shrewd. She had long seen through Yang Kai's intentions. Even if they could leave this place, Yang Kai wouldn't take her with him. That was why Baya had made things clear in advance. She wanted to use her sincerity to impress Yang Kai and change Yang Kai's mind. If we can leave here, I will definitely listen to you in the future and do whatever you want me to do. I don't want to be left here, I promise to only be loyal to you. Baya begged. Even a master like Guizhu had been trapped here for 2,000 years without being able to find a way out. If she was left here, she would only die of old age alone. That kind of ending was simply too terrible. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at her deeply. Baya calmly stared back at Yang Kai, not showing the slightest trace of panic in her beautiful eyes. After a moment, Yang Kai gently nodded, If that day really comes, I will tell you. Baya froze for a moment before smiling bitterly, Thank you. Good, I have something to think about, you can leave now. Yang Kai waved his hand. Baya politely bowed and left, her expression becoming more and more bitter, because she knew that Yang Kai's last words were just perfunctory, he had no intention of changing his mind. Time flew by and about 10 days later. Another person died tragically, this time it was one of Lu Guichen's subordinates, a First-Order St. King Realm Master. He had been meditating on the flat ground on the mountainside when suddenly his body exploded into a bloody mist. The death of this second person made the people who were still alive even more nervous. Once again they went to find Yang Kai and asked him to think of a way. Even Yu Shi, who had always been proud and unwilling to bow her head, had no choice but to lower her head and plead with him to persuade Guizhu. Yang Kai agreed casually. However, he knew that no matter how he tried to persuade Guizhu, it would be useless. The most important thing now was to let Guizhu see some clear hope. Only then would he be happy, and once he was happy he would stop killing. Yang Kai's star shuttle and he flew up into the seven-colored sky. Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop his star shuttle, condensing his divine sense threads and space divine sense. Powerful threads of divine sense leapt forward, breaking through the seal of space and escaping the constraints of distance. With a single thought, Yang Kai could cross 1,000 kilometers. Sun Yang's. Yang Kai's soul's divine space Yang Kai Yang Kai Yang and Yang of course and Yang Yang Yu Yang to the Yang Yu Yang. Yang Kai's face was pale and his divine sense was slightly damaged. Quickly stuffing a saint pill into his mouth, Yang Kai urged the power of the six-colored soul-warming lotus to repair his soul. After another hour, Yang Kai released his divine sense again. Inside the mountain, in the dark stone room, Guizhu grinned. "Little brat, do you really think this old master doesn't know what you're up to? If I didn't give you some pressure, you wouldn't have been willing to put in any effort. I hope you'll be more honest this time, otherwise don't blame this old master for killing you again. This old master showed mercy the last 2 times, but this time I'll kill those who have some friendship with you. I want to see if you really have a heart of stone." In his eyes, the figures of Shintu, Hizeo and Himiao suddenly appeared. At the same time, the expressions of the 3 people in different positions all changed as they felt a chill run down their spines. A kind of aura of death filled their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Up in the seven-colored sky, Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop his star shuttle, stabilizing his body as his divine sense drifted back and forth, shuttling back and forth through the chaotic territory. He was unable to perceive the passage of time, but he was constantly probing the void with his divine sense. After trying more than 20 times and losing his divine sense more than 20 times, Yang Kai still didn't have any substantial gains. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to find a way to leave in such a crazy way, even if they were stronger. Once one's divine sense was damaged too frequently and too severely, it would become irreparable damage, causing a person to become muddle-headed. The six-colored soul-warming lotus was able to repair Yang Kai's damaged divine sense, allowing him to eliminate this worry. At a certain moment, Yang Kai once again felt his divine sense drying up and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. Because this time he still hadn't succeeded. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, Yang Kai suddenly noticed some subtle changes in the territory in a certain direction and couldn't help gathering all his divine sense together and piercing towards that direction. To his surprise, this time his divine sense easily broke through a barrier and his divine sense instantly broke free of the seven-colored sky's shroud and escaped this cage-like existence. Soon Yang Kai saw countless beautiful stars. Each of these stars exuded a surging energy, some were extremely cold, some were as hot as fire, some were filled with tornadoes that swept across the stars, and there was even one that resembled a huge ancient tree that grew healthily in the star field. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai couldn't help shouting, his eyes shining brightly. This was the first time he had broken through to the chaotic abyss with his divine sense. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling ecstatic. Being trapped here, not only was Guizhu anxious, but Yang Kai was also impatient. After spending so much time with Guizhu, Yang Kai felt as if his life was hanging by a thread. Now that he saw the chaotic abyss, he saw hope for survival. Yang Kai was genuinely excited. Calming his mood, Yang Kai carefully confirmed again that the place his divine sense had reached was the chaotic abyss before carefully withdrawing his divine sense, not daring to act too hastily. In the process of withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai left a few strands of his divine sense along the way as a guide. These divine sense strands wouldn't last long. Yang Kai estimated that they would disappear completely in less than a day, but as long as he had these divine sense strands to guide him, he didn't have to worry about getting lost in the seven-colored sky of this territory. He was fully confident he could leave this place. Soon Yang Kai took back the remaining strands of his divine sense, his expression uncertain and hesitant. He wanted to follow the direction marked by the divine sense strands and leave this place directly. However, he knew that once he left, everyone on this continent would die because of him. This was secondary though, The most important thing was that Yang Kai didn't know if he could successfully leave this place before Guizhu intercepted him. Looking at the face mark Guizhu had left on his arm, Yang Kai sighed softly. Standing up, Yang Kai gave up on the restlessness in his heart and summoned his star shuttle to fly towards the mountain peak. A moment later, Yang Kai returned and walked straight to the stone room where Guizhu lived. Dark and cold as always, Yang Kai stood in front of the stone room. "Boy, how's it going?" Noticing his arrival, Guizhu asked in a deep voice. In the darkness, his pair of eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai, unwilling to miss the slightest change in his expression. "We can leave now," Yang Kai replied. Unexpectedly, Guizhu did not respond, as if he was stunned by this huge surprise, unable to speak. After a while he muttered, "Really?" Guizhu's voice trembled slightly, revealing the excitement in his heart. "Boy, you should know what kind of fate awaits those who dare to fool this old master. This old master has been waiting for this day for far too long," Guizhu roared in a low voice. "I'm not fooling you, we can indeed leave now," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Ha ha ha ha." Guizhu suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder, causing the mountain peaks to tremble and rocks to tumble down. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Guiqin, Yushi, and the others all looked over in horror. They didn't know what Guizhu was thinking, but all of them felt like they were facing a great enemy and couldn't help gathering together in an attempt to find some sense of security. "Good, I knew you wouldn't let this old master down, boy." Guizhu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, his hand grabbing onto Yang Kai's arm like an iron hoop as he said impatiently, "Let's go, let's leave this place." Because of his excitement, the strength of his hand was so great that Yang Kai's bones were almost crushed. "There's no need to rush." Yang Kai struggled and broke free from Guizhu's big hand. "No need to rush? This old master is in a hurry." Guizhu squinted at him, his eyes filled with hostility. "Are you still planning something?" "Senior worries too much, but before we leave I feel there are some things I need to make clear," Yang Kai said lightly. Guizhu's eyes flashed with a strange light, his excited expression suddenly calming down as he gently nodded. "Speak, this old master is listening." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, "Although this junior is willing to believe in senior's character and promises, just to be on the safe side, this junior wants to confirm that you won't do anything to me after we leave this place." Guizhu smiled wickedly. "Rest assured, if you can satisfy this old master's wish to leave this place, this old master will never hurt you. This is this old master's lifelong wish, I can only thank you for it, so how could I possibly harm you?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he quickly said, "I hope so, and I hope senior can remember the oath he made before." "And this old master remembers?" Guizhu pointed to his head. "I remember it clearly." "That's good, right? Can we leave now?" Yang Kai shook his head. Guizhu's face sank as he impatiently asked, "What else do you want?" "I want to take a few people with me, it's just along the way." Guizhu immediately understood who he wanted to take with him and said indifferently, "As long as they don't hinder this old master, it doesn't matter if you take them all with you. They won't hinder you. And I'll have to trouble senior to call in the people I mentioned." Guizhu looked at him with interest. "Call who?" Yang Kai immediately reported a few names, and Guizhu nodded before summoning them with his divine sense. Chapter 1027. Halfway up the mountain, Yushi, Hizeo, Himiao, Shintu and the others who were feeling nervous because of Guizhu's crazy laughter, suddenly stiffened and their faces went white as paper. Guizhu's voice suddenly rang in their ears. "What happened?" Lu Guiqin hurriedly asked. Guizhu summoned. Yushi couldn't help gulping. Lu Guiqin was startled and the look in his eyes towards Yushi immediately changed, some kind of schadenfreude, some kind of sadness, but also some kind of relief, no longer saying anything. "I was also summoned." Shintu's face went pale as a deep sense of powerlessness filled his heart. "Me too." Baya squeezed her hands together as her tender body trembled. "Master, what should we do?" Hizeo looked at Yushi nervously. Yushi's heart was also in chaos and she didn't know what to do for a while. Of the more than 100 people who had died because of Guizhu, only a few of them remained. Today Guizhu had summoned so many people at once. Only the heavens knew what he wanted to do. "It's a blessing, not a curse." Yushi smiled bitterly and gave up on the idea of escaping, because in front of an Origin King Realm Master, there was no way she could escape. "Come with me if you really die today, stay by Master's side." She looked at Hizeo and Himiao lovingly and secretly vowed to protect her two disciples. Even if it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, she wouldn't hesitate. The three of them took the lead and walked into the mountain. Shen Tu and Baya exchanged a glance and could only helplessly follow. Looking at their departing backs, one of the Purple Star cultivators came over to Lu Guichen and said, "Master, they probably won't be able to return." Lu Guichen sighed softly and smiled bitterly. "I don't know whether to rejoice or grieve for them, but we have escaped this disaster for the time being. Next time, I'm afraid." The 3 or 4 subordinates gathered around him all wore gloomy expressions. They all thought that the people who had been summoned this time were dead. Yang Kai waited in the mountain corridor and soon saw Shen Tu and the others come over. Gently nodding to them, he immediately showed a suspicious look and asked, "What's wrong with you? All of you look so sad." Shen Tu's mouth twitched as he said unwillingly, "He was summoned by Guizhu." Saying so, he gently patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and whispered, "Brother, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time. If you have a chance to escape from here, please send a message to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce saying I disappointed my father. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have acted so mischievously." He looked like he was giving his last words and his expression was solemn. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yushi looked at him thoughtfully, a trace of doubt flashing across her beautiful eyes. "Remember, make sure you deliver the message. Of course, if you can't leave this place then forget it." Shen Tu patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and sighed deeply. Yang Kai had an odd expression on his face. Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood why these people were so dejected, as if a great disaster was about to befall them, and couldn't help smiling. "What do you think Senior Guizhu summoned you for?" "I don't know, but it can't be anything good." Shen Tu froze for a moment before looking at Yang Kai in surprise. "Do you know something? Tell me, what is he going to do to us?" Everyone couldn't help turning their eyes towards him. "I asked Senior Guizhu to summon you," Yang Kai said bluntly. Everyone's expression became puzzled. "I'll take you out of here," Yang Kai continued. Shen Tu was shocked, and the beautiful eyes of Yushi, Hizeo, Miao, and Baya also flashed a strange light, all of them staring at Yang Kai incredulously. "I found a way to leave, and I talked to Senior Guizhu and he agreed to let you come with me." "No way, did I hear that right? We can leave this place?" Shen Tu muttered in a daze, a look of disbelief filling his face. Hizeo and Miao's pretty faces also showed a look of excitement, their eyes filled with gratitude. Miao eagerly asking, "Yang Kai, is what you said true? You're not lying to us, right?" Yang Kai shook his head. She suddenly became overjoyed. She covered her small mouth, and a layer of watery light appeared in her beautiful eyes. "That's great, that's great." On one hand she had thought that after being summoned by Guizhu she would die without a doubt, but now things were not as she had feared. On the other hand she had learned that she could escape this cage, so she couldn't help herself. Hizeo hugged her shoulder and the two sisters looked at each other before bursting into laughter. Baya also seemed to be shocked by this news, standing in place stupidly, unable to recover for a while as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to understand why he had suddenly changed his mind. Not long ago Baya had looked for Yang Kai and talked to him about this, but Yang Kai's attitude at that time was clearly perfunctory, yet now he wanted to bring her along. Baya couldn't help feeling that this was unrealistic, as if she was in a dream. Among everyone present, the one who was the most confused was Yushi. She stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, no one able to tell what she was thinking. She wanted to open her mouth and thank him, but she couldn't bring herself to say those words, her heart twisted in knots. "You wait a moment, Baya, come with me." Yang Kai didn't pay attention to Yushi and instead beckoned to Baya and walked over. Baya responded quickly and followed behind Yang Kai. The two of them stood a short distance away and Yang Kai stared at her, his brow furrowed slightly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I really don't want to take you with me, nor do I care about you. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." Baya smiled bitterly. "I understand, after all, I've done a lot of bad things to you before. There is a saying that it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's surname. You're a dissolute and treacherous woman, men are nothing more than playthings to you, a source of strength for you to enhance yourself. Now that you have something to ask of me, you're acting so docile. Who knows if once you leave this place, you'll revert to your original nature and hold a grudge against me and seek revenge." "No, I won't do that," Baya quickly waved her hands. "I don't trust you." Yang Kai shook his head. Baya's face paled, seemingly feeling that her hope of leaving this place was getting further and further away. "But you've served me well these past few days, and, whether you're being hypocritical or sincere, you've served me for so many days. If I were to just leave you here, it would make me seem too cold-blooded." What do you want me to do to make you trust me? Baya understood the meaning behind his words and her beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai imploringly. Tell me, I'll do whatever you say, I won't let you down. Yang Kai gently nodded. Release your knowledge, seize defenses, I want your soul brand, I want to be able to control your life and death. Baya froze for a moment, a trace of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes, but after hesitating for a moment she nodded heavily and took the initiative to release her knowledge, seize defenses. The next moment Yang Kai's divine sense pierced into Baya's knowledge sea, shuttling back and forth, searching for something. A moment later Yang Kai took back his divine sense and took away her soul brand. Baya's face paled slightly, her red lips trembling slightly as she asked, "Is this all right?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely for a moment before nodding. "It's all right." After a pause he asked, "How many men have you harmed?" Baya pursed her lips and giggled. "Did you peek into other people's memories?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "It's inevitable." Inside Baya's knowledge sea, there was a series of filthy memories. Even though Yang Kai was a man who had seen much of the world, he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. This woman was simply a source of calamity. Any man who was targeted by her could not escape from her poisonous hands, dying one after another as their blood essence was sucked dry. However, those men all had happy expressions on their faces when they died, completely unaware of what their fates would be. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little scared. If not for the many twists and turns on the Purple Star starship, he might have ended up in the same situation, sleeping with her for a while before dying on her belly. "I'll be yours from now on." Baya bit her thin red lips lightly, her seductive figure radiating invisible ripples that impacted Yang Kai's mind. "I'll serve you more diligently in the future." "Forget it, I don't want to have anything to do with you. After we leave here, you and I will go our separate ways," Yang Kai snorted. "You wouldn't really?" Baya covered her mouth as she looked Yang Kai up and down. "Really what? Is there a problem with that?" Baya asked the question that had been lingering in her heart for a long time, her eyes pausing between Yang Kai's legs, a look of pity appearing on her face. Yang Kai's face went black. "If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll leave you here." Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to this crazy woman, turned around and left. Baya's wild laughter came from behind him, seemingly not caring about Yang Kai's threat at all. Yang Kai had just arrived at the place where everyone was gathered when Guizhu appeared leisurely. The several people who had been whispering to each other quickly shut up, not daring to speak again. "Have you dealt with it?" Guizhu looked at Yang Kai. "Then let's go." Guizhu laughed. "Wait a moment, I have something to say." Yang Kai looked around at the crowd solemnly. "I have to let you know that when I took you out of here, I used a method called tearing space." "Tearing space?" She called out in amazement, staring at Yang Kai strangely. "You also know about the mysteries of space." Nodding, Yang Kai said, "Not bad." Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she turned to Guizhu in realization. No wonder Senior Guizhu reached an agreement with you, so that's how it is." They had been wondering what it was about Yang Kai that made Guizhu want to protect him and provide him with a good cultivation environment. Guizhu's attitude towards Yang Kai was completely different from how he treated others, and it wasn't until now that they understood. Tearing space meant there was a chance to escape from this cage. This was the direction Guizhu had been researching for 1,000 years, and it was also a territory he had never been able to understand. It was his only hope to leave. Chapter 1028. No one had expected that someone like Yang Kai would also dabble in the mysteries of space. The Tao of space had always been an extremely obscure existence. Not only was it difficult to comprehend, but it was also extremely difficult to break through. A cultivator who understood the mysteries of space was extremely rare. Even looking at the entire star territory, a cultivator proficient in the mysteries of space was extremely rare. Even a master like Guizhu, who had studied the Tao of space for 1,000 years, hadn't been able to produce any useful space arrays at all. "Brother?" Shen Tu pursed his dry lips and murmured, "Did you really come from a low-level continent? You haven't been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, have you?" He asked the same question everyone was thinking. Almost all of them had the same thought, thinking that Yang Kai's background was extraordinary and that he was simply putting on an act to deceive them. Yang Kai smiled. "If I didn't come from a low-level continent, I wouldn't be so ignorant about the common sense of star territory." Shin Tu thought about it carefully and nodded lightly. That's true. Since he met Yang Kai had constantly asked him questions about common sense. If all of this was just an act, then it was simply too much. But you really are quite surprising. Shintu smiled bitterly. Why are you telling us all this now? Because I need your cooperation to take you away. Yang Kai's expression became dignified. I can tear space and take you into the void to find a way out, but the space I tear is different from the void corridor that has been around for a long time. The void corridor is stable and connects 2 points in space, allowing people to freely shuttle between them, but the space I tear is unstable. Everyone's expression changed slightly, suddenly realizing that things were not as simple as they had imagined. The road to leaving seemed to be full of thorns. I need you to promise me that you won't use any of your strength in there. Yang Kai swept his eyes over everyone solemnly before finally settling on Guizhu. Senior, you too, because once you use your strength, the turbulent flow of the void will become even more chaotic. We will most likely be exiled to some unknown crevice in the void, and once we can't determine where we are, even I won't be able to leave. Guizhu grinned and nodded. Good, this old master won't use his strength. Have you all memorized it? Yang Kai looked at the others. Everyone frowned. There's nothing else. As long as you follow me, you'll be fine. Yang Kai thought about it carefully and felt that he had said everything he needed to say. Then he said, if you're ready, let's go. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and tore a crack in the void. That crack seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, and it was several feet wide. It was pitch black inside, without the slightest bit of light. Violent void energy collided and pulled inside, forming a terrifying area like a swamp. It was incomparably strange. Guizhu's expression couldn't help becoming dignified as he stared deeply into the void crack. Everyone else was even more nervous than the last. In Kai Yang's hand was a piece of glowing stone that he had taken from the wall. Without saying a word, he entered the cave. Guizhu's eyes flashed, but he didn't rush to keep up with Yang Kai's pace and instead threw Shintu in. Baya followed closely behind Shintu while Guizhu entered unhurriedly, squeezing Yushi's group of 3 behind him. After the 7 of them had all entered, the rift that had been torn open quickly closed and disappeared. Surrounded by cold darkness, the only light came from the strange stone in Yang Kai's hand, guiding everyone forward. None of them dared to take a single step behind, all of them walking through the void as if they were treading on thin ice, quietly glancing left and right, all of them looking shocked. None of them had ever had such a strange experience before, nor had they ever imagined that one day they would be able to walk through the void. The spatial turbulence in the surroundings was extremely chaotic, and it was like the most terrifying ferocious beast had opened its savage maw with the intention of swallowing all of them. On the other hand, the spatial turbulence looked like the most dangerous swamp, and it was filled with muddy traps. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be pulled into it and exiled to the end of the world. Violent heartbeats rang out from everyone's chests. As they looked around in amazement, they couldn't help feeling a sense of trepidation. What gave them peace of mind though was that wherever Yang Kai walked, the chaotic void seemed to be smoothed out and the muddy turbulence became as solid as flat ground, making it less dangerous to walk through. Everyone was keenly aware that Yang Kai's essence, chi, and soul seemed to have formed a strange resonance with the turbulent void, allowing him to find a way out. Everyone held their breaths as they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors, moving forward one by one. Suddenly, a brief exclamation rang out and Yang Kai couldn't help pausing, turning his head and asking, "What happened?" "Nothing." He Miao patted her chest and said apologetically, "Sorry, I thought I fell down." The expanse of space by her feet exploded apart inch by inch, and it was like the surface of a shattered mirror that caused others to be unable to help but aroused the misconception that they had fallen into an abyss. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything, continuing to lead the way. "Little girl, don't be so startled, this old master was also scared half to death by you." Guizhu turned around and smiled at He Miao, his gloomy smile causing He Miao's already gloomy expression to become even uglier. Yang Kai, who was walking in front of them, stopped again, stretched out his hand, and tore open another crack in the void. He leapt out. Everyone followed closely behind. Fresh air rushed into everyone's nostrils and everyone felt like they had just walked through the gates of hell, their bodies dripping with sweat. Looking around for a while, Shintu suddenly wore a strange expression and said, "Yang Kai, we don't seem to have gone far." As he said so, he looked down. Just below everyone's feet, there was a burned mountain peak that was completely bare. On the flat land halfway up the mountain, there seemed to be a few people moving about. These people were clearly Lu Guichen and the Purple Star cultivators. They had also noticed the situation here and were pointing towards them, not understanding what was going on. And it really wasn't that far, just a few thousand kilometers? Yang Kai nodded and explained, "This time we just wanted you to familiarize yourself with the feeling of moving through the void. What's next is the main event." Pointing to the seven-colored sky, he declared, "We need to penetrate this sky and break through the blockade of that chaotic territory." "Understood." Shin-Tu nodded. "Let's continue." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "I can still do this a few more times." Slightly sensing the fluctuations of the divine sense thread he had left behind before, Yang Kai confirmed its position and tore space again. As everyone filed in, He Miao suddenly turned her head and glanced down, whispering, "Master, Lu Guichen and the others seem to be rushing over here." "Don't pay attention to them, keep up," Yushi urged. "Lu Guichen, just wait for your death here." Yushi sneered softly, glancing down casually, the last one to enter. A moment later, Lu Guichen, who had arrived on his star shuttle, looked around in a daze but couldn't see anyone. He suddenly realized that he had been abandoned and his face instantly went pale. The people Guizhou had summoned before were clearly related to Yang Kai, the only ones who hadn't been summoned were those from Purple Star. He was still gloating a little, thinking that Yushi and the others were about to die, but they didn't know that it was actually a way to survive. On the contrary, he and his 3 or 4 subordinates had been abandoned here forever. Lu Guichen's face changed dramatically as he roared angrily. Up in the seven-colored sky, the territory of the various stars from the chaotic abyss intersected, making this several thousand-kilometer area even more mysterious than the void. Somewhere, a crack in space suddenly opened and Yang Kai stepped out, closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings, his heart calming down. The divine sense thread he had left behind before was not far away, and although there were some errors, it didn't matter. As long as he followed the trajectory of the divine sense thread, he was confident he could reach the chaotic abyss. Once he reached the chaotic abyss, he would truly be free. One figure after another appeared behind him, and after everyone saw the scenery in front of them, all of them couldn't help sighing in amazement, because all around them were seven-colored, brilliant and beautiful. However, everyone soon discovered that they couldn't extend their divine senses in this place because they would be affected by the chaotic territory around them and become lost, making it impossible for them to withdraw their divine senses. Guizhou gently nodded. "Very good, you really have the ability to leave this place. This old master was right to trust you." At a glance, he could tell that this place was somewhere above the floating continent, a place he had never been before, so he couldn't help feeling confident in Yang Kai. It seemed that because his long-cherished wish of 2,000 years was about to be fulfilled, his expression was no longer as gloomy and terrifying as before, instead wearing a smile of expectation. Yang Kai glanced over at him and smiled lightly. The human face mark on his arm gave off a much colder aura than before. He knew that Guizhou was on guard against him suddenly abandoning him. If he was really left here, Guizhou wasn't confident he could return to the floating continent. Yang Kai indeed had this intention, but he didn't dare act rashly. He wasn't confident he could pull any tricks under Guizhou's nose, so he remained obedient. Once again, Yang Kai sensed the position of the divine sense thread in front of him and tore space. Teleporting 1,000 kilometers at a time, Yang Kai led the other 6 through the void, everything going smoothly as they drew closer and closer to the chaotic abyss. After tearing space 5 times, Yang Kai walked out of the void and immediately sat down cross-legged, gasping for breath as he said, "Wait a moment, I need to restore myself first." Every time he used this method, it consumed a huge amount of energy, so Yang Kai couldn't continue like this endlessly. The power in his knowledge sea had been consumed by more than half, so he needed to replenish it in case something unexpected happened. Chapter 1029. After an hour, Yang Kai had fully recovered and led the group forward through the void. Every time he used this method, he had to determine the direction of the divine sense threads he had left behind before, otherwise there would be no way to advance through this seven-colored territory. Things proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, none of the things Yang Kai had been worried about happening. The 6 people behind him also remembered Yang Kai's instructions and didn't dare to use any of their strength. Even Guizhou behaved very obediently and cooperated. It seemed that if they continued like this, they would really be able to reach the chaotic abyss soon. With hope in front of them, everyone's expression became excited. Somewhere in the seven-colored sky, Yang Kai appeared again, and after the other 6 appeared, the void crack that had been torn open slowly closed. Yang Kai smiled and looked at the group. "This is the final stretch of the road. As long as we pass through the void one more time, we will reach the chaotic abyss. Hearing what he said, everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. Little brat, hurry up, this old master can't wait to see the outside world, Guizhu grinned and urged. I still need to restore myself, Yang Kai said lightly. And hurry up. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged without saying a word. He wasn't lying to everyone, there was indeed only one final stretch of the road ahead. As long as he tore the void one more time, he was confident he could reach the chaotic abyss, but at this moment he still felt a little uneasy. This uneasiness came from Guizhu. He had no good way to restrain this old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years from making promises after they were safe. He could only passively choose to believe him and pray that he wouldn't go back on his word. This feeling made Yang Kai very uncomfortable. Senior, can you take back this mark on my mark? Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said to Guizhu, you'll be free soon, so there's no need to monitor me anymore, right? Guizhu chuckled softly and didn't say anything. Nodding, a wisp of resentment suddenly flew out from the human face mark on Yang Kai's arm and rushed into Guizhu's body, causing the mark to disappear. Yang Kai's body and mind became light, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Boy, do your job honestly and this old master won't do anything to you, Guizhu snorted lightly. Senior, please forgive me. Yang Kai chuckled, stood up and took a light breath. Under the gazes of the crowd, he casually tore open space. He was the first to enter and lead the way. As soon as he stepped into the space turbulence, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became dignified. He stood in place and did not move forward. Instead, he quietly sensed his surroundings. What are you dilly-dallying for? Don't tell me you're trying to play some kind of trick at this last moment? Guizhu, who had followed him in, saw him acting strangely and couldn't help calling out. Yang Kai did not answer and continued to sense. Suddenly, his face changed as he shouted, Go quickly, don't stop. The space turbulence here is more chaotic than anywhere else. It should be because we are close to the chaotic abyss. Yang Kai's appearance, as if he was facing a great enemy, caused the faces of the other 6 people to pale as they hurried to keep up with him. Wherever Yang Kai passed, the turbulence in the void would be temporarily smoothed out so that they wouldn't be pulled into the chaotic space, but now, everyone faintly felt that wherever their feet passed, the land that should have been smooth had become somewhat viscous, tugging at their bodies. The surrounding void barriers were also squirming fiercely, and the turbulence was like a swarm of locusts shuttling back and forth around them, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Kacha. A series of cracking sounds were transmitted to the depths of one's soul as the surrounding space barriers seemed to crack at this moment, forming one void crack after another. From these void cracks, an unparalleled suction force emerged that seemed to want to swallow everyone. Although none of them were proficient in the mysteries of space, they all knew how terrifying these void cracks were. These void cracks were completely traceless and no one knew where they existed in the star's territory. Once one was swallowed into one, it was likely no one would be able to find them again. As such, all of them mustered all their strength to follow Yang Kai, not daring to fall behind. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he didn't hesitate, his figure quickly moving forward, arriving at a certain spot in front of him where he stretched out his hand and tore. The void barrier was torn apart, and from this tear, a familiar scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The gigantic stars filled with energy were scattered in every corner of the chaotic abyss. They were as enchanting as ever. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai's face lit up and he prepared to rush out. At that moment, Shintu and Baya suddenly exclaimed, as if something unexpected had happened behind them. Hearing their shouts, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Guizhu with an anxious look on his face, his figure flickering as he prepared to escape the danger ahead of everyone else. However, as soon as he began circulating his strength, the turbulence in the entire void crack seemed to be stimulated and all of it erupted, breaking the stability Yang Kai had been trying to suppress in an instant. Before Guizhu had time to rush out, half of his body was swallowed up by a void crack, causing him to freeze on the spot. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape from this void crack. Yushi and her master, who were following behind him, were also swallowed up by this void crack. When Yang Kai turned around, he saw them casting him a pleading look. He saw their longing for life and he saw their blankness. Even now, they still obeyed Yang Kai's previous instructions and didn't dare to use any of their strength. Guizhu also realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and his gloomy ghost chi burst out in an attempt to violently break free from this void crack. However, this void crack was like a swamp, and the stronger Guizhu's strength was, the faster he would sink, causing his old face to pale. Fuck. Shintu couldn't help cursing. Brother Yang, run? Yang Kai's expression fluctuated as his eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. He stared at Guizhu, who had been swallowed up by the void crack with only his head remaining, then at He Zhao and He Miao, all kinds of thoughts flashing through his mind. Yang Kai's body stiffened in place as he struggled internally. If he took another step forward, he would be able to reach the chaotic abyss and escape from the threat of Guizhu. Once he was swallowed up by this void crack, even Guizhu wouldn't be able to find a way out. He would taste a life even more bitter and difficult than being trapped on the floating continent, spending the rest of his life alone in this void crack. Yang Kai was happy to see this scene. However, He Zhao and He Miao would also die. He still remembered that when Guizhu wanted to throw him into the space array to test out the void corridor, it was He Zhao who had been the first to stand up and speak up for him. Brother Yang. Shintu's roar sounded again. Yang Kai had blocked his and Baiye's way forward, but Shintu was too embarrassed to cross Yang Kai and anxiously stomped his feet. Baiye's heart was also in turmoil, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai, wondering what choice he would make. This hesitation only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai's eyes became firm. Waving his hand, the edge of the void crack he had torn suddenly ignited with demonic flames, making it impossible for the void crack to close for the time being. Go! Yang Kai said, grabbing Shintu in one hand and Baiye in the other, throwing the two of them out before flying off with a gloomy face. Brother Yang. Shintu's face changed as he watched Yang Kai brush past him, and by the time he recovered, he had already arrived in the chaotic abyss. Amidst the void, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of the void crack that had swallowed up the group of four, stared at Guizhu and hurriedly said, "If you want to live, restrain your strength, don't cause trouble for me." Guizhu's face went from blue to white as he obediently withdrew his strength, no longer resisting. "I'll save you, so don't panic and don't do anything," Yang Kai said to He Zhao and He Miao before sitting down directly in front of the four of them and releasing his divine sense, condensing his Saint Qi and spiritual energy into a single point before pouring them into the void crack. He fused his own understanding of the mysteries of space into this crack, resonating with it and making it listen to his control for the time being. Soon, the four people who were gradually sinking down were pleasantly surprised to find that the pulling force had weakened and disappeared. Not only that, there was also a reverse force that was pushing the four of them upwards, allowing them to escape the restraints of the crevice. All four of them looked excited. The He sisters He Zhao and He Miao's beautiful eyes filled with tears as they stared at Yang Kai in front of them, their hearts filled with joy. They had thought that they were going to die this time, but at the last moment Yang Kai had returned to save them. They all knew that Yang Kai had taken a great risk. This made their mood subtly change as an inexplicable feeling flowed through their hearts, warming their tender bodies. This feeling dispelled the panic in their hearts and made them glow, as if they were no longer afraid of any kind of danger. Even Yu Shi at this moment changed her opinion of Yang Kai, a look of gratitude filling her pretty face. "Ah!" He Miao suddenly exclaimed as she pointed to a certain place below Yang Kai. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing and their expressions changed again. Where Yang Kai was standing, another void crack appeared, allowing him to slowly sink into it. At the same time, more and more void cracks appeared, seemingly wanting to swallow up this already chaotic space. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Come out!" Hearing his shout, the four of them dared to move, one after another escaping from the void crack and rushing out. Yushi was at the back of the group, and whether it was because of nervousness or something else, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Yang Kai quickly picked her up and wrapped his arm around her waist, before the countless cracks in the ground widened and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Yushi instantly stiffened as she felt the strength and heat from the big hand around her waist. It was as if she had been cursed, unable to summon the slightest bit of strength. She turned her head and looked at the junior beside her, inexplicably feeling a sense of security, as if she was a ship in a tranquil harbor, causing her mood to become complicated. Chapter 1030. Back in the chaotic abyss, Shintu and Baiye both anxiously looked towards the void crack, hoping to see Yang Kai's figure. However, they couldn't see the situation inside at all. The demonic flames had already begun to close, but there was still no sign of anyone escaping. Yang Kai and the others seemed to be trapped inside forever. Could something have happened to him? Shintu muttered, "Brother Yang's understanding of the Tao of space has already reached a very high level, nothing should have happened to him, right? What do you think?" He turned to look at Baya, hoping she could confirm his statement. I don't know. Baya shook her head. Her mood was also very complicated, but I hope nothing bad happens to him. If Yang Kai didn't return and was swallowed up by the void, the sole brand she had under Yang Kai's control would disappear. Once her brand disappeared, she would die. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to Yang Kai. He's coming out. Shin Tu suddenly shouted, rushing forward to greet him when he saw a figure rush out from the void crack that was about to close. Was Guizhu. Seeing his face, Shin Tu shouted with dissatisfaction, How could it be you? Where's Brother Yang? Behind him. Guizhu turned his head and saw the He Zhao and He Miao sisters break out, followed by Yang Kai and Yushi. As soon as Yang Kai left, the void crack burned by demonic flames closed again, disappearing without a trace. Ah, I knew Brother Yang was blessed, nothing bad would happen to you. Shin Tu laughed heartily, sincerely feeling happy for Yang Kai. Saying so though, his expression suddenly became strange as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest, chuckling meaningfully, as if he had discovered something, an ambiguous look appearing on his face. Everyone else's eyes also gathered on this scene, their expressions becoming strange. Yang Kai was holding Yushi's waist at this moment, but Yushi didn't seem to resist, her neck blushing slightly as an unnatural look appeared on her pretty face. He Miao couldn't help covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes widened, staring at this incredible scene. She didn't know what had happened between her master and Yang Kai after she and her elder sister left to suddenly become so intimate. What was most incredible to her though, was that her master didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. She had never allowed any man to get within 10 meters of her, let alone be embraced by another. This was the first time she had ever seen such a scene. If her master's admirers from Sword Union were to learn of this, they would definitely go after Yang Kai. He Zhao couldn't help but cough lightly, not knowing what to say to remind her master. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Yushi's expression became even more unnatural, wishing she could dive back into the void and never come out again. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't say a word and simply let go of her before his figure flickered and he suddenly flew 1,000 meters away, staring coldly and vigilantly at Guizhu as he prepared to tear space and escape at any moment. The ambiguous atmosphere was instantly broken and everyone's expression became dignified, all eyes turning towards Guizhu as if they were facing a great enemy. Now that everyone had left the floating continent and successfully arrived at the chaotic abyss, Guizhu had achieved his long-cherished wish of 2,000 years. If he were to suddenly attack them at this time besides Yang Kai, no one else would have a chance of survival. Out in the vast star territory, the sky was filled with stars and the atmosphere was quite oppressive and tense. Guizhu smiled softly as his pair of gloomy eyes stared at Yang Kai 1,000 meters away, no one able to tell what he was thinking. Violent heartbeats rang out from everyone's chests, like the beating of a drum. Boy, what are you afraid of? Guizhu asked. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he bluntly said, I'm afraid that Senior will go back on his word. Is this old master so untrustworthy? Guizhu coldly snorted, based on your words alone, this old master can kill you 12 times over. Don't think that just because you can tear space you can escape from this old master's palm. Your strength is too weak, I can stop you before you even begin. I believe Senior has such strength, but if you really do try, this junior won't just sit still and wait for death. Yang Kai said solemnly. Senior Guizhu, seeing that Brother Yang fulfilled his promise and successfully brought you out of that place, you. Shin Tu tried to persuade, but before he could finish, Guizhu glared at him coldly, causing Shin Tu's expression to fill with pain as he clutched his head and howled miserably. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Senior? Yushi called out. Guizhu turned to look at her again, causing Yushi's face to go pale as she screamed in pain like Shin Tu's day. This old master is Guizhu. This old master has never been a trustworthy person. Trusting me was your biggest mistake. Guizhu snorted. His body suddenly became blurry, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of alarm and quickly push his strength, but before he could tear space, a gloomy aura invaded his body, making him unable to move. Guizhu, who had disappeared, reappeared in front of him, looking down on him. And this old master really intended to kill you after you took me out of that place. You should know why, because you never really wanted to cooperate with me, Guizhu grinned. Do you think this old master doesn't know what you're planning? If this old master's strength was not above yours, any other Saint King realm or even origin returning realm cultivator would have been killed by you. Yang Kai didn't say anything because what Guizhu said was true. It was because Guizhu's strength was too high that Yang Kai's various ideas could not be realized. Half a cup of tea's worth of time ago, this old master planned to do just that. Guizu's expression suddenly changed and became strange, but now this old master has changed his mind. No matter what, you risked your life to save me, although that was not your intention and was just something you did to save those girls. If this old master really killed you, it would be too ungrateful and would only make him a laughingstock. This old master doesn't like to owe others favors. You brought me out and saved me, giving this old master a chance to take revenge, so this old master will spare your life. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at Guizu in amazement. Surprised? Did you think this old master was someone who didn't have a human heart? Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, Junior didn't think so. Senior, being able to remember the grudge from 2,000 years ago, presumably you still have a human heart. Perhaps 2,000 years ago, Senior was still a good person. Ah. Guizu laughed loudly. A good person? And this old master was indeed a good person at the time, but after 2,000 years of loneliness, any good person's character will change. Boy, do you want to follow this old master? Guizu shouted as he stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. This old master thinks you are quite pleasing to the eye. If you follow this old master can guarantee you that no one will dare embarrass you in the entire star territory. This old master can also teach you cultivation so you can reach the origin returning realm in the shortest time possible. With your aptitude, I'm afraid it won't even take 100 years. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and shook his head. Senior's kindness must be appreciated, but Junior does not want to live such a life. You refuse this old master? Guizu looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. You dare refuse this old master? Do you look down on this old master? His expression suddenly became fierce and violent, as if Yang Kai's answer had dissatisfied him and he would immediately kill him. Yang Kai remained calm and laughed. Senior must be joking. You are an Origin King Realm Star Master. Presumably anyone would place their hopes under your wings. Junior admires you greatly, so how could he look down on you? Then why do you refuse? Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, Junior does not want to grow up like a flower in a greenhouse, that is too delicate and cannot withstand the wind and rain. I believe Senior's words. With your guidance, I will be able to reach the return to void stage in less than 100 years. However, perhaps the return to void stage will be my limit after growing up in that kind of environment. If I want to pursue a higher cultivation base like Senior's, I will need to sharpen myself and fight. Guizu's originally unhappy look suddenly changed as he looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded gently. What you say makes sense, so this old master won't force you. If one day you find a way, you can come find me at any time. This old master's name will soon resound throughout the entire star territory, so it won't be too difficult for you to find me. Then this junior wishes Senior the best in obtaining his revenge and ending a 1,000-year-old grudge. Yang Kai cupped his fists. This sentence struck a chord with Guizu's heart, causing him to grin happily. Little brat, you know how to talk. This old master's opinion of you is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Forget it, take this thing, this old master has no use for it. Consider it my thanks for saving my life. Saying so, he flicked his hand and a dark object suddenly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and examined it carefully. He was surprised to find that it was actually a token. This token had a single character engraved on it, Emperor's Emperor. This character gave off an extremely oppressive aura that made Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. A star sect token? Yang Kai exclaimed. He still remembered that this token was found by Guizu from Yushi's space ring. When this token appeared, Yushi, Lu Guichen and the others all paled. He also realized that this star sect token was an excellent treasure that everyone coveted. Senior, this thing, you don't know what it's used for? Guizu asked. Yang Kai shook his head. And as someone from a low-level continent, I really don't know. Star sect tokens, also known as Star Emperor tokens, are the tokens of the Great Emperors of Star Territory. Great Emperors of Star Territory? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. He is just a legend. Legend has it that the entire Star Territory was once controlled by a single person, one of the Great Emperors of Star Territory. His cultivation is so high that it can penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. Even this old man might not be as good as him. When he controlled Star Territory, he produced 10 Star Emperor tokens, each of which sealed a divine technique of his, a divine technique capable of destroying a star. Yang Kai paled, his eyes bulging as he realized why Lu Guichen, Yushi, and the others were fighting over the Star Emperor token. thoroughly understanding just how precious the Star Emperor token was. Chapter 1031. Sealed inside the Star Emperor token was the divine technique of the great emperors of the Star Territory. Once it was used, it was capable of killing an Origin King. Yang Kai was shocked speechless. In this old master's time, someone once used this Star Emperor token to kill an Origin King. Can it really kill an Origin King? That's what the rumors say, but this old master has never seen it with his own eyes, so I don't know how powerful it really is. It may have been exaggerated, but I'm certain its power is extraordinary. Now that so many years have passed, I'm afraid there aren't many left of the 10-Star Emperor tokens. Take care of them carefully. If you really encounter some kind of unsolvable disaster, you can use them, but remember, this Star Emperor token can only be used once. Guizhu said. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this Star Emperor token was a bit too precious and looked at Guizhu hesitantly. Senior, since this token is so precious, why are you giving it to me? Guizhu grinned. This old master has no children, no attachments, and his strength has reached a level where no one can threaten me, so what use is there for this token? If you don't want it, just throw it away. I'm sure those people over there will be happy to take it. He pointed to Shintu and the others who were looking over 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai decisively put the Star Emperor token into the Demon Mystic Tome and hid it in the most secluded corner. Seeing this, Guizhu nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. And do you want this old master to take you out of here? No need, I can find the way out, Yang Kai refused politely. Guizhu didn't say anything more, simply grinning and saying, Good, good. Live well, this old master will be going. Saying so, he didn't linger, his figure transforming into a black cloud and quickly flying away. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai stood in place with a strange look on his face for a while before shaking his head and smiling, turning around and approaching Shintu and the others. Shintu and Yushi stood there quietly. Shintu and Yushi had just been targeted by Guizhu and still had some lingering fear. Thinking about Guizhu's mysterious methods, both of them couldn't help shuddering. Brother Yang, did he leave? Shintu asked nervously. And let's go. Yang Kai nodded. Are they really leaving just like that? Shintu was surprised. When Guizhu suddenly approached Yang Kai just now, they all thought that Yang Kai was doomed, but Guizhu only spoke a few words to Yang Kai before leaving. This was beyond everyone's expectations. He's really gone. Yang Kai repeated, You don't have to be nervous. Actually, he's not bad, just a little grumpy. Hearing Yang Kai's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp for breath, their bodies and minds relaxed. Masters are all like this. Yushi smiled bitterly, they don't put people like us in their eyes. Brother Yang, what did he say to you just now? You two seem to be having a good conversation, Shintu asked curiously. He didn't say much, just thanked me then reprimanded me. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and casually spouted some nonsense. He believed that what he had just said to Guizhu was completely unknown to these people. Now that the Star Emperor token had fallen into his hands, it was impossible for him to tell others about it. The value of this token was too great, and once news of it leaked out, it would likely cause many unnecessary storms. Looking around, Yang Kai said, Let's go, we need to leave this place. Everyone looked at him with a bitter expression, and no one dared to move. How do we leave? This isn't some random place, this is the Chaotic Abyss. Our Sword Union's chart masters and Purple Star's chart masters are not here. Yushi smiled bitterly. Baya checked the star shuttle under her feet and shook her head. My star has been damaged by the chaos in this territory. Without the guidance of a star shuttle, we won't be able to find a way out. The joy of freedom they had just experienced was once again replaced by despair as everyone's faces became uglier than the last. Oh, Senior Guizhu just gave me some directions, just follow me, Yang Kai said lightly. Everyone's eyes were instantly filled with surprise as they stared at him. Shintu shouted incredulously, Brother Yang, you mean Guizhu not only didn't kill you, but also kept his previous promise and kindly gave us directions? Yang Kai nodded. How could that be? How did he suddenly become so nice? Shintu still couldn't believe it. That doesn't make sense. That's the truth, let's go. Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and Shintu stepped onto it without any trace of politeness, grinning widely as he said, Brother Yang, I'm relying on you, I don't have any artifacts on me. It's fine. A group of 6 people, 4-star shuttles, shuttled through the chaotic abyss as fast as lightning. While leading the way, Yang Kai immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, spying on the vast star that adorned his knowledge sea to determine his position. He quickly realized the preciousness of this star. Because through this star, he could easily determine his position, allowing him to accurately determine the direction to leave the chaotic abyss without any interference from the various territory here. Yang Kai didn't know where the purple star master named Wuxia had obtained this treasure, but this treasure now belonged to him. He was faintly grateful to this Wuxia, because if he hadn't died by his side, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to obtain this star and gain insight into the various stars and dangers in this territory. With this star, Yang Kai could go anywhere he wanted. Time passed by, and among the group of 6, besides Shintu who was constantly muttering nonsense, everyone else remained silent. Baya would occasionally chat with Shintu, but after noticing how talkative this guy was, she began deliberately ignoring him. After experiencing this series of hardships, the other 5 had already regarded Yang Kai as their only hope and unconditionally chose to believe in him, not objecting to any of his instructions. Following behind Yang Kai, they flew through the chaotic abyss for 2 months. On this day, a scene they had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a dense sea of asteroids. Countless asteroids, large and small, were scattered throughout the starry sky. They were all flying at high speed under the influence of an inexplicable force. The sea of asteroids was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. It seemed like it could wrap up the entire star field. Seeing this asteroid sea, everyone's eyes couldn't help lighting up. "We're leaving," Shintu shouted. "Haha, we're finally leaving this place." "How did you know?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. "The periphery of the chaotic abyss is covered by this asteroid sea, everyone knows about it," Shintu replied. Yang Kai looked around at the others and saw them all nodding. "It's me who is ignorant." Kai Yang rubbed his nose. Shintu laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "The place you came from is a bit, and it's small, it's normal for you not to know, you'll slowly understand in the future. I won't go to the chaotic abyss for the rest of my life, it's really full of disasters." "You're the young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? How could you have been captured by Lu Guichen? Where are your guards?" Yushi suddenly asked. "The young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce?" Baya covered her red lips and exclaimed, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she stared towards Shintu's day. Shintu glanced over at Yushi and chuckled meaningfully. "When did you see through my identity?" "I didn't, it was just a guess. When you were on the floating continent, you asked Yang Kai to send a message to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and your appearance is somewhat similar to a master I met many years ago. And that master was called Aio," Yushi quickly said. "Aio? Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president Aio?" Baya exclaimed, staring at Shintu with a somewhat different look. Even He Zao and He Miao couldn't help trembling, none of them having expected Shintu to have such a background. Yang Kai listened to their conversation silently, suddenly understanding that Shintu's background wasn't small. He had learned from Shintu that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a great force within Star's territory that was not inferior to Purple Star or Sword Union. However, unlike Purple Star and Sword Union, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's focus was on commerce. The Chamber of Commerce's industries and businesses were spread throughout Star's territory and had dealings with all the great forces within Star's territory. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce occupied several of the most abundant cultivation stars in Star's territory, so they could provide many rare cultivation resources to these great forces. "Your President Aio's son?" Baya looked at Shintu in amazement. "How come I've never heard of you before?" "I'm an illegitimate son, I've never made it public," Shintu grinned meaningfully. "It's natural that you haven't heard of me." Yushi couldn't help coughing dryly, her expression unnatural as she said, "There are rumors that President Aio is a womanizer and has many affairs outside." Baya smiled bitterly. "Since you have such an identity, why didn't you just tell Master Lu at the time? He would have treated you with utmost respect. How could he have thrown you into the starship's power room?" As soon as Lu Guichen was mentioned, Shintu ground his teeth and said, "I told him, but he didn't believe me. If it weren't for Brother Yang helping me, I'm afraid I would have already died on your Purple Star starship." Everyone's faces went black, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that Lu Guichen not believing Shintu's words made sense. Aio was a master and had several sons. The names of these sons were no secret, so if a little brat they had never heard of suddenly claimed to be President Aio's illegitimate son, no one would believe him. Everyone would think he was just spouting nonsense to deceive them. "You're really unlucky," Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically. "Who said I wasn't?" Shintu said angrily. "If I had died on this trip, how unjust would that have been?" Seeing his aggrieved appearance, He Miao couldn't help giggling. The group continued chatting as they shuttled back and forth through the endless asteroid sea. After a few days, the 6 of them finally rushed out of the asteroid sea. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed. What he saw was a sky full of stars. There were solar stars that had been emitting enormous heat since ancient times, cold moon stars, and many different kinds of cultivation stars that exuded exuberant vitality. There were even more dead stars where not even a blade of grass grew. There was nothing there, not even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was boundlessly desolate. "We're out!" Shintu shouted. Chapter 1032. The 4 streaks of light came to a stop outside the chaotic abyss. Looking at the familiar scenery of this star territory, except for Yang Kai, everyone else trembled with excitement. Shintu even let out a long roar, venting the excitement in his heart. After a while, everyone's mood slowly calmed down. "Where are we?" Baya turned her head and looked around. Although she knew that this was the periphery of the chaotic abyss, she couldn't determine their exact location. "I recognize this place. I was captured not far from here. This place isn't far from our Chamber of Commerce's main continent, Water Moon Star. And if we use a star shuttle, it'll only take us a month to get there," Shintu explained. "Water Moon Star?" Yushi said thoughtfully, "If you say so, I can recognize the direction. Sword Union's main continent, Sword Star, should be in that position." She pointed to a certain spot in the star field. "Would you like to head to Water Moon Star for a few days?" Shintu looked around and invited everyone. After experiencing such a difficult escape, everyone felt much closer to each other and had put aside their previous grievances. Yushi glanced over at Yang Kai and seemed to want to agree, but soon her expression became bitter as she shook her head. "No, this time I lost a St. King grade high-rank starship and several hundred elites. I have to return to Sword Union quickly to report this matter." Shintu looked at her and said with some sympathy, "If one day you can no longer stay in Sword Union, I welcome you to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Although my status in the Chamber of Commerce is not as high as my brother's, I can still recommend someone to join." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly understood that Yushi would likely be punished by Sword Union when she returned. After all, her losses this time were too great and she had even lost a Star Emperor token. "When that day comes, I'll see." Yushi smiled bitterly. She turned to look at Yang Kai again with a complicated expression. Only after a long time did her red lips move slightly. "Yang Kai, thank you for bringing us 3 master and disciple out of that cage. Thank you for saving our lives in that void crack." She hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Also, I'm sorry." As he said this, he bowed and sincerely apologized. He apologized for all the unpleasant things that happened between him and Yang Kai in the past. Yang Kai nodded and accepted her apology. "Everyone, us 3 master and disciple will take our leave first," Yushi said, turning around and heading towards the direction of Jianxing. "Yang Kai, you have to take care of yourself. I hope that we can meet again one day." He meow waved goodbye to Yang Kai, seemingly reluctant to part with him. "Take care." Izao nodded. "You too." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand, watching their figures gradually disappear into the vast star territory. "If they don't want to go, Brother Yang, you won't refuse, right?" Shintu looked at Yang Kai and asked. "I don't mind. In any case, I've only just arrived on Star's territory and haven't decided where to go yet, nor do I have a place to stay." Yang Kai grinned. "There's no harm in sending you back to Water Moon Star. Many thanks to Brother Yang. If I had to fly back to Water Moon Star alone, I would probably die halfway." Shintu was overjoyed. "Then let's go." "Wait a moment," Yang Kai said, turning to Baya and saying faintly, "You should also go." "Where am I going?" Baya looked confused. "I don't know, you can go wherever you want as long as you don't follow me around." Baya's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai with some surprise and joy. "You mean, I'm free? I told you on that continent that after we left, you and I would go our separate ways. I never intended to bind you." "Then why did you?" Baya looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not understanding why he had taken her soul brand and taken control of her life and death if he already had such a plan. "That was your punishment. You are different from others. We have a lot of grievances between us. I can abandon Lu Guichen and let him fend for himself, but since I brought you out, you must pay a price. Your soul brand is that price." Yang Kai quickly said, "I will keep that brand so I can make sure you don't reveal my secrets and that you don't hold a grudge against me." After a few dozen years or even 100 years I may return it to you. Baiya's brow furrowed as she stared at Yang Kai faintly, biting her lip as she asked, "What if you accidentally die?" "You should pray that I won't die, that my life will be as long as the heavens." Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Baiya couldn't help laughing. "Your appetite is too big. Forget it, in any case I was able to come out alive. If you want to keep that brand, then keep it. However, I don't have anywhere to go right now. I don't dare go back to Purple Star. So many people have disappeared. If I go back alone, I will definitely be questioned. And young Master Shintu, can you recommend me to your Chamber of Commerce? My strength isn't bad, I'm a third-order saint. After living on that continent for so long, I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm. With my current cultivation, I should be able to deliver supplies to your Chamber of Commerce." Shintu thought about it for a moment before nodding. "If you really have a Saint King, our Chamber of Commerce will be happy to accept you." "That's great, I'll go to Water Moon Star with you. Within a month I'll definitely break through," Baiya cheered happily. Saying so, she shot a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai. "It's you who didn't know how to cherish this servant, don't regret it in the future. Your Chamber of Commerce can accept such a woman?" Yang Kai looked at Shintu in amazement. "Is there a problem?" Shintu was puzzled. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't say anything. The secret art Baiya cultivated was obviously one that used yang energy to supplement her yin energy. Such a woman, if placed in Tongxian realm, would definitely be hated by all. She would likely be killed before she could even mature. On Tongxian realm, there were too many apologists and self-proclaimed righteous people. People like Baiya were the ones they hated the most. However, Shintu didn't seem to care about this at all and was even willing to recommend her to the Chamber of Commerce. The Star Territory was really different from Tongxian realm. It seemed that they didn't care about evil as long as one had strength. Hey, what kind of woman am I?" Baiya suddenly became unhappy, and after confirming that Yang Kai was no longer restricting her like before, she immediately relaxed her body and mind, no longer holding back. "Don't you know what kind of woman you are?" Yang Kai glanced over at her. "Isn't it just because my surname is Yang? Aren't all men like this? Why can men do it but women can't?" Baiya grumbled discontentedly. Enough, let's go, I can't wait to return to Water Moon Star to rest." Shintu interrupted the quarrel between the two and pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately ordered his star shuttle to fly in that direction. Along the way no one spoke, only Baiya's unbridled giggles could be heard. She was like an oriole that had just escaped from its cage, giggling all the way. Yang Kai soon discovered that the star shuttle under her feet seemed to be flying faster than his own. This wasn't simply because he was carrying Shintu, but rather because her star shuttle was of a higher grade. This made Yang Kai secretly make up his mind that when they arrived at Water Moon Star, he would definitely switch to a higher grade star shuttle because he would be spending a lot of time shuttling through the star field in the future. A good star shuttle would save him a lot of time. Shintu was very familiar with the terrain around Water Moon Star, and under his guidance the group of three avoided many dangers along the way. On this day, a huge multicolored star suddenly appeared in front of the trio. These stars exuded a rich vitality and overflowed world energy. Standing atop his star shuttle, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he immediately understood that this was the main continent of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, the Water Moon Star that Shintu had mentioned. The entire stars were covered in a layer of clouds, and from the territory of this star, one could vaguely see the continental plates and oceans of this star. There were also a number of densely packed buildings that stood in different positions, and inside these buildings, there were many small black dots moving about. These were living creatures. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that it was only now that he had successfully set foot on the real territory of this star. After leaving Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had wandered around and explored the depths of this star territory, but he hadn't really seen the many wonders of this star's territory, nor had he come to a cultivation star where living creatures gathered. Water Moon Star was his first stop. Yang Kai was a little excited. "Over there." Shintu pointed to the left. "Let's go there, my palace is in that direction." Yang Kai followed his instructions and changed the direction they were heading in. A short time later the group of three passed through the thick clouds and landed on Water Moon Star. A strong attractive force came from the star and pulled the star shuttle downwards, but this attractive force wasn't too strong, so Yang Kai was able to easily circulate his strength to resist it. After passing through the clouds, the world suddenly opened up and everything on Water Moon Star was instantly imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city, looking around, feeling incomparably refreshed. Seeing his curious look, Baya and Shen Tu exchanged a glance and couldn't help snickering. They both knew that Yang Kai came from a low-level world, but he had probably never experienced such a thing before. High up in the sky, a series of blue lights flew about as cultivator star shuttles hurried on their way. Unlike on Tongshin Realm, where only Yang Kai had a star shuttle artifact on Water Moonstar, this kind of scene was common. Shen Tu continued to point the way, not allowing Yang Kai to land. Along the way they passed by many towering and majestic cities. Within those cities, all kinds of living beings coexisted peacefully. Yang Kai saw the demon race, the monster race in human form, the horn race from great demon gods' memories, and many other races he couldn't name. They all lived together and didn't have any concept of race. How can a single force manage a few cultivation stars? How can they manage all of them? Yang Kai was puzzled. When he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, he was incredibly busy. Just Nine Heavens Holy Land alone took up a lot of his time and energy, so it was hard for him to imagine what kind of scene it would be if the entire Tongshan realm was under his control. Chapter 1033. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how a person at the helm of a great force managed several cultivation stars at once. Most likely they wouldn't even have time to cultivate, just dealing with all kinds of matters would fill their schedule to the brim. Managing one layer at a time, Shen Tu smiled. The top management is the middle management is the lower management, each layer is responsible for the next. How could there not be enough management? There's no need for a leader to do everything himself. With this explanation, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had asked a stupid question and immediately fell silent. He had not reached such a height, so he felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, people walked to higher places and water flowed to lower places. As long as it was a living creature, there was not a single one who did not painstakingly climb up. Beast herds had beast kings and empires had sovereigns. They stood at the peak, enjoying the unique scenery, and had the ability to govern their own race and empire. This wasn't something he needed to worry about. After an hour, a group of buildings appeared not far ahead, covering a large area. Shen Tu directed Yang Kai to land there. The shapes of these buildings were strange, all of which Yang Kai had never seen before. Some were like minarets while others were like skyscrapers, towering thousands of meters high. We're here. With this place as the center, the surrounding 3,000 kilometers is my territory. Shen Tu jumped off his star shuttle, spread his arms, and breathed in the air exaggeratedly, a happy expression on his face. Yang Kai and Baya also put away their star shuttles and landed behind him, looking around. Yang Kai released his divine sense and quickly discovered that there were hundreds of cultivators gathered here. These cultivators' cultivation varied greatly, some of them not very high, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary or transcendent realm, some even reaching the Yuan-Chi boundary, but there were a few whose auras were quite powerful, not any weaker than Yushi or Lu Guichen. These were all Saint King Realm masters. Yang Kai understood that although there were many experts within the star territory, these experts had grown up step by step. Each of them had experienced the initial element stage, the Qi transformation stage, the separation and reunion stage, the Yuan-Chi stage, the immortal gate stage. He cultivated step by step, breaking through layers upon layers of shackles and fetters, obtaining a powerful cultivation base that he was proud of. However, a cultivator who could break free from the shackles of a cultivation star and go deep into the star field was at least in the Saint realm. Therefore, the people Yang Kai saw in the star field were not weak. A cultivator below the Saint realm, even with the protection of a star shuttle, would not dare expose their body to the star field. The merciless star field would kill them all. They had to hide inside the starship to ensure their safety. It seemed that the arrival of the trio had alarmed the cultivator here, and a middle-aged man in black clothes suddenly flashed out. After seeing Shen Tu, he couldn't help smiling and calling out, "Young Master Shen Tu, you're back?" "I'm back." Shen Tu nodded gently at him and grinned. "Did anything happen here while I was away?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Nothing happened, but President Aio came looking for you half a year ago because young master suddenly disappeared. He was furious for a while." Shen Tu couldn't help paling slightly as he shrank his neck. "Father came looking for me? Did he say what he wanted?" The middle-aged man said, "He didn't say anything, he only said to wait for young master to come back and see him as soon as possible." Shen Tu's expression became bitter as he muttered, it's over, this time I'm dead, I'll definitely suffer some physical pain. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai carefully observed their expressions and guessed that this middle-aged man and the other masters hidden inside were all Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's subordinates who had been sent to protect Shin Tuesday. The middle-aged man was also intentionally or unintentionally looking at Yang Kai and Bai Ye. When he looked at Yang Kai, he didn't show much emotion, but when he looked at Bai Ye, there was obvious disgust. He seemed to be able to tell at a glance that Bai Ye was a loose woman and thought Shin Tu had been seduced by her. Young master, these two are. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai and Bai Ye and asked. Oh, this brother's name is Yang Kai. Shin Tu pulled Yang Kai to his side and affectionately put his arm around his shoulder, solemnly introducing him. This is a life-and-death brother I made on this trip. And Uncle Yang Kai, treat him as my benefactor. Young master's benefactor? The middle-aged man named Yang Kai wore a solemn expression and didn't ask much, cupping his fists and bowing to Yang Kai. Many thanks, little brother, for taking care of my young master while he was away. Young master is naturally stubborn and has caused a lot of trouble for little brother. I hope little brother can forgive him. Senior is too polite, brother Shin Tu and I were just helping each other out. Yang Kai smiled modestly. Yang Kai nodded gently, a satisfied look flashing across Garen's eyes. This woman? Shin Tu pointed to Bai Ye, and she was originally from Purple Star, but now she wants to join our Chamber of Commerce. Uncle Garen, please arrange a job for her. Purple Star's people? Yang Kai frowned. Her strength is a bit low. As long as I can enter retreat for a while, I can break through to the Saint King realm within half a month. Bai Ye said anxiously, as if she couldn't wait to find a place to stay. Break through to the Saint King realm in half a month? Garen's thick eyebrows rose. If there really is a Saint King, the Chamber of Commerce can accept them. And you can enter retreat here for the time being. Saying so, he gently clapped his hands and immediately one of the guards who had been standing nearby came over. Take this girl to the secret room and provide her with some Saint crystals and pills, Yang Kai ordered. Yes. Many thanks, young Master Shin Tu. Many thanks, Master Garen. Bai Ye's pretty face was filled with joy as she bowed to Shin Tu before turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, until we meet again. Yang Kai nodded gently. After Bai Ye was taken away, Shin Tu enthusiastically welcomed Yang Kai into the palace. The middle-aged cultivator named Yang Kai followed closely behind. Along the way, the guards and maids they met all bowed and respectfully said their greetings. Brother, I'm going to take a bath and change clothes first. You should also tidy yourself up. We can talk later. After entering the palace, Shin Tu said casually, here, don't treat yourself as an outsider. Good, Yang Kai nodded. Shin Tu grinned meaningfully, reaching out and hugging the two young girls next to him, smiling wickedly as he walked inside. Young master, this way please. Another maidservant walked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling and her figure graceful, smiling as she led the way for Yang Kai. Following behind her, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth through the palace. Although Shin Tu claimed to be President Aio's illegitimate son and had never made it public, judging from the number of people here and the size of the territory he occupied, Shin Tu's position in President Aio's heart wasn't low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been provided with several Saint King realm cultivator as bodyguards, nor would he have granted him a territory of 3,000 kilometers. Yang Kai was too lazy to inquire about other people's affairs, so he simply followed the maidservant all the way to a huge room. Inside this room, there was a large bed shrouded in pink curtains that gave off a warm aura. The fragrance of flowers filled the room, and in the center of the room was a huge bath carved from white jade. This bath was filled with hot water that was steaming hot and filled with mist. The bath was filled with colorful flower petals, and next to it, there were several beautiful women wearing seductive dresses. When Yang Kai walked in, these women smiled towards him and politely bowed. The mist that surrounded them gave them a kind of hazy beauty. This mist caused the gauze to become wet and clung to their seductive figures, making them appear even more alluring, causing one's blood to boil. Yang Kai was startled, not having expected such a scene to be waiting for him, his breath suddenly becoming heavy as his eyes swept over the bodies of these young girls. None of them looked very old, but each of them was full of life, their snow-white skin glowing with an attractive rosy luster. Their looks were outstanding and their temperaments were all different. Each of them had a charming smile and enchanting figure that could intoxicate any man. As Yang Kai's gaze swept over them, some of them boldly responded, some of them blushing shyly, some of them trying to cover up their beautiful lower bodies and chests, clearly wanting to meet him but also feeling shy. This Shin Tu guy's life is actually so licentious. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing silently. Young master, Do you need this servant to help you change your clothes? The maidservant who led him in asked with an intoxicating smile, seeing Yang Kai standing motionless in place, couldn't help asking softly. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze, shook his head and asked, "Was this arranged by your young master?" "It was this servant who arranged it," the maidservant replied, "but this was also the young master's intention a long time ago. You are an honored guest he has brought back, so this servant will receive you with the highest standards. And you are the second guest to enjoy this privilege." "There was one before?" "Yes." The maidservant nodded, "But you can rest assured, these sisters are all pure white jade and have never been sullied before. They are all very happy to serve young Master Shintu's honored guests." "Why are they so happy?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Because they are indebted to young Master Shintu, they all voluntarily came here to serve as maidservants. No one forced them to do anything. Before this servant made these arrangements, she also asked for their opinions." Yang Kai once again met the eyes of these young girls and found that they really didn't have much unwillingness, so he knew that the maidservant who led him here was telling the truth. "Is young master not satisfied? If you are not satisfied, this servant can call some more people over so young master can definitely find a suitable one." "No need," Yang Kai shook his head. "Then you," Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before grinning, "forget it, Shintu's good intentions, it would be impolite for me to refuse." Saying so, Yang Kai calmly took off his clothes and jumped into the bath. The women standing around the pool all smiled and also jumped into the water, like mermaids, gracefully swimming over to Yang Kai's side, taking the initiative to lean their seductive bodies against Yang Kai's skin, displaying their beauty while attentively serving Yang Kai. Chapter 1034. The girls in the bath were all inexperienced women. Although they had been trained in this area before, this was their first time, so it was inevitable that they would be a bit clumsy and unpracticed. However, this was just right for Yang Kai. Leaning against the wall of the pool, he closed his eyes and allowed the girls to scrub every part of his body. The maidservant who led Yang Kai in was carrying a flower basket, her jade white hands picking up the petals and scattering them into the water, lightly opening her mouth and saying, "This is a soul-nourishing flower, its fragrance can nourish one's soul, using it to bathe can also strengthen one's body. And it can also enhance a man's ability in that regard." As she spoke, her cheeks began to blush red as if they were about to bleed. Yang Kai casually grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bath as she screamed. The water soaked her clothes, causing her to straighten up and wipe the water stains from her cheeks, turning a somewhat embarrassed look towards Yang Kai. Her wet clothes clung tightly to her body. Her pair of jade peaks were tall and straight. They were much more well-endowed than the other girls. Her entire body exuded a mature and plump charm. "You aren't also a virgin, are you?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. The maidservant's face became even redder as she nodded shyly. "This servant is no longer a virgin, so this servant is not qualified to serve an honored guest like you. Whether or not I am qualified is up to me." Her beautiful eyes lit up and she took the initiative to remove her clothes before diving into the water and disappearing. Soon Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Inside the main hall, the sound of wind instruments filled the air as a number of beautiful girls sang and danced, their movements extremely elegant. On a long table, there were many rare ingredients and fine wines. Shintu and Yang Kai sat side by side, drinking and enjoying themselves. More and more delicacies were constantly being served by the palace's maids. Yang Kai could barely recognize what these things were, but each of them exuded extraordinary energy fluctuations. Eating these foods not only filled his stomach but also enhanced his cultivator's strength. Yang Kai didn't act polite, nor did he act reserved, eating and drinking in a natural manner. The middle-aged cultivator named Jia Long stood not far away, watching Shintu receive Yang Kai in such a manner. Watching him and Yang Kai happily drinking and chatting, Jia Long suddenly realized that this young man, who was only a second-order saint, had a very high status in Shintu's heart. Jia Long couldn't help wondering what was so outstanding about this young man that Shintu treated him so seriously. The maidservant who had served Yang Kai before stepped forward, leaned over and whispered a few words in Shintu's ear before glancing over at Yang Kai with a blushing face and retreating. Shintu couldn't help laughing as a strange look appeared on his face, but he didn't point out what had just happened and instead moved closer to Yang Kai and asked, "Brother Yang, where do you want to go from now on? Do you have any plans?" Yang Kai. Shen Tu knew that he had just arrived in star territory and likely didn't have a destination in mind, let alone where he should go. Therefore he couldn't help thinking about recruiting Yang Kai. Water Moon Star was Yang Kai's first stop after arriving in star territory, and he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, so Shen Tu believed that as long as he persuaded him properly, Yang Kai would stay in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and his palace. After experiencing a series of events, Shen Tu discovered Yang Kai's potential and ability and knew that as long as such a person was given enough time, he could grow to a terrifying degree. If you haven't decided yet, there's no need to worry. In any case, you can live here with your brother for the time being. When you're done, we'll talk about it later. Shen Tu didn't directly ask him to stay, this kind of thing still depended on Yang Kai's own intentions. He couldn't treat Yang Kai the same way he treated his subordinates. Good, I'll let you know when I've decided. Yang Kai smiled lightly, his eyes continuing to cast towards the group of girls below, appreciating their elegant postures. 2 hours later, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Shen Tu went back to his room to rest while Yang Kai, under the guidance of a maid, was brought to one of the rooms. The room was quite large and located at the top of a 3,000-meter tall building. Yang Kai walked over to the window and looked out through the transparent window, watching the lights of tens of thousands of homes below, watching the crowds of people, suddenly feeling a sense of loneliness. Even when he came to Tongxian Realm from the central capital many years ago, he hadn't felt this way. That was because the central capital and Tongxian Realm were on the same stars. But now he was somewhere in the vast territory of the star territory. Tongxian Realm's location was unknown, and he didn't even know how far away it was from this place. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. His heart was overflowing with thoughts and concerns. Suddenly, his expression changed and his eyes flashed with surprise, his figure flickering as he sat down cross-legged on his bed. Immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar. Then, looking up at the huge star above his knowledge sea, Yang Kai used his divine sense to shuttle through this star, trying to find the location of Tongxian Realm. This star chart was extremely complex, depicting all the large and small stars of the entire territory of Tongxian Realm, and it wasn't static. It was constantly changing under the influence of some unknown force, constantly undergoing subtle changes. These changes were the real changes taking place in Tongxian Realm's territory. It projected the situation of the entire territory of Tongxian Realm. If it was detailed enough, it should show the existence of Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai thought to himself. As his divine sense leapt through the stars, Yang Kai followed his senses and calculated the direction of Tongxian Realm. After an hour, Yang Kai couldn't help showing a tired look as the strength in his knowledge sea was nearly exhausted. He had no choice but to stop and replenish his energy. Repeating this action over and over again, Yang Kai was unable to find Tongxian Realm, but he had gained some understanding of the arrangement of the stars in Tongxian Realm's territory and the existence of some danger zones. Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the mysteries of this star chart. There was no way for him to explore a large area. The range of this star chart seemed to be endless. Yang Kai had spent an entire night exploring only a small area of the entire Tongxian Realm's territory. Compared to the entire territory of Tongxian Realm, such a small area was not even worth mentioning. Yang Kai realized that his strength was not enough. If he was strong enough, the speed of his exploration would become much faster and easier. As the sky brightened, Yang Kai looked dispirited and gave up on studying and exploring the star chart. He planned to wait until he grew up before searching for the exact location of Tongxian Realm. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and Yang Kai responded casually. The door was pushed open and the familiar maidservant stood in the doorway, gracefully bowing before saying with a smile, Young Master Shen Tu asked me to inform you that he has been summoned by the president and may not return for a few days. He asked you to rest here and wait for him to return before we can discuss anything further. Understood, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The maidservant didn't rush to leave, her red lips trembling slightly as she shyly asked, Does young Master Yang have any other requests? She seemed to be implying something. If I need anything I'll let you know, Yang Kai smiled at her. The maidservant blushed slightly before gently nodding, closing the door behind her before leaving. After she left, Yang Kai sat on his bed and frowned. With Shen Tu not here, he didn't know what to do for a while. This feeling of being at a loss made him very unhappy. Tossing a pill into his mouth, Yang Kai began recovering while contemplating. After a while he suddenly remembered what he needed to do right now, change to a new star shuttle. His star shuttle was something he had discovered in the star field with the leader of the ancient demon clan, Li Rong, a long time ago. On Tongshan realm, his star shuttle had an absolute advantage, but in this place his star shuttle had fallen behind. Even Bai Ye's star shuttle was better than his. In addition, Yang Kai also needed to purchase some precious ores. Guizhu had said that the 2 pitch-black round stones in his demon mystic tome needed to be properly nurtured because one day they would bring him a pleasant surprise. What Yang Kai needed to nurture these 2 pitch-black round stones was the essence of ores. What made Yang Kai feel regretful was that before Guizhu left, he had forgotten to ask him what those pitch-black round stones were. In the end, his relationship with Guizhu had eased, so if he had asked, Guizhu would have answered his questions, but at that time he had been so shocked by the Star Emperor token that he had completely forgotten about this. Considering all this, Yang Kai stood up and strode out. Walking all the way to the bottom floor, Yang Kai was about to leave Shintu's palace when the middle-aged cultivator named Jia Long suddenly appeared and asked with a smile, "Does little brother want to go out?" "And I want to buy something," Yang Kai nodded. "Buy something?" Jia Long suddenly grinned. "What does little brother want to buy? If it's convenient, can you tell me about it?" "I want to buy a good star shuttle and some ores." "A star shuttle and ores?" Jia Long didn't ask Yang Kai what he wanted ores for, instead saying, "Little brother is new here and may not be familiar with this place. If you wait a moment, I'll call someone to accompany you." Yang Kai smiled happily. "Then I'll have to trouble you." His proposal was exactly what Yang Kai had been hoping for. "Little brother is too polite. Before young Master Shintu left, he ordered us to satisfy all your requests. I dare not neglect such an honored guest like you." Saying so, he took out a compass-like artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a while, he took back the compass-like artifact and smiled to Yang Kai. "Please wait a moment, someone will come in a moment." Yang Kai waited with him. Not long after, a person flew over from a distance and stopped in front of Yang Kai and Jia Long, raising his brow and asking, "What's the matter?" He was burly and had a wild temperament, like a fierce beast, exuding a palpitating aura. His cheeks were covered with thick hair, making him look like a mad lion. Monster race. Yang Kai immediately understood and inferred this person's race from the energy fluctuations emanating from his body. He was definitely a member of the monster race because of the existence of demonic chi in his body. The second floor was filled with Saint-grade star shuttles, and the energy fluctuations radiating from these star shuttles were obviously stronger than those on the first floor. In fact, these star shuttles were much more outstanding than those on the first floor. Clearly, these star shuttles were much better than the ones Yang Kai had. Many martial artists were buying things on this floor. The shop assistants were so busy that they didn't even have time to spare. These Saint crystals originally belonged to the cultivator from Purple Star and Sword Union who he had plundered on the floating continent. There was a considerable amount of them, more than enough to pay for this star shuttle. As such, he didn't want to owe Shintu a favor. The shop assistant couldn't help looking at Blood Eye awkwardly. Blood Eye's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything and just nodded gently. The shop assistant breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "Then please come with me." Following him to the first floor, Yang Kai continued to take out Saint crystals from the demon mystic tome. After a long time, he finished processing the bill and the shop assistant respectfully escorted him and Blood Eye to the door. Outside the shop, Blood Eye led Yang Kai to several other shops to purchase rare ores. On Water Moon Star, anything one wanted could be bought as long as one had enough money. Even super-large artifacts like starships could be purchased. The starships built by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were the best and fastest in the entire territory of Water Moon Star. So many great forces were willing to order them from Water Moon Star. Yang Kai didn't have any interest in such things for the time being as he knew he couldn't afford the price of a starship. He didn't know how much Saint crystals were worth, nor did he have any concept of price, so he simply followed behind Blood Eye and began collecting ores. The ores he chose were all Saint King grade, spending all of the Saint crystals he had on hand until he only had a few hundred pieces left. Inside the Demon Mystic Tome, there was a large pile of rare ores placed next to the 2 pitch-black round stones, allowing them to absorb the essence of these ores. It seemed that because Yang Kai didn't force Shintu to spend money on him because of his status as a guest, Blood Eyes looked towards him became more and more amiable, feeling that this young man was very principled and not trying to become friends with him because of his status as young Master Shin Tuesday. After completing his purchase, Blood Eye acted as the host and invited Yang Kai to the most luxurious restaurant in the city for a drink. It wasn't until the next day that the two of them set off to return. Blood Eye's speed was extremely fast and his star shuttle's grade was also not low. About 2 hours later, the two of them returned to Shintu's palace and Blood Eye excused himself before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai walked into the palace alone. Garen stood at the door and when he saw Yang Kai return, he smiled and asked, "Did little brother manage to buy what you wanted?" Water Moon Star cities are rich in goods and materials, they didn't disappoint, Garen laughed. In the entire territory of Water Moon Star, if there is anything you can't buy on Water Moon Star, you won't be able to buy it anywhere else. Garen's words were filled with pride. Is Shintu back yet? Yang Kai asked. Not yet, Garen shook his head. Little brother doesn't need to worry, although the president is a bit strict, he is very good to young Master Shin Tuesday. This time he called him over probably just to reprimand him a little. Before young master left, he told little brother not to worry and to stay here for the time being. If there is anything you need, you can ask us to do for you. Understood, I'm going into retreat for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me for the time being, I'll tell you when I come out. Good. Garen gently nodded. Yang Kai returned to his residence, closed the door, and took out the star shuttle worth 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Holding it in his palm, he began circulating his Saint Chi and began refining it. Any artifact had to be refined by a cultivator in order to display its full power. When Yang Kai was on Tongshan realm, it took him a few months to refine his star shuttle, but at that time his strength wasn't high and the grade of his star shuttle was Saint grade high rank, so it had taken him so long. But now it was different. This new star shuttle was carefully selected by Yang Kai and was very compatible with his own Saint Chi attribute. On top of that, Yang Kai had already reached the second order Saint realm, so it wouldn't take him long to completely refine it. As soon as Yang Kai pushed his strength, the star shuttle began burning with a layer of black demonic flame. This demonic flame was hot and cold at the same time, exuding two completely opposite yet strangely coexisting characteristics. The flames flickered wildly, giving off a terrifying aura. Yang Kai instantly felt that this star shuttle had formed a faint connection with him. His divine sense began circulating the star shuttle, prying into its internal structure and the brand of the star inside. Temporarily forgetting the passage of time, Yang Kai focused all his attention on refining this star shuttle. The entire process went unexpectedly smoothly. After refining the star shuttle, Yang Kai engraved his own soul brand onto it, leaving behind his own life aura, making it more compatible with his own body. Everything went smoothly. After Yang Kai completely refined the star shuttle, he estimated that it would take him less than a month to complete this process. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat excited as he knew that this was the most powerful evidence of the improvement of his cultivation and strength. Instead of leaving his retreat, Yang Kai continued to stay in his room, allowing his Saint Chi to nourish the star shuttle while he spied on the star in his knowledge sea. Time passed by and the sun and moon rose. Yang Kai had been here for some time now and had spent most of his time in the palace in seclusion. Except for the time when he went to buy something with Shui Tong, he hadn't taken a single step out of his room, nor had he communicated with anyone else. After sitting in silence for so long, Yang Kai suddenly wanted to go out and see the full picture of Water Moon Star. He wanted to see how this prosperous star differed from Tongshan realm while also familiarizing himself with his new star shuttle. It would be best if he could gain a deeper understanding of the situation on this star's territory through observation so he could make plans for himself as soon as possible. Yang Kai still didn't have a clear goal. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai left his room. After finding Jia Long outside and learning that Shin Tu hadn't returned yet, Yang Kai made up his mind. Jia Long didn't stop him and simply handed him a token, telling him that this was a token from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, which would allow him to enjoy some privileges in many places and avoid many troubles. Yang Kai placed the token into the Demon Mystic Tome and flew out on his star shuttle. He didn't have a specific destination and simply flew forward. The Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle was indeed different from the others, several times better than the one he had just obtained. Even when using its full strength, the two couldn't be compared. He flew all the way, stopping here and there. Gradually he gained a comprehensive understanding of Water Moon Star. This was a star, but it was also a continent, not much different from Tongshan realm. There were mountains, rivers, continents, oceans, and a variety of races living together. The only difference was that any cultivation star in star territory had a much richer world energy reserve than Tongshan realm. As the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, this was even more so. Although the world energy here wasn't as good as the floating continent, it was still one of the top cultivation stars in star territory. While in midair, Yang Kai glanced over casually and found that in the flat area of the mountain valley, there was a small starship anchored. The hatch of this starship was open and a cultivator was constantly entering and exiting it. Next to the starship, there were a lot of materials piled up. The cultivator seemed to be transporting these materials into the starship. After this period of study, Yang Kai also learned some common sense. For example, there were some materials that couldn't be placed in a space ring. These materials either had extremely harsh storage requirements, so once they were placed in a space ring, they would damage the quality of the material, or they were too large and heavy to be placed in a space ring. At this time, it was necessary to use a starship to transport these materials. Therefore, starships were an indispensable existence in any great force. Using starships to transport materials was fast, could carry a large number of materials, and was relatively safe. The starship anchored in the mountain valley was about 300 meters long, only half the size of the one Yang Kai had seen before. It was probably only a St. King grade low-rank or mid-rank starship. Next to the starship, a young man in brocade robes stood there, looking gentle and refined as he chatted happily with the person next to him. This young man's appearance was very unique. His skin was delicate and his face was even more enchanting than a woman's, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Beside him, many female cultivators were secretly staring at him with infatuation, each of their beautiful eyes filled with love. It seemed that as long as this young man said a word, all of them would be willing to offer their bodies and hearts to him and let him toy with them. Yang Kai couldn't help glancing over at this young man. His gaze immediately alerted this young man, causing him to raise his head and stare at Yang Kai across a distance of several thousand meters. Immediately, his handsome face sank as he waved his hand towards Yang Kai's position and whispered a few words. The next moment, several star shuttles flashed and flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, not knowing why this young man was targeting him. Without slowing down, Yang Kai quickly escaped, the streams of light following closely behind him, relentlessly pursuing him. This place was very remote, and within the range of Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't find a single living person. Even the world energy aura here was extremely thin, as if no one had settled here. There were many such places on Water Moon Star, and this was just one of them. There were a total of 3 people chasing after him, and judging from the energy fluctuations they gave off, 2 of them were third-order Saint Cultivator while the other was a Saint King Realm Cultivator. This Saint King's cultivation shouldn't be too high as Yang Kai didn't feel too strong of an oppressive aura from him, so he was probably just a first-order Saint King. Your death is imminent. You're from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Enough nonsense, hand over your life. This man didn't want to say anything to Yang Kai at all and simply pointed his finger, causing the golden armored poisonous scorpion to fly towards Yang Kai. The golden armored poisonous scorpion's pincers clamped down and a dark green light shot out from the scorpion's tail, containing a power capable of destroying one's soul. This golden armored scorpion was extremely terrifying, and anyone who came into contact with it would die. What frightened the cultivator the most was that its poison could not only harm one's flesh but also affect one's soul. Therefore, generally, the place where this kind of golden armored scorpion appeared was considered a forbidden area by the cultivator. Only a few powerful cultivators would have any ideas about attacking them. This Saint King Realm cultivator had obviously killed a golden armored poisonous scorpion in the past and refined its soul into a powerful weapon for himself. Fighting against Yang Kai, he released it without even thinking about it. It was the sole avatar of the golden armored scorpion, so it possessed all the abilities of the golden armored scorpion when it was alive. Although it didn't have a physical body, its strong spiritual energy could withstand a lot of damage. Yang Kai's profound heavenly sword failed to achieve anything. Seeing the golden-armored scorpion pouncing towards him like a bolt of lightning, Yang Kai's knowledge sea erupted with power, gathered it in one place, and blasted it towards the golden-armored scorpion. Seeing this, the Saint King Realm cultivator was not surprised but delighted. Not only did he not stop him, he even watched with interest. This young man in front of him clearly didn't know how powerful the golden-armored scorpion was. Seeing that the golden-armored scorpion was a soul avatar, he wanted to use his spiritual energy to deal with it, but he didn't know that the golden-armored scorpion's poison was not something that could be resisted by spiritual energy. He had already foreseen Yang Kai's ending. When the invisible forces collided, the huge figure of the golden-armored poisonous scorpion suddenly came to a stop. It swung its pincers violently while its sharp tail kept whipping the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Green light shot out from the tip of its tail and pierced into Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai's face sank as he had an illusion that his consciousness was being paralyzed. He immediately understood that this golden-armored scorpion was not as simple as he thought. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai fully released his conflagrated knowledge sea. The air suddenly became hot, and the space around the golden-armored scorpion distorted, obstructing everyone's line of sight. The Saint King Realm cultivator who was watching from the sidelines suddenly felt the strangeness of Yang Kai's spiritual energy and hurriedly tried to recall the golden-armored scorpion. Chapter 1039. As the battle continued, the Saint King Realm Master pushed his strength to the limit, using all kinds of secret skills and artifacts he would not normally use, but he was still unable to defeat or kill Yang Kai. During the battle, not only did Yang Kai not shrink back from the pain of his wounds, but his eyes instead flashed with a look of enjoyment. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Fighting an opponent whose strength was on par with his, going all out in a battle where only one of them could survive, this feeling of being on the brink of life and death made him very excited. Seeing his expression being noticed by his opponent, the Saint King Realm Master finally showed a trace of fear. At this moment he seemed to understand Yang Kai's real intention, to use this battle to verify his true strength. The two third-order saints he had killed before were just casually dealt with. Realizing this, he finally panicked and shouted silently in his heart, forcing his body to involuntarily move away from this terrifying and abnormal young man. Hong Hong Hong. As their strengths collided, Yang Kai and the Saint King Realm First Order cultivator were separated, each of them breaking free from the other's domain, both gasping for breath as they stared at each other from a distance of several dozen meters. A series of cracking sounds rang out from Yang Kai's body as his bones and physique squirmed and the Saint Chi in his body began to stir, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. On the other hand, the Saint King Realm cultivator's eyes were dim as blood flowed from his body. He was completely exhausted, like an arrow at the end of its flight. He stared at Yang Kai in horror, watching as the wounds on Yang Kai's body healed under an inexplicable force, then watched as his body was bathed in blood and exuded a dazzling golden light under the scorching sun. This was actually golden blood. The cultivator's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled his face. He didn't know what kind of secret art this young man had cultivated that allowed his blood to become this color, but he felt a kind of vitality and astonishing restorative power from this blood. It was because of this blood that his opponent's wounds were healing so quickly. He immediately realized this. He wasn't this young man's opponent, and he didn't have this kind of abnormal restorative ability. If he continued fighting he really would die. He still had a trump card and a forbidden technique. He knew that if he wanted to, he could use this forbidden technique to increase his strength and still be able to contend with this young man. But he didn't dare. Because once he used this forbidden technique, his condition would worsen. Even his current realm would fall and he would never be able to improve again. After this battle he was already half dead. If he really used a forbidden technique, even if he won he would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, even if he were to activate that forbidden technique, he did not have absolute confidence. Who is this little brat? Why is he so terrifying? Yang Kai's, of Yang Kai of course, Yang of the Saint King of Heaven. So when he met Kai Yang's gaze he quietly retreated, moving further and further away from Kai Yang, his expression dispirited. But his face was of the saint of his was be. It wasn't until he had retreated to what he thought was a safe distance that he hurriedly summoned his star shuttle. He shouted, "Boy, you will pay the price for today's actions. There will be no place for you on Water Moon Star." His voice came from afar, but he had already disappeared. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. He didn't seem to have any intention of chasing after him, just standing in place. She stared at his back. But a wisp of his divine sense broke through the shackles of space and leapt forward. Like a maggot attached to a bone, it clung to that man. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out, so he didn't bother to think too deeply about it and quickly left the scene on his star shuttle. Half a day later, in the mountain valley Yang Kai had just passed, all the supplies had been transported into the starship. The middle-aged man who had been chatting happily with the handsome young man walked over with a smile. Turning to the young man, he said, "Young Master Xueyu, it was a pleasure to cooperate with you. If such a good thing happens again next time, I hope young Master Xueyu will remember us. We will definitely pay you a satisfactory price." The handsome young man named Xueyu smiled and nodded, the smile on his face like a spring breeze, giving off a sense of warmth and intimacy. Wherever his eyes passed, the female cultivator, regardless of their cultivation or age, would fall into his lap. All of them wore infatuated looks on their faces. There was no doubt that as long as Xueyu beckoned with his finger, these female cultivator would all take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. "We'll be going first, young Master Xueyu, please wait a moment," the middle-aged man said with a smile, then beckoned his cultivator subordinates and walked towards the starship. Many of the women who had come with him looked back at him with reluctance, looking towards Xueyu. At that moment, a Saint King Realm cultivator hurried over to Xueyu's side and whispered a few words into his ear with a dignified expression. The smile on Xueyu's face stiffened slightly as he asked in a low voice, "Are you sure?" "Yes, 2 corpses were found 500 kilometers away while the other one is missing. I'm afraid it's a disaster. Young master, I'm afraid this transaction was seen by that guy who passed by." Xueyu's pair of clear eyes narrowed slightly. Nodding, he said, "I understand." As he said this, he took a step forward and shouted, "Wait a minute." The middle-aged man, who was feeling satisfied and preparing to return with a full load, heard this shout and stopped, turning back to look at Xueyu, asking, "Does young Master Xueyu have any other instructions?" Xueyu smiled lightly and said, "Although I feel very sorry, this transaction is over. However, I'm afraid this transaction will have to be terminated. And you can't take these resources away." "Terminate?" The middle-aged man frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face as he grinned. "Young Master Xueyu must be joking. Now that the goods and materials have been exchanged, the transaction is complete. You can't terminate it just because you say so, right?" Xueyu smiled, nodded, and said matter-of-factly, "If I say it's terminated, it's terminated." This extremely arrogant and dismissive attitude seemed to annoy the middle-aged man and he couldn't help laughing. "Young Master Xueyu, since the transaction has been completed, I'm not going to return the goods. These things can't be bought with money and are in short supply. Take care, we'll cooperate again next time." "There won't be a next time." Xueyu slowly shook his head, the smile on his face not diminishing, still giving off a warm feeling. "Leave the materials behind, you too." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression couldn't help but change as a sense of unease suddenly enveloped his entire body. A cultivator hidden in a large robe walked out from behind Xueyu and appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost. Raising a hand, this cultivator gently placed a palm on the middle-aged man's head. A strange power invaded the middle-aged man's body and he instantly felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. His internal organs were also severely damaged and his vitality was quickly drained from his body. Return to Origin Realm. Staring at the figure in front of him, he cried out in shock before falling to the ground dead. All of Water Moonstar is his eyes and ears. If he wants to find someone, as long as you are still on Water Moonstar, he will definitely be able to find you. Then what should I do? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had just gone out for a stroll and had unexpectedly encountered this kind of thing. It was really bad luck. "Brother Yang, you shouldn't go out for the time being. Stay in the palace, I'll help you investigate the situation and think of a way." Shintu sighed slightly. "Good." After such an incident, Yang Kai didn't want to go out again and instead spent all his time in Shintu's palace, either meditating and stabilizing his current realm, refining pills, or spying on the star and understanding the structure of the star's territory. From time to time, Jialong would come to report on the situation. From him, Yang Kai learned that the Chamber of Commerce's third young master Shui Yu was indeed looking for someone during this time. The undercurrents on Water Moon Star were turbulent and many innocent people had died because of this. Yang Kai thoroughly understood the cruel methods of this Shui Yu. At that time he had passed by the mountain valley, so he hadn't been able to see what Shui Yu looked like, so it was likely the other party hadn't seen his appearance either. Looking for such a person on a star was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if Shui Yu had the power to mobilize his forces, it would still be very difficult for him to find Yang Kai. Therefore, those cultivators who were similar in size to Yang Kai and had similar strength had all suffered. Shui Yu would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one go. He was much more courageous than President Aio and his brothers. He was a decisive person. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine that someone like Shui Yu could be so cruel and merciless. At that time he had seen this person from afar and felt that not only was he beautiful, but he also had a unique and warm temperament. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and knew that one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Shui Yu's inner savagery was completely covered by his outer appearance. Once Yang Kai fell into his hands, there would be no good end for him, so Yang Kai obediently hid in Shintu's palace and cultivated in peace. The fierce undercurrent lasted for 2 months and more than 2,000 people on Water Moon Star lost their lives because of it. It wasn't until 2 months later that the situation gradually subsided. Jialong also reported the latest developments to Yang Kai so that he didn't have to worry. It wasn't until 2 months later that Shintu came to Yang Kai with a helpless expression and got straight to the point. "Brother Yang, although I would like to keep you here so that you and I can work together to make a name for ourselves, if you stay here, you will eventually be found by my third brother. Once he finds you, even I won't be able to protect you." "What do you mean? You have to leave," Shintu sighed. "Now that the situation has stabilized a little and third brother's attention is no longer here, I can arrange for you to leave secretly." Saying so, he paused for a moment before continuing, "Of course this is up to you. If you're willing to stay, the Shintu will be very grateful. I don't have many friends, but Brother Yang is one of them, so I'd like to spend more time with you, but even if you do stay, you can only hide in the palace and not leave." "Then I'll leave." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "In fact, if there wasn't such a thing, I wouldn't have stayed here for long. I appreciate Brother Shintu's kindness, but I still have my own matters to attend to." Shintu was startled for a moment before his expression relaxed greatly, smiling as he said, "So Brother Yang already had plans. Ha, what a pity, I originally wanted you to participate in the Chamber of Commerce's talent selection." When Shui Tong and Yang Kai walked over, this man's eyes instantly locked onto them. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, feeling like he was being pricked by needles. "Master Xn Rue." Shui Tong stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Is that him?" The burly man called Xn Rue swept his eyes over Yang Kai and snorted, "Young Master Shintu wants me to take him away?" "Yes." Shui Tong nodded. "He's not from the Chamber of Commerce?" Xn Rue looked at him. Shui Tong shook his head. "He's a friend of young Master Shintu's day." "Oh?" Xn Rue's eyes flashed. "Shintu actually has a friend? That's quite rare. You can take him away, but remember, on my starship, you can't act recklessly and must obey the rules, otherwise I'll throw him into the starship territory and let him fend for himself." "Don't worry, young Master's friend won't cause any trouble," Shui Tong smiled, not caring about his threat. Xn Rue curled his lips disdainfully. If he didn't cause any trouble, why would Shintu be so anxious to send him away? Just look at him, he doesn't seem to be an obedient person. Xn Rue shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai, as if he had noticed something, but he didn't ask anything, simply snorting, "Go in." "Many thanks." Shui Tong smiled, beckoning to Yang Kai and leading him into the starship. Inside the starship there were many cultivators running about and everyone was very busy. Shui Tong didn't ask anything and simply continued to shuttle through the corridor with Yang Kai, eventually finding 2 rooms that were next to each other to settle in. "Young Master Yang, if you're not satisfied with this room, I can help you change it," Shui Tong asked for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai stood by the window and looked out at the scenery, shaking his head as he said, "No need, this room has a wide view, I can enjoy the scenery when I'm bored." "As long as you're satisfied." "That Xn Rue? What's his relationship with Shintu? Why is he helping Shintu?" Yang Kai asked. "Master Xn Rue?" Shui Tong thought for a moment before replying. He should be young Master Shintu's uncle? Uncle? Yang Kai was surprised. Yes. Shui Tong smiled. Master Xan Rui's younger sister is young Master Shintu's mother. The President and Master Xan Rui's younger sister have known each other for many years, but in the end, for various reasons, the two were unable to get together. Forget it, there's no need to explain, it's definitely another bad debt. Yang Kai waved his hand. Shui Tong also smiled bitterly. Yes, it's a bad debt that can't be sorted out. If young Master Yang has no other instructions, I'll go rest first. After an hour, this starship should set sail. Go. Shui Tong immediately withdrew. Yang Kai stood by the window looking out at the crowd below, his mood fluctuating as he once again felt a sense of loneliness and desolation. The starship territory was vast, seemingly endless, but here he was just an outsider. He had no relatives or friends, no familiar affairs, and everything felt strange. There's no problem, every starship from Rainfall Star to Water Moon Star will pass through there, nothing has ever happened. Shui Tong seemed to think that Yang Kai was making a fuss over nothing and secretly laughed. After a pause, Shui Tong suddenly asked in surprise, how does young Master Yang know that we will pass through the cold and dead territory? With his understanding of Yang Kai, it was impossible for Yang Kai to be proficient in this area, so Shui Tong couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Yang Kai didn't explain, instead cutting off the connection with Shui Tong and continuing to concentrate on drawing the of the star, improving his ability to use his spiritual energy. In another luxurious room of the battleship, Shuiyu sat on a comfortable chair, his body and mind relaxed as he held a wine cup in his hand. The cup was filled with blood-red wine, and he gracefully took a sip as he listened to the Origin Returning Realm old man's report. Young Master, I have checked all aspects and there is no problem with the materials transported on the starship. It is indeed what Raging Flame ordered, and there is nothing that is not allowed to be transported. Nothing is missing? Shuiyu asked softly. Nothing. I even caught a person and spied on his memories, but I didn't find any problems. Oh. A thoughtful look appeared on Shuiyu's face as his slender fingers casually twirled around his hair, gently playing with it as his brow furrowed slightly. This action of his was purely unintentional, but when it was seen by the other subordinate standing nearby, it caused his body to shake violently as he stared at Shuiyu with an infatuated look in his eyes. His breathing suddenly became heavy as he stared at Shuiyu, his eyes gradually turning red, like a starving wolf staring at a delicious meal. Obvious fluctuations of power pulsed from his body, as if he wanted to rush towards Shuiyu regardless of anything else. Young Master. The Origin Returning Realm Master instantly realized that something was wrong and called out in a low voice. Chem? Shuiyu suddenly came back to his senses and saw the ugly state of his other subordinate. His pair of clear eyes couldn't help showing a trace of disgust as he shouted, "Get out!" The Third Order Saint King Cultivator also finally came back to his senses, his face instantly turning red as he wished he could find a hole to crawl into and run away in shame. After he left, the Origin Returning Realm old man smiled bitterly. Young Master, you have to pay more attention, what happened just now wasn't his fault. Shuiyu snorted. His mental fortitude is so poor, next time something happens don't let him follow me. I know, the old man gently nodded, sighing in his heart. Just now, if it weren't for his profound strength and age, he likely would have fallen for the aura Shuiyu unintentionally emitted. Suddenly, he understood that this monstrous young master was indeed like the rumors said, capable of killing both men and women. Chapter 1044. When Xan Rui's voice sounded, Yang Kai was still immersed in his study of the star field. Sensing that something was wrong from the anxious and panicked roar, Yang Kai immediately withdrew his divine sense. Then he felt violent energy fluctuations coming from all directions. The intensity of these fluctuations gave him the illusion that he was about to die. The compass vibrated and Shui Tong's voice came from it. "Young Master Yang, hurry!" Before he could finish his words, there was no response. The room suddenly collapsed and the piece of material disappeared, exposing Yang Kai's body to the star field. Turning his head to look around, Yang Kai saw a cloud of blood mist exploding and saw one Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator after another struggling to escape, but none of them could avoid being swallowed by the ripples. The ripples spread across their bodies like the sharpest knife, cutting them into powder. Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and quickly gathered his strength, grabbing towards the void, trying to tear space and escape. But what made him despair was that his successful attempt to tear space did not work this time. The void crack did not form smoothly and the ripples had already affected a large area of the space territory, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. Yang Kai couldn't tear space. A series of black hole-like cracks appeared around the starship, opening and closing like a fish's mouth, swallowing everything nearby. Yang Kai paled and instantly used his demon god transformation, pushing his strength to its maximum, and without hesitation, he fled in the opposite direction from where the ripples were spreading. The aura of death behind him was like a maggot, chasing after him relentlessly. The bursting space was like the fiercest space weapon, cutting every inch of Yang Kai's skin, causing him to be covered in a golden light. Enduring the pain, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to condense one grand heavenly shield after another to protect himself. The silver leaf artifact he hadn't used for a long time was also summoned, transforming into a silver river that wrapped around his body, leaving no room for escape. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the space force continued to cut at Yang Kai, causing the silver light to rapidly fade. This saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact quickly lost its spirituality and shattered. This artifact had been directly destroyed. Cracking sounds rang out incessantly as the grand heavenly shield condensed by Yang Kai could not resist the power of the space force, shattering as soon as it was formed, giving Yang Kai no chance to breathe. His whole body was in excruciating pain and Yang Kai almost suspected that he was going to die. His speed had already been raised to the limit. He roared angrily and recklessly shot into the distance, wanting to rush out of here and carve out a path of survival. At that moment, a roar came from the side. "Young master, run. I'll buy you some time." Yang Kai took a moment to glance over and saw an old man come to a halt and open his arms, as if he was hugging something, staring at the ripples approaching from behind with a dignified expression. A strange and inexplicable energy fluctuation spread out from this old man's body as the aura of an origin-returning realm master spread out. Using his own strength as a support, this old man forcibly opened a void crack that was about to close and tore it even wider. As the ripples spread out in front of him, this old man put on a look of defiance and remained motionless. The heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power landed on his body, causing him to bleed profusely, his clothes to be torn apart, and his flesh to be torn apart. However, because of this old man's efforts, a large amount of the destructive power was drawn into the void crack. Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten and was overjoyed. Not far from the old man, there was a devilishly handsome young man with his hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were about to split open as he stared at the old man who had sacrificed himself for him. He wanted to save the old man but was powerless to do so. He clenched his teeth and took out a set of armor. The armor was fiery red and dazzling. The armor covered his entire body and made him look valiant and formidable. He and Yang Kai glanced at each other before fleeing in the same direction. "Shuiyu." Yang Kai cursed in his heart, wishing he could stop right now and strangle this guy to death. The other party's sorrowful eyes lit up, obviously recognizing his identity, but at this critical juncture, he had no time to pay attention to Yang Kai. His fists were clenched together, revealing the helplessness and anger in his heart. Yang Kai glanced back again, imprinting the scene of the old man's body being torn to shreds into the depths of his eyes, hiding this hatred deep in his heart before fleeing without looking back. The old man with an origin-returning realm cultivation only managed to delay them for less than 3 breaths of time before the void crack he had forcibly opened was destroyed, and a series of ripples spread outwards without slowing down. Soon the ripples spread to Yang Kai and Shuiyu's location. Yang Kai felt his entire body sway as if he had been struck by thousands of fists. Every inch of his skin cracked open and his knowledge sea was in turmoil. Soon after, the world spun around him and he lost consciousness. Just before he lost consciousness, he saw the armor on Shuiyu's body being stripped away piece by piece. His clothes were also torn to shreds, revealing his perfect snow-white, flawless body. Yang Kai's pupils dilated at that moment as he felt like he had just seen something incredible. This guy's two sets of chest muscles seemed to be a little out of the ordinary, Yang Kai thought to himself for a moment before losing consciousness. Inside the cold and dark star territory, there was nothing but desolation. The asteroid sea that originally existed nearby had been swept away by the explosion. The huge St. King grade high-rank starship was nowhere to be found, the hundreds of cultivator aboard it were nowhere to be seen, and all of its supplies had been lost. It was as if all of this had never existed, leaving behind no trace at all. In the silence, Yang Kai's bloody figure floated quietly across the star territory, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep, and no one knew when he would wake up. A golden light enveloped him as the powerful restorative power of the demon god Golden Blood once again played its role, causing his flesh and blood to wriggle and heal rapidly, and new flesh and blood began to grow in the places he had lost. Yang Kai's fingers suddenly twitched as he struggled to open his eyes. His gaze was blank, as if he had not yet reacted. The scene before he lost consciousness flashed in front of his eyes as desperate screams and roars echoed in his ears. Yang Kai immediately realized what had happened to him. Quickly getting up, Yang Kai came to an abrupt stop, his body stiff. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been disassembled and his body was covered in scars. Lying down again, Yang Kai used his divine sense to examine his condition. His condition was very bad. He was missing a lot of his flesh and blood, his meridians were severely damaged, and his strength was not circulating smoothly. Currently he was not even half as strong as he was at his peak. Even with his powerful physique and the demon god Golden Blood flowing through his veins, it would take at least half a month for him to completely recover from such injuries. After sorting out his current situation, Yang Kai took out a saint pill from the demon mystic tome and stuffed it into his mouth to dissolve its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little relieved. At that time, if it weren't for the origin returning realm old man beside Shuiyu delaying him, his injuries would have been even more serious and he would most likely have fallen in this disaster. That origin returning realm master had already died, so what could a mere second-order saint like him do? What about Shuiyu? Was he dead? Recalling the scene he saw before he lost consciousness, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Thinking about it carefully, he determined that what he saw was not an illusion. This famous Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce third young master from the Star Territory was actually hiding such a big secret. Yang Kai released his divine sense but did not detect any life nearby. Even if Shuiyu was not dead, he was likely in a very bad condition. He had inadvertently seen the other party's secret, and since the other party had intended to kill him before, it was even more impossible for him to give up now. Yang Kai had already regarded Shuiyu as his enemy. Shui Tong, thinking of another person, Yang Kai quickly took out his compass and poured his divine sense into it, trying to contact Shui Tong. But to his disappointment, no matter how he called out, Shui Tong did not respond. Before the disaster, Shui Tong had used his compass to send a message to Yang Kai to escape, but before he could finish, the connection was cut off. Probably at that time, something had happened to Shui Tong. Yang Kai sighed softly and put away his compass, feeling a little sad. Shui Tong's fate was likely to be grim. This monster race cultivator was quite good, and if Shin Tu hadn't asked him to take him away, Yang Kai would not have encountered this unexpected disaster. He was really unlucky, who had set up a trap in the asteroid sea to destroy one of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starships. What kind of trap would have such destructive power? Was it for revenge or was it targeting someone? Yang Kai didn't know. He only remembered that before the disaster Xan Rue had shouted, "Star-shattering flash," but he didn't know what that meant. Yang Kai secretly decided to investigate all of this, not only because he had almost died, but also because he needed to give Shin Tu an explanation for Shui Tong's death. Suddenly, a suction force pulled Yang Kai's body downwards. Turning his head with difficulty, Yang Kai looked down and found that there was a small dead star a few thousand meters below him. This suction force was formed by the gravitational force emanating from this dead star. Yang Kai let himself fall. 2 hours later, just as Yang Kai was about to hit the ground of this dead star, he circulated his strength to stabilize his body and descended. Looking left and right, this Death Star was indeed worthy of its name. It was deathly still, just like a desolate desert where not even a blade of grass grew. There was no sign of life and there were only bumpy mountain ranges everywhere. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing next to a huge crater, completely naked. His clothes had been destroyed in the explosion. Chapter 1045. About 1,000 meters away from where Yang Kai was standing, there was a huge crater. At this moment, inside this crater stood a beautiful woman with snow-white skin who was also completely naked. She stood in the crater, gently stroking her forehead, slowly massaging it as she looked around blankly. She was in the same state as Yang Kai just now. Because of the disaster, she was still muddle-headed and didn't understand what had happened. She stood there, her snow-white body blooming with an alluring luster like porcelain. Her breasts were as straight as mountains, full and bouncy. Her beautiful legs were slender and white, and the beauty between them was enough to make any man's blood boil. Streaks of dark red blood spread across her body, giving her a different kind of allure. Her entire body was in extreme pain, and even the slightest movement would cause a stifled moan to emerge from her throat, like the most enchanting notes that echoed between the heavens and earth. Rubbing her forehead, she gradually understood her situation and recalled what had happened before. Her beautiful eyes shrank as a cold, knife-like murderous intent flashed from the depths of her pupils, causing her tender body to tremble slightly. Clenching her teeth, she took a deep breath, her full breasts rippling in an enchanting arc as she calmed herself down. She then wiped her space ring, took out a fragrant pill, and stuffed it into her mouth to restore her injuries and strength. She then took out a pair of snow-white underwear from her space ring. These small underwear were delicate and lovely, almost the size of a palm. She didn't know what material they were made of, but there were many exquisite patterns carved into them. She lifted her foot and bent down, preparing to put on these clothes first. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from above and a piece of gravel slid down from above. Hearing this noise, her beautiful face couldn't help paling as she quickly looked up. She then saw a man standing at the edge of the crater, his eyes wide open as he stared in her direction. His eyes seemed to be blooming with a brilliant light, and his gaze was extremely wanton. Like a knife, his gaze lingered on the most private and secret parts of her body, imprinting everything into his eyes. She instantly remembered this man's face. It was him who had passed by the mountain valley a few days ago, forcing her to give up on that deal. It was because of him that he had spent 2 months searching for him and had killed 2,000 people. It was him who had fled with him when the battleship was destroyed. He was actually naked from head to toe without any clothes on. His exposed muscles were firm and powerful. That man's majesty was so blatantly exposed, like the trunk of an elephant, tarnishing her pure eyes and piercing into her flawless heart. Then she realized that she was also not wearing any clothes. At this moment she was bending her waist, her chest was trembling, and her beautiful legs were slightly raised. Like the most licentious woman trying to please her lover, she took the initiative to display all kinds of beautiful things. She was ashamed and resentful. "You're looking for..." she shouted, but before she could finish her sentence, her face suddenly turned pale and she coughed violently. Dark red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth as she covered her chest with her small hand and staggered a few steps. Her injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had all been displaced. Although the protection of the fiery red armor made it seem like she didn't have many serious visible injuries, the various internal injuries were the most serious. Die. She squeezed out these words with difficulty before glaring angrily at Yang Kai, gnashing her teeth as if she couldn't wait to swallow him alive. This thought made him vigilant and he quickly stabilized his mind, not allowing himself to be influenced by Shuiyu. Shuiyu wasn't using any kind of seductive technique, nor was she deliberately using any kind of secret technique to influence his judgment. She simply stood there and glared at him angrily, not bothering to conceal her disgust and murderous intent, but the invisible impact she gave off made Yang Kai's heart soften involuntarily. What a terrible woman! Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Obviously, he knew that she harbored ill intentions towards him and wanted to kill him, but he still couldn't immediately act. This was the first time Yang Kai had encountered such a woman. "What do you want to do?" Shuiyu also seemed to know that her current state was very bad and didn't rush to find trouble with Yang Kai. Instead, a 7-colored divine light suddenly burst from Hui's body and shrouded her, covering her private parts and covering her exposed body, not giving Yang Kai a chance to pry into her private parts. However, it was unknown whether it was because she was too weak, but the rainbow divine light was not too dense. Instead, it was like a translucent veil that covered her body. She had suddenly become even more alluring. This kind of hazy beauty fiercely impacted Yang Kai's mind, giving him a strong visual impact. Compared to when she was completely naked, this scene was even more alluring. Shuiyu's expression became uglier and uglier as her suppressed anger and grievance finally erupted. With a wave of her hand, a seven-colored light shot towards Yang Kai, binding him while Yang Kai was still immersed in this hazy beauty. Then Shuiyu pulled Yang Kai in front of her and punched out with her delicate little fist, sending out a shocking energy fluctuation towards Yang Kai's heart. She wanted to kill this man who had spied on her beautiful body and protect the biggest secret of her life. Facing this murderous intent, Yang Kai seemed to be indifferent, his eyes still roaming over Shuiyu's body. The two red dots on her chest and the lush green grass between her legs had become a deadly vortex, attracting his attention and making it impossible for him to extricate himself. A look of disgust appeared on Shuiyu's pretty face and the energy fluctuations around her fist became even stronger. Hong. Her delicate fist successfully smashed into Yang Kai's chest and a fierce force penetrated his body, wantonly destroying Yang Kai's internal organs. Yang Kai, who should have immediately died or even exploded, suddenly smiled strangely at Shuiyu, a smile full of ridicule as he opened his arms and hugged her. Shuiyu's face instantly paled and she screamed. She felt her plump breasts being squeezed against a sturdy chest, changing shape. That chest emitted a shocking amount of heat, and the heat rushed into her body like lightning, causing her delicate body to tremble, making it difficult for her to breathe and unable to think normally. She stretched out her hands and tried to push Yang Kai away, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't muster any strength. The explosion of that punch just now had completely drained her, who was already in a bad state. She patted Yang Kai's shoulder and constantly twisted her tender body, trying to break free from Yang Kai's embrace, but not only did it not have any effect, it only made this scene look ridiculous, like a couple flirting with each other. "Don't move!" Yang Kai roared, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he threatened fiercely. Shuiyu ignored him and cursed Yang Kai for being a shameless bastard, a rogue, and a scoundrel as she continued to struggle even harder. "Ayo!" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as a strange sound burst from his throat and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The small and delicate protrusion rubbed against Yang Kai's palm. The jade peak was hot, soft, and amazingly elastic. Yang Kai couldn't help but use a little more strength and firmly hold it. A charming sound came from Shuiyu's throat. Her head was slightly raised as if she was a little uncomfortable being pinched, but more than that, she was ashamed and angry. Yang Kai didn't care about her and instead felt the stimulation from her smooth back and perky buttocks. Although Shuiyu's body was covered in scars and blood, her skin was white and tender, like a newborn baby with an attractive luster. In the rolling just now, Yang Kai fully felt the charm of her plump and perky buttocks. Those two round buttocks were constantly pressing against his vital parts, making Yang Kai excited and unable to calm down for a long time. His high and ferocious head had been clamped between her buttocks. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai moved his body, he could break through that layer of blockade and completely possess this woman. This kind of ambiguous position caused their private parts to be close together. A drop of warm liquid suddenly rolled down Yang Kai's arm and Shuiyu began sobbing softly. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai was speechless. In the middle of a life-or-death struggle, this woman had actually cried. He didn't know if this was her true feelings or just acting. "From childhood to now, no one has ever treated me like this. Not even a few people know my true gender. You dared to molest me like this? I'll remember you and make you pay the price," Shuiyu said through clenched teeth. "We'll talk about that after you survive." Yang Kai grinned. "Just wait until I recover, then I'll first rape you and then kill you. You can try." Shuiyu remained unmoved and continued to argue with Yang Kai. "You're not in a good state right now. Before you arrived, I already took a Saint King high-rank pill. It won't be long before I have the strength to escape from you. When that time comes, who knows who will be the one to die." She no longer cried and instead grinned. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you taste all the torture in the world before slowly torturing you to death." Yang Kai blew a breath of hot air into her delicate earlobe, causing Shuiyu's complexion to change again. Her tender body couldn't help trembling as she held her breath, afraid that Yang Kai would bring her an even more humiliating experience. "Then let's see who can recover first," Yang Kai declared confidently, as if victory was already in his grasp. When it came to recovery ability, he didn't fear anyone. Although Shuiyu had taken a Saint King high-rank pill, Yang Kai still had the demon god golden blood, so after a short while, the flesh that had been bitten off by Shuiyu began to heal and the condition of his 5 viscera and 6 organs also improved. Can't you be serious? Don't be so glib. Don't you know how annoying you are right now? Shuiyu scolded, do you think I'm willing to link my life to yours? You're just a second-order Saint Cultivator. If you encounter even the slightest danger, you may die. If I really do this, I'll have to protect you at all times in the future. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he carefully sensed her breathing and soul fluctuations. After a while he asked, should I believe you? I've already made concessions to this extent. If you don't believe me, then we can only fight to the death. That's not the ending you want, is it? You and I both have a bright future ahead of us. Both of us have beautiful tomorrows. Who would want to die on this dead star? Yang Kai grinned. Why do I find that your desire to survive is much stronger than mine? Shuiyu's pretty face sank and she no longer spoke. Let me ask you one more time, can the function of that artifact be removed? I don't want to be tied to you for the rest of my life. Even though Shuiyu's temperament was quite good, she was still almost driven mad by Yang Kai's words. Who is the one who doesn't want to be tied to the other? It's as if I'm the one who's shameless enough to force him to be tied to me. You bastard should be honored to be tied to me. Shuiyu silently cursed in her heart as she replied, it can be removed, but only if both of us are willing. If either of us refuses, the function of that artifact cannot be removed. Good. Yang Kai smiled, thought for a moment and said, I believe you. Then we have an agreement, right? We have an agreement. I want to take out that artifact. Release me a little. I can't move, Shuiyu said weakly, struggling slightly. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he slowly loosened his grip on her, but he didn't relax his vigilance. Instead, he moved his mouth close to Shuiyu's ear and whispered, don't try to play any tricks. As long as I use a little strength, you'll be mine. I know. Shuiyu grit her teeth and responded bitterly. Hugged by Yang Kai, one of her hands still stuck in Yang Kai's abdomen, Shuiyu brought her other hand to her mouth and poured her divine sense into the space ring. With a flash of light, a chain-like artifact appeared on the ground. This is it? Yang Kai's eyes moved quickly and he quickly grabbed this artifact, causing Shuiyu to miss it. The function of this artifact is quite strange. Why did the Grandmasters of your business association refine this kind of thing for you? As I said, this is something prepared for when I am in danger. If I encounter an enemy I can't defeat, I can use this artifact to connect my life to it. It's a life-saving measure. Yang Kai nodded lightly before pouring his divine sense into this artifact to investigate it, quickly discovering that there were some unknown spirit arrays engraved inside it. There was also a very strange energy inside this artifact that was so strong that Yang Kai couldn't help paling slightly. Yang Kai wasn't surprised by this and simply followed Shuiyu's instructions as they flew through the mountains. Shuiyu seemed to have been here before and was quite familiar with the terrain. Following her guidance, the two of them soon arrived in front of a large hall. Yu jumped off her star shuttle briskly, beckoned to Yang Kai, and walked straight into the hall. At the entrance of the hall, there were several martial artists dressed as guards. They wore majestic armors and held silver spears in their hands. Their expressions were solemn. When they saw Yu, the eyes of these guards obviously lit up, all of them involuntarily puffing out their chests and acting mature and reliable. Yu's mouth curled into a grin, seemingly very satisfied with this scene. She had never had the opportunity to conquer strange men with her feminine side before, so the performance of these guards greatly satisfied her vanity. "Lady, please stop, what business do you have?" One of the guards stepped forward and blocked Yu's path, putting on a businesslike appearance. "I want to see Branch President Hali Ka." Yu flipped her delicate jade hand and summoned out a token. The guard stared at it for a moment before his expression became solemn as he exclaimed, "So it's the master from the home star." The moment he saw this token, the way he addressed Yu immediately changed, no longer daring to intentionally or unintentionally show off his masculinity because this token was the highest level of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's token, something only the honorable masters of the home star were qualified to possess. This kind of status was not something a little guard like him could hope to achieve. "Branch President Hali Ka has been waiting for a long time, please come in, master." The guard quickly stepped aside and made way. Yu nodded with satisfaction and motioned to Yang Kai before walking in together. The expressions of the several guards were as solemn as ever, with a trace of respect for Yu, but at the same time, there was some doubt in their eyes. They didn't know why Yang Kai was following behind this female master. This little brat's cultivation was about the same as theirs, so obviously he could only be a guard, but this master's attitude towards him seemed to be quite easygoing. What kind of dog shit luck did this little brat have? How could he have such good fortune to follow behind such a master? The several guards couldn't help cursing in their hearts. They had seen Yang Kai and Yu arrive together on the same star shuttle, looking so intimate that they couldn't help wishing they could take their place. Inside the hall, Yang Kai and Yu had just walked in when they heard angry reprimands coming from the other side. A short time later, several cultivators ran out, each one looking more distressed than the last. Yu pursed her lips and smiled before softly explaining, "The temper of the branch president here is not very good. He will often beat and scold his subordinates, so his popularity is very poor. Don't speak nonsense so he won't cause trouble." "I know, I won't say anything," Yang Kai nodded. The main reason he had come to Rainfall Star this time was to accompany Yu. He didn't know the specific reason and wasn't prepared to intervene. "Who are you? Don't you know it's not a good habit to talk about people behind their backs?" A cold snort came from inside, clearly very displeased. Yu couldn't help spitting out her tongue, her entire temperament changing, becoming resolute and decisive as she stepped inside. Yang Kai followed closely behind. Inside, there was an old man in a purple robe sitting upright on a chair, coldly looking in their direction. His expression was calm and dignified, like a mountain. Just sitting there, he was like a mountain peak, an invisible aura and pressure spreading out from his body. He had thought that Yu's strength wasn't low, and with Hali Ka, an origin-returning realm master accompanying her, there shouldn't be any problems, so Yang Kai had been handling his own affairs with peace of mind, but now that something like this had happened, he was extremely annoyed. Is he leaving? Inside the palace, the old man glanced in the direction Yang Kai left and slowly shook his head, no longer paying him any attention. For him, the arrival of Yang Kai was just a small stone thrown into his unchanging and peaceful life. The ripples it caused couldn't affect him in the slightest, so whether Yang Kai stayed or left, he didn't care. The old man continued to focus on the several dozen pill furnaces around him, constantly forming hand seals and injecting his Saint Chi into them to control the temperature of each furnace. But if Master Shui was young Master Shui Yu's woman, things would be different. No one dared to bear the wrath of young Master Shui Yu. If things went wrong, the entire branch would be purged. When that time came, rivers of blood would flow and countless people would die. No one could bear such a responsibility. Everyone knew that Shui Yu's third young master was ruthless and merciless. While the two were talking, Yang Kai remained silent. They didn't try to conceal anything, so Yang Kai naturally heard about the ancient ruins and understood why Shui Yu had come to Rainfall Star this time. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would definitely be interested in the ancient ruins, but right now, his mind wasn't on it at all. The more they flew, the more uneasy Yang Kai felt. He didn't know what had happened to Shui Yu, but what he was certain of was that Shui Yu wasn't dead. Because the two of them were connected, if Shui Yu died, Yang Kai would also die. Yang Kai secretly decided that this time, no matter what, he had to unlock the soul chains. Regardless of whether Shui Yu would find trouble with him afterwards, this feeling of not being able to control his own life was terrible. After flying forward for a long time, Lin Mu Feng and the middle-aged woman suddenly descended. Down below there should be a mine that produced some unknown ores. The ground was filled with large holes, many of which were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. A group of several dozen people all landed on the edge of the largest hole. A nearby Chamber of Commerce cultivator immediately greeted them and cupped his fists. "Master Lin, Master Qi." Lin Mu Feng nodded lightly and asked, "What happened here?" The cultivator was stunned by this question and was puzzled. Nothing happened. He didn't seem to understand the situation. Lin Mu Feng shook his head and no longer asked, taking out his compass artifact and trying to summon Hali Ka, but he still couldn't get a response. "Branch President Master, did something happen?" The cultivator finally saw something wrong from Lin Mu Feng's expression and asked in surprise. Lin Mu Feng nodded. "Probably I'll take some people down to have a look, wait for me to contact them." Saying so, he prepared to fly down, but at that moment, the middle-aged woman surnamed Qi suddenly exclaimed, "Someone's coming up." Lin Mu Feng's expression became serious as he quickly released his divine sense. At the same time, Yang Kai was also investigating the situation. Inside the hole, there were several fluctuating life auras that were rapidly rising. Judging from their life auras, they should have encountered some danger and suffered some injuries. One of them was even gasping for breath, his flames of life flickering as if he was about to die. "It's Hali Ka." The middle-aged woman shouted as she noticed Hali Ka's aura. Lin Mu Feng's face lit up as he waited silently. A moment later, several blue lights shot out from the hole, as if there was some kind of danger chasing after them, shooting into the sky. Without exception, these blue lights all flickered. Obviously the star shuttles had been damaged inside and had become unstable. More than a dozen cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who had followed Lin Mu Feng rushed up and caught their companions. One of them was covered in a cold aura that curled up like a cloud of smoke. A Chamber of Commerce cultivator caught him. In an instant, this cultivator's entire body trembled violently as a cold aura visible to the naked eye spread across his body. In just a moment, this cultivator's entire body stiffened, unable to move. The two cultivators seemed to have been frozen together as they fell from the sky. Hong. With a muffled bang, their flesh shattered like ice, and the two cultivators died at the same time. "Don't get close to them." A roar rang out as Hali Ka fell from the sky with difficulty, his face pale. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would report what had happened here to the home star. Once Xueyu learned of the situation here, they would not be able to escape punishment. What they didn't know was that this snow master was Xueyu herself. If they had known, they would likely have had no choice but to commit suicide. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply nodded lightly. As long as you can save her, I can conceal this matter for the time being. He also knew what the other party was worried about. Lin Mu Feng smiled happily and cupped his fists. Little brother is too kind, many thanks. Hali Ka and the middle-aged woman also gave Yang Kai a grateful look, their thanks not needing to be said. Let's go back, I'll gather the best alchemists on Rainfall Star to investigate Master Snow's condition. Lin Mu Feng called out to everyone before flying off in the direction of the branch. In the end, I had to wait for that person's anger to subside before the matter was resolved. I don't want to be chased by him again. When he mentioned this past, the group of people couldn't help laughing as if they all knew something about it. Who was that person? Yang Kai asked. When these people were talking just now, Yang Kai had been silent, coldly watching Hali Ka and Lin Mu Feng conceal the truth of the matter, listening to the dozen or so alchemists praising that person. Only now did he take the initiative to speak. The dozen or so alchemists all turned their eyes to him but didn't answer. In their opinion, Yang Kai was just a little Saint Realm brat who wasn't qualified to ask anything, so they disdained answering Yang Kai's question. Hali Ka, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before saying, he was a very powerful alchemist who lived on Rainfall Star, but he didn't belong to any great force. Didn't belong to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai was surprised. Hali Ka shook his head. Living on Rainfall Star but not under the jurisdiction of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, there could only be one explanation: Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce didn't dare offend him easily. However, the Chamber of Commerce has made some agreements with him. We will provide him with herbs for alchemy and give him a territory of 3,000 kilometers. All pills refined from these herbs will belong to our Chamber of Commerce. Free labor? Yang Kai's brow rose, wondering what kind of game this alchemy grandmaster was playing. Since his alchemy skills were so good, there was no need for him to spend so much effort to refine pills and then provide them to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for free. He could have just established his own sect and recruited disciples to raise his own status. You can't say that. Although we don't know what that person wants, we try our best to meet his requirements. However, he does refine a lot of pills. Every 3 months, we will send people to deliver spirit grasses and spirit medicines to him and collect the pills he refined. Each time, there will be no less than 200 bottles, the highest being 500 bottles. 500 bottles. Each bottle contained 10 pills, that was 5,000 pills. Refining 5,000 pills in 3 months, this number caused all the alchemists present to tremble and feel ashamed of their inferiority. All of them were alchemists hired by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce at a high price, but even if they did not eat or sleep for 3 months, it would still be impossible for them to produce 500 bottles of alchemy, not even a third of that unless they were refining low-end pills. Where is he? Yang Kai asked again. Does little brother want to go find him? Hali Ka immediately understood his intentions. Is that all we can do now? Yang Kai glanced at him. Hali Ka hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good, I'll take you there. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, Hali Ka had no choice but to bite the bullet. Yang Kai nodded, turned around and rushed into the loft, carrying the unconscious Xueyu out, exchanging a glance with Hali Ka before flying out together. Staring at their disappearing backs, Lin Mu Feng pursed his lips and sighed, I hope old Ha won't be chased by that person for half a month like me. The middle-aged woman also wore a worried look, secretly feeling that this matter was really tricky. As they flew, Hali Ka briefly explained the mysterious and eccentric alchemist to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that this man called himself Zhong Ao and seemed to have arrived on Rainfall Star nearly 100 years ago and had lived here ever since. He had reached various agreements with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and his status was even higher than that of the dozen or so alchemists. He asked us for a 3,000-kilometer territory and built his own residence in a mountain valley. Chapter 1059. When they were still 30 kilometers away from the mountain valley, Hali Ka stopped and hesitated for a while before saying, Little brother, I'll wait for you here. If things don't go well, leave immediately, don't get entangled. Grandmaster Zhong Ao is most annoyed by this kind of person. The consequences of provoking him will be disastrous. Yang Kai swept his eyes over him, causing Hali Ka to awkwardly explain, "Little brother, you are young and your cultivation is low. Even if Grandmaster Zhong Ao is angry, I'm afraid he won't lower himself to take action against you. But if I go with you..." "I know." Yang Kai guessed his concerns and didn't insist, simply hugging Shuiyu and flying off like lightning. Hali Ka stood in place, stretching his neck as he stared forward, his heart filled with anxiety, wondering if Yang Kai's trip would go smoothly or if he would be beaten by Zhong Ao. 30 kilometers in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had arrived. Arriving directly outside the palace, Yang Kai shouted, "Senior, my family's master has suffered a great disaster and is currently unconscious. I heard that Senior is the best alchemist on Rainfall Star, so I came here to ask Senior to treat my family's master. I hope Senior can help diagnose his condition." Inside the palace, there was silence, but Yang Kai could feel the aura of life coming from inside. The alchemist named Zhong Ao was indeed inside, but there was no response. Yang Kai called out 3 times in a row, but the result was still the same. In the distance, Hali Ka's heart almost jumped into his throat as he secretly decided that if Zhong Ao rushed out in anger, he would immediately escape, absolutely not remaining. Outside the palace, Yang Kai waited anxiously. Masters always had tempers. This was something Yang Kai could understand, so he didn't act recklessly. Even Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng were afraid of this Zhong Ao, so as a little second-order Saint cultivator, if he angered him, he would definitely not have a good end. As such, Yang Kai held Shuiyu in his arms and stood outside, respectfully waiting for Zhong Ao's reply. He was also considering what to do if Zhong Ao wasn't willing to come forward. Shuiyu was unconscious and he couldn't just leave her be. Their lives were connected, and if something happened to Shuiyu while she was unconscious, he wouldn't be able to live either. Therefore Yang Kai couldn't wait to wake Shuiyu up, then remove the soul chains and regain his freedom. Just as he was worrying about his gains and losses, an old voice suddenly came from the palace, "Come in." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, not having expected things to go so smoothly, a look of great surprise appearing on his face as he carefully savored Zhong Ao's tone and found that he wasn't dissatisfied or angry, so he stepped into the palace. The gate to the palace was wide open, but there were no guards or servants. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, it seemed that Zhong Ao was the only living person. After taking a detour through the palace, Yang Kai arrived in front of a large room. From this room, a rich pill fragrance wafted out. He cautiously walked in and looked around, his eyes narrowing. This room should be Zhong Ao's alchemy room. However, at this moment, there were dozens of large and small pill furnaces placed inside this alchemy room, each of which was still warm and should have just finished alchemy. In a corner of this room, there was a large number of jade bottles, each of which was filled with a variety of different colored pills, creating a spectacular scene. Yang Kai roughly estimated that there were at least 200 jade bottles piled up here. They were all scattered on the ground in a disorderly manner, as if they were some kind of worthless plaything. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, realizing that what Hali Ka said before was true. The number of pills this Zhong Ao had refined was truly terrifying. At this moment, Zhong Ao was sitting on an animal skin chair, holding a jade bottle in his hand, seemingly inspecting something. After a quick glance, Zhong Ao didn't find what he was looking for, so he threw the jade bottle to the side and piled it up with the previous jade bottles. There were a dozen more jade bottles beside him. After inspecting them one by one, Zhong Ao smiled and muttered to himself, "Another one, haha, not bad, not bad, this old master's efforts were not in vain. Ha, pills are difficult to refine." Saying so, he took out a pill from the jade bottle and put it into another jade bottle he had prepared in advance. Yang Kai carefully examined the pills in this jade bottle and found that all of them had formed pill veins. This Zhong Ao seemed to have only kept the pills that had formed pill veins, discarding the rest as if they were worthless clogs, not caring about their grade or value at all. While Zhong Ao was inspecting the pills, Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb him and just stood there. A moment later, Zhong Ao finished his work and put away the pills with pill veins into his sleeve before looking up at Yang Kai and smiling strangely. "You're the little brat who stole this old master's medicine field, right?" Yang Kai blushed and awkwardly said, "A few days ago, Junior was passing by this place and was attracted by the mysteries of the medicine field. I couldn't help stopping to study it for a few days. If I have offended you in any way, I hope Senior can forgive me." No matter where it was, stealing someone else's medicine field was a very bad thing, and Yang Kai also knew he had done something wrong. It was just that he didn't think too much about it at the time, but now that the other party was looking into it, he had nothing to say. Zhong Ao was satisfied with Yang Kai's calm attitude and got up from his chair, chuckling. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Today you're lucky this old master has just finished alchemy and gained some benefits. Seeing that you're also an alchemist, this old master won't pursue the matter. To be able to comprehend the mysteries of the medicine field, only fellow alchemists, Zhong Ao knew this better than anyone else. What happened to your family's master? Zhong Ao took the initiative to ask. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. She's unconscious, her vitality is frozen, her consciousness is scattered, and her soul avatar is nowhere to be seen. Did you penetrate into her knowledge sea? Zhong Ao looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhong Ao suddenly grinned strangely. Your relationship with this little girl isn't simple. He stared at Yang Kai ambiguously, his smile intriguing. Only those who were very close to one another would dive into their knowledge sea to spy on them. If Yang Kai was really Shui Yu's guard, it would have been impossible for him to have the courage to do such a thing. Zhong Ao was an old and experienced man, so how could he not see through this? Chapter 1063. What kind of herb could grow for such a long time? During a period of 10,000 years, natural disasters, and the passage of time, any unexpected situation could cause an herb to disappear from this world. It could be said that such a herb was impossible to find. On the other hand, other precious herbs, although extremely valuable, were not difficult to find. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce focused on business, so as long as he entrusted this matter to Ha Li Ka and the others, Yang Kai believed they could quickly collect the rest. A 10,000-year-old soul-restoring flower made Yang Kai feel helpless in an instant. There are many women in this world. I see that you're still young and still have a lot of time ahead of you, so you'll inevitably meet some outstanding women. Sometimes you need to let go. And letting go is also a kind of happiness. Zhong Ao sighed, seemingly touched by Yang Kai's words. I have to save her. Yang Kai shook his head, his expression firm. Senior, is there no other way to resolve her crisis? Zhong Ao stared at him deeply, his expression gradually becoming dignified after a while saying, there is another kind of pill that should work, and the materials needed for this pill are not difficult to find. The grade of the pill itself is not too high. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, please enlighten me, Senior. And seeing how infatuated you are, this old master will give you some pointers. Zhong Ao sighed and said leisurely, but I still advise you not to get your hopes up. Please speak, Senior. A burning flame pill. Zhong Ao spat out a few words. A burning flame pill? Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought about it, a moment later a look of surprise appearing on his face. A Saint King grade low-rank burning flame pill? And a burning flame pill is indeed a Saint King grade low-rank pill. Zhong Ao gently nodded. Yang Kai looked puzzled. Senior, this junior does not understand. The grade of a burning flame pill is not high, so how can it solve the crisis my master is in? He really didn't understand. The first method Zhong Ao gave him was to refine an Origin King grade pill, while the second method was to refine a Saint King grade pill. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Zhong Ao grinned meaningfully. Do you think this is an ordinary burning flame pill? What this old man is referring to is the burning flame pill with pill clouds. Kai Yang's heart shook as he suddenly understood. Since you are also an alchemist, you should know that once a pill forms pill veins and pill clouds, its medicinal efficacy will increase exponentially. This is also the reason why pills with pill veins and pill clouds are so much more valuable. A Saint King grade low-rank burning flame pill, if it forms pill veins, its medicinal efficacies are almost equivalent to a Saint King grade high-rank pill. If it forms pill clouds, even if it's not as good as an Origin King grade pill, it's not far off. I understand. Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly as he regained his composure. Zhong Ao saw his expression and sneered, but how could a burning flame pill with pill clouds be so easy to refine? This might be even more difficult than finding a 10,000-year-old soul-returning flower. This old man still has the same words, "Kid, you better give up as soon as possible, don't do these useless things." Zhong Ao wasn't saying this to dampen Yang Kai's enthusiasm, but rather to objectively evaluate the facts. Even if the top alchemists in Heng Luo Star Field were to refine this burning flame pill, they might not be able to refine pill clouds. Yang Kai grinned, "If I don't try, how can I know it won't work?" Zhong Ao quickly stated, "Little brat, don't even think about this, old master, it's impossible for me to help you refine this burning flame pill." Although the three of them had obtained the profound Yin sunflower water and were very excited, with such a big incident happening on Rainfall Star, they didn't know whether they should report it to the home star or not. Normally they would have the ability to suppress the news of Shui Yu's injuries, but now it was different. Yang Kai was Shui Yu's guard, and although his cultivation was low, what if Yang Kai suddenly lost his mind and reported it to the home star before they did? At that time the three of them would face even more serious punishment. With Yang Kai's assurance, the three of them felt relieved. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I don't want to be punished by the home star, so for the time being Master Shue's injuries should not be leaked. Once Shue Master recovers, she will make her own decision." "Many thanks, little brother." Hali Ka sincerely cupped his fists. "However, this profound Yin sunflower water, it's best if you don't touch it for the time being and wait for Master Shue to decide," Yang Kai added. "Naturally, even if we had the courage of the heavens, we wouldn't dare use such a precious cultivation treasure at will. Naturally, we'll have to wait for Master Shue to wake up and deal with it." Hali Ka and the others nodded repeatedly, thanking Yang Kai for pointing them out the right path. Moreover, from beginning to end, none of them had any intention of using the profound Yin sunflower water. Although refining a single drop of this thing would greatly increase their strength, none of them knew how to do so. Hali Ka had personally tested the power of the profound Yin sunflower water and knew that the price he had paid for it was the loss of an arm. If they were careless, not only would their strength not increase, they would likely end up in the same state as Shue Master Shue. Not daring to use it didn't mean it wasn't a merit, so before Yang Kai arrived, the three of them had gathered around the container and looked at it happily. "Good, before I asked for your help, I also have a private matter I would like to ask for your help with." Yang Kai felt that the time was right and the atmosphere was harmonious, so he was ready to fish for some benefits from them. "Little brother, please speak. Do you have any way to quickly improve my strength?" Yang Kai looked at the three of them expectantly. "Improve your strength?" Hali Ka was surprised, looking him up and down for a moment before instantly understanding and laughing. Is little brother trying to improve his strength? Yes, this time, on this trip to the ancient ruins, it was because my strength was too low that Senior Shue didn't take me with her. If my strength had been higher, I may have been able to save Senior Shue at that critical juncture and prevent her from being harmed by the profound Yin sunflower water. If I could exchange my life for Senior Shue's safety, even if I died, I wouldn't have implicated the three of you in such a dangerous situation," Yang Kai said with a pained expression, seemingly blaming himself for his actions. Chapter 1066. Inside Zhong Ao's palace in a certain room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. Taking out the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, Yang Kai swallowed it without hesitation. A cool feeling spread from his throat to his abdomen as Yang Kai silently circulated his secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. Soon, this cool feeling extended to his limbs and bones, relaxing his hundreds of millions of pores, and his physique seemed to have been greatly nourished. In order to refine the burning flame pill that could form pill clouds, in order to rapidly improve his cultivation, Yang Kai spared no effort. Moreover, he didn't regard this incident as a disaster. On the contrary, he felt it was an opportunity. Now he was wandering the star territory alone, without any friends or family, without any support. His own strength was the foundation for his survival. Shui Yu being unconscious gave Yang Kai an opportunity to concentrate on his cultivation. A bad thing, when viewed from another perspective, could often become a good thing. Yang Kai could take advantage of these few months of painstaking cultivation to raise his strength to the next level while also improving his alchemy skills, allowing him to complement his cultivation and achieve great growth. The cool feeling made him feel refreshed, as if he had never been so clear-headed before. Yang Kai suddenly had a good plan and understanding of his future, causing his mood to fluctuate greatly. Shui Yu's even breathing came from the next room. The method Zhong Ao had used before could only maintain her vitality for a year and a half. Once that time was up, if she was not treated with a pill, she would undoubtedly die. However, Yang Kai wasn't as worried as he was at the beginning. On the contrary, his heart was now as calm as still water. The medicinal efficacies of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid continued to play a role, but Hali Ka didn't clearly tell Yang Kai how such a precious treasure could improve the efficiency of his cultivation. Yang Kai also felt the changes in his body, wanting to find out. Suddenly, the cool feeling all over his body converged towards his chest, the medicinal efficacies of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid condensing into one spot in a very short time. Yang Kai suspiciously unbuttoned his robes, revealing his strong body before looking down at his chest. The shadow of a golden dragon quickly swept past. That was the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor. The golden dragon tattoo was constantly wandering around like a living creature, sometimes in front of Yang Kai, sometimes on his back, while the ice phoenix tattoo remained firmly on his back, not moving at all. This was the Phoenix Empress inheritance that belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai's body was only a temporary residence for it. Once Yang Kai found Su Yan, he could hand it over to her. At this moment, some black qi was faintly gathering in his chest. The black qi was as gloomy as a ghost, dark and deep. Yang Kai carefully sensed it but did not find anything wrong. He calmed down and quietly waited. Not long after, more and more black qi gathered on his chest, becoming denser and denser, faintly forming a vague pattern. Yang Kai looked at it carefully but he didn't understand. After waiting for about half a day, the cold feeling in his chest suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the fuzzy squirming pattern quickly froze and became clear. It was actually a pattern of a baby's face with distinct facial features. It was as if Yang Kai had an extra head on his chest, making him feel uneasy and terrifying. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, never having expected that consuming the heavenly spirit ghost orchid would result in such a situation. While he was still in shock, he saw the baby's mouth on his chest suddenly open, like a whale sucking in water, madly swallowing the surrounding world energy. Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, Snow Pond Crystal Essence, 7-colored spirit gathering flags. What's more, within this 3,000-kilometer territory, many spirit arrays had been arranged to gather world energy. With these various effects added together, the cultivation speed of the little brat outside had increased to an incredible degree. It was comparable to the speed at which a return to void stage cultivator absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth. If this momentum continued, it would only take a few months for him to break through his current realm and step into a higher one. Zhong Ao wondered if this little brat's body could withstand it. This kind of crazy gathering of world energy was not something a Saint Realm cultivator could withstand. If the world energy gathered too quickly and was unable to digest and absorb it in time, it would only cause a huge burden to the body. Something went wrong, his meridians would burst and his foundation would be damaged. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. After a dozen or so breaths, the originally pitch-black mountain valley was restored to clarity as all the world energy that had accumulated here was absorbed and assimilated by the golden dragon. Another dragon roar rang out as the flaming golden dragon swooped down and rushed straight into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body shook violently as an invisible shockwave suddenly spread out from him. Wherever it passed, sand and stones were sent flying, trees swayed, and trees were uprooted and blown far away. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, a faint light flashing across them as the light around his body quickly converged and disappeared. Third Order Saint. After a crazy retreat, Yang Kai had finally stepped into the Third Order Saint realm. Such a cultivation, when placed in Tongxian realm, was already one of the top existences. Whether it was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, his 4 demon general subordinates, Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Thunder Dragon, Old Ox, or the other monster race great seniors, all of them had reached the Third Order Saint realm. It was just that there was a slight gap between them in this realm. Today Yang Kai truly stood at the same height as these masters. However, when looking at the entire Tongxian realm territory, such a cultivation was truly shabby. If one did not have any connections, they would not be able to rely on any great force. A cultivator with such a cultivation was extremely rare in Tongxian realm territory, and although they were not at the bottom of the hierarchy, they did not have much status. Little brat, congratulations, Zhong Ao strode forward. Zhong Ao strode over. It only took you 3 months to break through to the Third Order Saint realm. Although it was with the help of a powerful artifact, it was still beyond this old master's expectations. I thought it would take you at least 5 or 6 months to accomplish this. It seems your talent is quite good. Many thanks, old Zhong. Yang Kai did not get up and simply nodded lightly, not showing much excitement or frustration, as if everything was a matter of course. Zhong Ao was surprised, knowing that Yang Kai's state of mind had not shown any flaws due to the rapid increase in his strength, knowing that this was all due to the snow pond crystal essence and his own perseverance. Old Zhong, is there any news from Hali Ka? Yang Kai asked. Last time, Lin Mu Feng delivered a few rings of herbs, but the only thing missing is the dragon turtle spirit fruit. I heard him say that Hali Ka is currently transferring it from another medicine star and should arrive in 1 or 2 months, Zhong Ao said unhurriedly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Hali Ka and the others, he also knew that the other party did not dare act perfunctorily on this matter, so the arrival of the dragon turtle spirit fruit was only a matter of time. I'm going to see my master, Yang Kai said, standing up without putting away the 7-colored spirit gathering flags. Inside the room, Shuiyu still seemed to be asleep, her expression tranquil, but perhaps because no one had come to visit her for a long time, a thick layer of dust had settled on her face. Looking at her enchanting face, Yang Kai found some clean water and cleaned her. Perhaps because of the influence of the snow pond crystal essence, Yang Kai did all this indifferently, without the slightest fluctuation in his mood, as if he was treating her like a stranger. He had already decided that after saving Shuiyu this time, he would immediately sever all ties with her. Whether or not she would seek revenge on him, Yang Kai did not want to have anything to do with her. His closeness to Shuiyu was a forced one, unlike his feelings for Su Yan and Xianing Chang, which were imperceptible and imperceptible. Yang Kai believed that Shuiyu was the same. Zhong Ao was at least an origin-grade high-rank alchemist, possibly even an origin king-grade alchemist, so how could the grade of the pill furnaces he used be bad? Each of the several dozen large and small pill furnaces was extremely high-grade, the lowest of which was Saint King-grade high-rank while the rest were origin-grade. These pill furnaces alone were worth a huge fortune. Yang Kai's own pill furnace was the small furnace left behind by Great Demon God. In Tongxian realm, this small furnace could be considered a high-grade furnace, but compared to the ones owned by Zhong Ao, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference was simply too great. A good pill furnace could greatly improve the stability and compatibility of an alchemist's spirit arrays, which in turn improved the success rate and quality of the pills they refined. Therefore, in addition to refining pills, an alchemist's lifelong pursuit also included pill furnaces. They would often go bankrupt in order to build a good pill furnace. Zhong Ao had so many good pill furnaces here, so how could Yang Kai not be envious? Secretly regretting not adding one to the wager at that time, Yang Kai didn't know if Zhong Ao would refuse if he asked. After looking around, Yang Kai immediately set his eyes on the highest quality pill furnace. Patting it, he nodded gently and decided to use it for the time being. Little brat, your eyesight is quite good. Zhong Ao watched silently from the side. Seeing Yang Kai standing in front of his favorite pill furnace, he couldn't help snorting coldly in his heart. Alchemists had a special affection for their pill furnaces. Many alchemists even regarded their pill furnaces as their wives or daughters, their exclusive property. They would never allow others to touch them and would fight to the death with anyone who dared to touch them. Zhong Ao probably didn't have such twisted thoughts because he owned so many pill furnaces, but he still felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. Yang Kai simply ignored him and sorted out the herbs in the space rings so that he wouldn't have to search for them when he needed them. Sitting cross-legged in front of the pill furnace, the look on his face suddenly became dignified and pious. Zhong Ao's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. From this rapid change in temperament and demeanor, Zhong Ao could see that Yang Kai was not a novice and was a young man who had studied the alchemic Tao quite a bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make such a gesture. His entire essence, chi and spirit were focused on the pill furnace. The only thing in his eyes was the herbs and pill furnace, nothing else. Zhong Ao himself would also enter this state when performing alchemy, so he naturally understood the mysteries and rarity of it. However, this was 2,000 sets of materials. This also meant that he had to repeat the same actions 2,000 times to refine 2,000 identical pill furnaces. Chapter 1070. Inside the pill room, Yang Kai was sweating profusely as one pill after another was born from his hands. Zhong Ao's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai. As the sun set, today's alchemy session came to an end. Yang Kai put away the last pill without even looking at it, placing it into a jade bottle before sitting cross-legged on the ground and swallowing a pill to restore the spiritual energy he had consumed. Zhong Ao flew over to the jade bottle, grabbed it, poured out the 10 pills he had refined today and carefully examined them. How is this possible? How is this possible? A moment later, Zhong Ao muttered to himself in a daze, his face filled with disbelief, as if these 10 pills had given him a great shock, shaking the ideals he had persisted in for 100 years. His face suddenly turned pale as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, immediately smiling bitterly, as if he had been drained of all his strength. Zhong Ao slumped to the ground. Of the 10 pills he had refined, 3 had formed pill veins. This probability was simply beyond Zhong Ao's imagination. He was an alchemy grandmaster of his generation, and after decades of hard work, he had finally come up with a method of alchemy based on quantity. After coming to Rainfall Star, with the herbs provided by Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce as the foundation, he had spent nearly 100 years painstakingly refining several dozen pills at once. Even so, only when his luck was extremely good would he be able to refine 3 pills with pill veins at the same time. Sometimes when his luck was bad he would refine none at all. But that brat actually displayed a kind of miraculous power. After refining one pill after another, 30% of the pills he refined actually had pill veins. This situation had not occurred in a day or two, it had been like this for nearly a month. Zhong Ao would refine 10 pills every day, no more no less, and of these 10 pills 2 or 3 would form pill veins every day. This had brought a great shock to Zhong Ao. It had already been 2 months since Yang Kai had started refining the burning flame pills. The first time he had refined 300 ordinary burning flame pills, Zhong Ao had ruthlessly ridiculed him, thinking that he couldn't even refine pill veins, let alone pill clouds. But from the second month onwards, this brat continuously bombarded Zhong Ao's pride with facts. On the first day of the second month, Yang Kai refined 2 burning flame pills that formed pill veins. Zhong Ao thought he was just lucky and praised him slightly, his expression filled with disdain. When he was lucky he could also do the same. On the second day of the second month, the situation was still the same. Zhong Ao's disdain disappeared. On the third day it was still the same. Zhong Ao could no longer sit still. Until today he had almost gone mad. His hundreds of years of persistence and ideals were bombarded into pieces by the pills that Yang Kai refined every day. His pride was completely gone. If pill veins were so easy to form, what had he been doing for the past 100 years? He had painstakingly cultivated a unique alchemy technique, but in front of these burning flame pills with pill veins, it was so childish and ridiculous. Holding the still warm jade bottle, Zhong Ao's hands trembled. Regardless of Yang Kai's recovery, he strode over to him and anxiously asked, "Little brat, tell this old master, what is it that this old master doesn't know? Why can you refine so many pill veins?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and saw Zhong Ao's pair of red eyes. They were bloodshot, obviously because he hadn't rested well. Zhong Ao had been racking his brains for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what Yang Kai had done to cause pill veins to form, causing his eyes to turn red. Perhaps it was also because of jealousy. There's nothing special, it's just luck. Chapter 1073. Inside the alchemy room, only the subtle movements of the medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace could be heard. Zhong Ao hid his figure in the darkness, lest he disturb Yang Kai, even temporarily suppressing his breathing and stopping his heartbeat, making him look like a dead man. He stared intently at the pill furnace and the figure busily working in front of it. The pill was only halfway through the refinement process, but the medicinal liquid was still mixing under the effects of Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy and various spirit arrays, causing fundamental changes. Inexplicably, Zhong Ao suddenly had a feeling. That was, the pill Yang Kai refined this time would at least give birth to pill veins. This kind of feeling was something Zhong Ao had never experienced before. Zhong Ao had been observing Yang Kai's alchemy for more than half a year, and although the chances of Yang Kai's pills forming pill veins were quite high, there were also times when he failed, and in the end, Zhong Ao would only obtain an ordinary burning flame pill. There had never been such a situation before. Yang Kai was still in the middle of refining, yet Zhong Ao was 100% sure that he would be able to refine pill veins. What kind of logic was this? Zhong Ao was secretly horrified and became more and more cautious, not wanting to miss a single detail. But no matter how he looked, Yang Kai's movements were the same as before, not increasing or decreasing. Even the spirit arrays he was portraying were the same ones he had seen thousands of times before. Even if he closed his eyes, he could tell what Yang Kai would do next and what spirit array he would portray. The only difference was the imposing manner, the aura of extreme self-confidence. It was this imposing manner that affected his judgment, allowing him to be certain that the pill would give birth to pill veins before it even came out of the furnace. Could pill clouds form or not? There was only one chance for success or failure, so Zhong Ao couldn't wait to know the final answer. He couldn't help admiring Yang Kai because if he were in his position he would definitely be upset and under pressure. Once this kind of feeling appeared, he would not be able to wholeheartedly focus on alchemy and failure would be inevitable. But Yang Kai didn't. He remained indifferent, his expression neither happy nor sad, as if he was refining an insignificant pill. His movements were steady and meticulous, as if he had done everything he could to the limit. As time passed, Zhong Ao's heart burned with anxiety. A faint pill fragrance gradually drifted out from the alchemy room. This was a sign that the pills were about to be refined. Yang Kai's expression seemed to have become a little more dignified. Every time a pill was about to come out of the furnace, he would treat it 1,000 times more carefully. His conflagrated spiritual energy fluctuated between strong and weak. Strands of divine sense continued to carve the spirit array inside the pill furnace. All the subtleties of the spirit array were brought to the extreme by him. His eyes and heart had always been as clear as a mirror, without any distracting thoughts. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the pill furnace in front of him and the pill that was about to take form. In his mind he suddenly recalled the pill that had formed pill clouds. That was the first and only pill he had obtained that had formed pill clouds. He had found it with the Holy Land's Holy Maiden and Ling in the ruins at the bottom of the sea. Although he had swallowed it in the end, and the huge medicinal effects had turned the 5-colored soul-warming lotus into a 6-colored one, before he had taken it, he had been observing the pill clouds in an attempt to gain some inspiration. At this moment all kinds of memories came flooding back to him, and he vaguely grasped a key point. The situation in one's knowledge sea was a reflection of one's inner thoughts. From the state of one's knowledge sea, one could tell what kind of person they were. Shuiyu was a woman, but she was raised as a man by Ao and had to put on the airs of Shuiyu's third young master at all times. She may have long since grown tired of this kind of life, but she had no choice but to continue. It's not that I want to pry into your secrets, it's just that if I don't do this, I won't be able to wake you up. I hope you don't come looking for trouble with me in the future. Yang Kai muttered softly, his soul avatar diving into Shuiyu's knowledge sea. The warm sea water wrapped around Yang Kai's body, like small boneless hands caressing his body, giving him unimaginable stimulation and comfort. Yang Kai almost lost himself in this moment. The fusion of the divine soul was very frightening. During this process, both men and women could enjoy a pleasure that was thousands of times more intense than physical intercourse. That was a shudder that came from the depths of the soul. That kind of pleasure was like the most dangerous swamp. Once one fell into it, it was very difficult to pull out. Fortunately, this was not the first time Yang Kai had done this kind of thing. When he went to Ice Sect to find Su Yan, he had already fused his soul with her once, so he had some experience dealing with this kind of thing. Trying hard to restrain the trembling of his soul, Yang Kai constantly called out to his heart, reminding himself that now was not the time to indulge in pleasure. Gradually, that kind of pleasure weakened a lot and he regained control of his soul avatar, allowing him to calm down a little. He didn't know why, but the current situation made Yang Kai think of the word rape. Shuiyu's soul avatar was nowhere to be found, so obviously she didn't feel anything and was unable to resist the invasion of Yang Kai's soul. This wasn't rape, then what was? And it was the most vicious kind of rape. Fusing his soul with a woman who didn't feel anything was no different than fusing with a piece of wood. Thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly lost interest and the throbbing of his soul subsided. This kind of thing was the most boring and only those with twisted minds would do such a thing. Yang Kai's soul avatar scattered into the sea. Inside his knowledge sea, bubbles floated in the water, each of which contained a part of Shuiyu's past, a part of her memories. Yang Kai carefully examined the information hidden in these bubbles. He saw a lot of scenes. A baby fell to the ground, a woman lying weakly on the bed, her face pale and bloodless, but when she heard the baby's cries, the most beautiful smile in the world bloomed on her face. The burly man waiting outside strode in and picked up the baby with trembling hands, ignoring the stains on the baby's body, intimately pressing his face against the baby's forehead and kissing it gently, radiating the radiance of fatherly love.